Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The morning's first light found Wei Changshan exactly where it always did. He sat in a low chair carved from the cave's original stone, carved by his own hand, 312 years ago, in his second winter on the mountain, when he had finally grown impatient enough with sitting on the floor during his morning formation review that he'd spent an afternoon doing something about it. The chair was not beautiful. It was functional, the correct dimensions for a man of his height, a slight recline calibrated to let him read the resonance crystal in the left armrest without straining his neck, edges smoothed where daily use had ground them down over 3 centuries into surfaces that fit the shape of his hands and his back, with the comfortable precision of something that had been adjusted by time rather than design. He had thought about replacing it twice. Both times, he had found the prospect of carving a new chair from cold stone more disruptive than the existing chair warranted, and had returned to the work he'd been doing when the thought occurred. The resonance crystal in the left armrest was a smooth amber cabochon, seated in a carved socket, connected to the mountain's formation network through a sequence of relay inscriptions that ran from the armrest through the chair's legs and into the cave floor, and from there through the rock, in all the directions a formation network extended over 3 centuries of careful expansion. It had been calibrated over a decade in the early years, each color in its reporting spectrum assigned through patient testing, and since then it had needed no revision. The calibration had been correct, and the formation network had behaved consistently with the crystal's reporting schema. This morning, pale green spreading outward from center as the deer moved through the eastern meadow on the lower slope. There were 17 of them now, including 3 fawns born in the spring, which the mountain's formation cultivated grass on the western gate approach was fattening at a pace that suggested the grass's nutritional profile had continued to develop through ambient energy absorption in ways Wei had not specifically engineered, but also had not seen reason to correct. The deer were fine. The mountain accommodated them. A slow blue wash from the northwest quadrant. The weather front clearing, the clouds of yesterday dispersing as the pressure system moved on. This was expected. He had tracked the front through the weather monitoring layer of the outer formation for 3 days. The steady violet pulse in the crystal's depth, the mountain's own formation network in its breathing rhythm. He had been reading this particular pulse every morning for 300 years. It was the pulse of his own work, and he recognized it the way one recognizes one's own handwriting, not by examining it, but by knowing it. He sipped his tea. The plant on the ledge outside the cave entrance had been growing in its clay pot for 60 years. The pot itself was older than most of what people in the nearest city called old. It had been absorbing ambient formation energy from the cave's field for so long that its glaze had developed its own faint inscription patterns, not deliberate, not directed by his hand. Simply the accumulated residue of 60 years in proximity to a man who had spent 3 centuries inscribing everything he worked near. The tea the plant produced was excellent. Wei Changshan had no use for tea that was less than excellent. He was reading through the crystal's spectrum with the unhurried completeness he brought to all observation, distributing his attention across the full report before drawing any conclusions from the parts, when the amber deepened. Not to the green of animal movement, not to the white of concentrated spiritual pressure, nor the blue of weather. The character of the pulse was administrative. He identified it the way he identified all formation signatures, by its specific frequency, the precise wave character of the energy rather than its intensity. He had encountered Tianlong Empire administrative inscriptions twice in the past century. Once when their survey teams had planted territorial flags on the plains 2 valleys east, once when their census operation had tried to count his mountain and produced results that had apparently confused them significantly. Both times he had noted the contact and done nothing further. The plains were not his concern. The mountain's information was the mountain's own business. He set his cup down with the precise care he applied to all physical movements, not ceremony, simply the deliberate quality of a man who moves with intention rather than momentum, and he read the boundary stone's echo through the crystal. The boundary stone at the mountain's eastern base, a large flat piece of pale granite he had placed there in his 23rd year on the mountain, inscribed on its underside with the mountain's identity characters in the foundational formation language, sealed into the rock in the way that very old inscriptions sealed themselves when they had been absorbing spirit vein energy for long enough to become part of the stone rather than marks on its surface, had received an administrative inscription from outside. A Tianlong Empire land claim. Imperial Standard Format. Version 3, the most recent administrative revision, fully compliant with current law. Official and binding. The mountain, according to this document, was unclaimed territory of the Tianlong Empire. Wei Changshan sat with this for a moment. The mountain had been here for considerably longer than the Tianlong Empire. The empire was approximately 40 years old as a political entity, a competent, well-organized, aggressively expanding regional power that had absorbed 8 smaller kingdoms in 20 years of sustained territorial acquisition and had become, by the standards of mortal political structures, genuinely impressive. Good formation specialists, good military organization, efficient administration. He could see why it was succeeding. It was very good at what it was designed to do. The mountain had been here for considerably longer than 40 years. It had been here for considerably longer than the oldest of the 8 absorbed kingdoms, considerably longer than the cultivation traditions those kingdoms had practiced, considerably longer than the names of the practitioners who had left their careful formation residue in the mountain stone before Wei Changshan ever arrived and began adding his own layers to what they had built. He had spent 3 centuries on this mountain, and before him there had been centuries more of other careful hands. And before that the mountain's own stone had been here for a span of time that made 3 centuries look like a brief annotation. Unclaimed. He looked at the tea plant on the ledge outside the cave entrance. The plant's dark leaves were still in the morning air, which at the cave entrance was always still. The formation network's outermost spatial operations had managed airflow patterns around the cave as a secondary function since his 31st year on the mountain, when he'd grown tired of wind disturbing his inscription work. 3 centuries of still mornings. The plant had never known anything else. The Tianlong Empire, he said to the tea plant, in the conversational register he had developed for things he wanted to say aloud to an audience that was present without being demanding, has decided that we do not exist. The plant did not move its leaves. This was the correct response. Wei Changshan placed one finger on the left armrest below the crystal socket and drew a single glyph in a motion so small and so reduced by 3 centuries of practice that it would have been invisible to anyone watching. A character from the foundational formation language, abbreviated to its essential energy, whose meaning was wake. In the mountain stone, in the inscribed pathways that had been laid down over 3 centuries and had been running on passive maintenance for 30 years without being called for active operation, something shifted. Not dramatically, with the specific quality of things that have been patient for a long time and are now, for the first time in a while, needed, patient, without hurry, without alarm, with the simple readiness of something that has been maintaining itself in preparation. The first activation in 30 years. Wei Changshan looked at the tea plant for another moment. Then he refilled his cup, returned his attention to the morning's other items in the crystal report, and settled back into his chair with the composure of a man who has just received news he has been expecting and who finds in confirmation not alarm, but simply the beginning of the next phase of work. Outside, in the boundary stone on the lower slope, the mountain's identity inscription stirred in the granite, and the land claim inscription filed by the Tianlong Empire's surveyors began, character by character, to find a response it had not expected waiting in the stone it had tried to claim. Chapter 2 Luo Yanmei had wandered onto the mountain at 9 years old and had never left, and the simplest way to describe why was that she had never found a sufficient reason to. She had been on a sect expedition, attached to a traveling party she was too young to be part of in the capacity of elder's daughter who required supervision. The supervision had been casual. She had wandered off a mountain road. One of those early autumn mornings when the light through trees was doing something extraordinary and the interesting-looking path leading upwards seemed worth investigating, and had found herself following stone steps through old-growth forest that had the dense, self-organized quality of trees that had been growing in a place with exceptional spirit energy for a very long time. She had reached the second terrace before the mountain found her. Not dramatic. Not overwhelming in the way that cultivation novels described when they described formation pressure. They tended to describe it as a force that pressed in from outside, that tested and weighed. This was not that. This was a completeness in the ambient space, the quality of a room that had been prepared for presence and recognized when presence arrived. She had stood in the morning light on the second terrace and felt, for the first time in 9 years of being alive in a world that was frequently noisy and uncertain, that she was in a place that knew she was there and was not confused by it. She had stayed. Her sect had eventually stopped looking for her, or had found the mountain's lower path uninformative, or had decided she was lost beyond recovery. She had been on the mountain long enough, by then, to understand that all 3 explanations were probably true. 30 years later, she was sole transformation rank, the mountain's sole human resident aside from Wei Changshan, its primary interface with the outside world, and possessed of a working knowledge of approximately 40% of its formation systems, more than enough to manage daily operations, More than enough to understand most of what Wei described when he described the mountain's technical architecture. Not quite enough to have built any of it herself. She was in the spirit herb garden on the second terrace, kneeling in the formation-infused soil with her hands around the base of an iron fern she'd been tending for 3 years, when the boundary stone pulse reached her. Low, originating deep in the lower mountain's stone, with the character of the outer gate network beginning to stir. She had learned the formation network's ambient baseline the way one learns a familiar room's ambient sounds, not by paying attention to them, but by registering when something is different. This was different. She brushed the soil from her hands and climbed the stone path from the garden to the cave entrance. Wei Changshan was in his chair, which was where he always was. In 30 years, she had found him elsewhere twice. Once at the summit during the lightning storm, and once in the lower cave corridor where he had gone to verify a formation node, and had then stood for 4 full days apparently absorbed in the node's inscription geometry before she had gone looking for him. He had seemed mildly puzzled to be found, as though the 4 days had passed without his particular attention to their passage. The boundary stones pulsed, she said. Yes. He turned the crystal in its socket slightly toward her so she could see its current color. The amber settled back toward resting depth, but the character of the administrative pulse still readable in its saturation for someone trained to look. The Tianlong Empire has filed a land claim inscription on Qingwei Peak. Imperial Standard Format, version 3, fully compliant with current administrative law. She sat on her bench, the small stone bench she had placed beside the cave entrance in her 6th year on the mountain. Once she'd identified that this was the natural location for a significant proportion of important conversations, and the cave floor was not adequate for extended sitting. She looked at the crystal, then at him, with the quality of someone confirming that they have understood correctly before responding. A land claim inscription, a complete and legally binding one. On the mountain. On the mountain. She considered what she knew about the Tianlong Empire's territorial processes, which was moderately detailed from the bulletins she gathered at the trading town. Standard annexation, file claim, deploy survey team, assess obstacle, apply force if necessary, incorporate territory. Clean and practiced. They had done it 8 times in 20 years. Do you want me to go to their survey camp? Present myself as your representative. Formally communicate that the mountain is occupied, that the occupant objects. I already sent a message through the stone, he said. The land claim inscription in the boundary granite has been overwritten at the formation layer. The Tianlong Imperial seal has been replaced by the mountain's own seal. A formation signature I have been building as the mountain's legal identity inscription for approximately 200 years. It predates the Empire's declaration by 290 years. Anyone with sufficient formation sight to read inscription layers will find the mountain's prior claim. She thought about what this meant practically. The survey team won't have that level of formation sight. Their foundation establishment at most. No, they will not notice. He picked up his cup. But the record is accurate now. The accuracy matters regardless of who observes it. Inscriptions are true because of what they contain, not because of who reads them. She had learned to sit with this aspect of his thinking. The formation artist's deep conviction that the inscription itself was the reality, and the question of who could read it was secondary to the question of whether it was correct. And the military response, she asked. Their survey report will flag formation interference. The Grand Artificer will assess it. If his assessment is wrong, it will be wrong, he said. He does not have sufficient close-range observation data to assess correctly. He will attribute what the survey team experienced to passive residual formation activity. He will authorize military advance. 500 soldiers, standard show of force deployment, within 6 weeks by their typical operational timeline. And when they arrive? He set his cup down and looked at the morning light on the cave entrance stones. The faint inscription patterns in the granite doing their usual morning thing of catching the low-angle light and refracting it in a specific way that formation-inscribed stone refracted light differently from uninscribed stone. He had looked at this site every morning for 300 years, and it remained pleasant. Then they will experience the mountain, he said. And the mountain will communicate its nature in a language more precise than anything I could write in a letter. She looked at the mountain around them, the stone paths, the old trees visible on the terrace below, the morning mist collecting in the valley. Patient. Complete. Everything in its correct place. She had a different question, one she had been turning over since she came up from the garden. The mountain seal, the one you placed in the boundary stone. The formation identity you've been building for 200 years. What does it actually claim? He set his cup down. It claims that Qingwei Peak is a named domain with a continuous formation history predating the current administrative era by 3 centuries. It claims that the domain has an identified practitioner of record. It claims that the practitioner has invested the domain with sufficient formation work to constitute a legal equivalent of improvement under the older frameworks that recognized such investment. He paused. It claims, in short, that the mountain is not land. It is work, and work, under the principles that governed cultivation territories for the first 2,000 years of organized cultivation, cannot be claimed as unoccupied simply because its occupant prefers not to attend administrative hearings. She absorbed this. The empire won't accept that argument. The empire is not the audience, he said. The audience is the record. The record will be read someday by someone with sufficient formation sight, and they will find that the mountain made its claim in the proper form and at the proper time. What they do with that information will be their own business. He picked up his cup again. I have been doing things in the proper form for 3 centuries regardless of whether anyone with authority was watching. I do not intend to change that now because the relevant authority is 50 years from existing. She sat with this for a moment. It was, she had decided years ago, the most distinctive thing about him, his complete independence from the need for his actions to be validated by any audience in the present. He wrote correct inscriptions in stones that no one could read. He maintained records that no one would examine. He built a mountain for the mountain's own sake and for the principle that it should be built correctly. It was, she sometimes thought, the most cultivator thing about him, and the most inhuman. I'll go to the trading town next week, she said. Get a sense of what the town knows. Yes, and the 3rd shelf tea from the supply shop if they have it. The 2nd shelf has been adequate, but the 3rd shelf is better and their Southern Hills stock should be in by now. She nodded. She went back to the garden, and as she descended the stone path, she heard behind her the faint double-tone chime of a secondary formation layer engaging, not the outer gate, which was still hours from being called, but one of the monitoring relays shifting from passive to observational. The mountain had been told to pay attention, and it was paying attention, and outside on the lower slope the survey team's compasses were spinning in a way that the lead surveyor had not yet decided how to document accurately. Chapter 3 Surveyor Fong Chao was a precise man who had built his professional reputation on the reliability of his results, and the mountain was producing results he could not make reliable by any technique he had available. He had been measuring terrain for the Tianlong Empire for 14 years. 11 claimed territories mapped. Survey data for 6 garrison towns. A record without a significant error. He maintained his instruments with the careful regularity of a craftsman who understood that his professional value was exactly as reliable as his tools, and his tools had been calibrated in the capital not 3 weeks before this survey assignment. The problem was not the instruments. He had confirmed this by testing each instrument against the others, by releveling the theodolite on the same points with different operators, by switching instruments between setups, and checking whether the discrepancy followed the instrument or the location. The discrepancy followed the location. Every instrument, on any setup within approximately 200 meters of the mountain's base, returned inconsistent results. Not the same inconsistency each time. That would have been explainable. A fixed offset or scaling error, some atmospheric or geological interference that affected all measurements in the same direction. What he was getting was different values from different setups on the same face, measuring the same slope, using the same level points. The western face had given him 48 degrees, 31 degrees, and a negative 23 that he had struck from the record because it was geometrically impossible. It cannot be instrument error, he said, for the 6th time, and his junior surveyor Yao Bin had the expression of a young man who had run out of counter-arguments and was maintaining his position through inertia. Then what is it? Said Yao Bin. This was the question Fong Chao could not answer in terms that belonged in an official survey log. He was foundation establishment. Enough cultivation for basic spiritual sense extension, enough to feel the density of a spirit vein if he stood directly on it, not enough for formation sight or inscription reading. He could feel that the space near the mountain had a quality, not a threatening quality, not spiritual pressure, not the weight that strong practitioners sometimes radiated in proximity, something more structural, as though the arrangement of the air itself had been modified at a level he couldn't quite resolve, as though the mountain's space had been organized for purposes he couldn't see. He did not write this in his log. What he wrote, triangulation results inconsistent across 3 instruments and 4 measurement positions. Inconsistency pattern not consistent with standard error models. Ambient conditions near mountain base appear to affect instrument calibration in non-standard ways. Results differ by direction and position rather than by a fixed offset. Recommends specialist assessment with formation range capabilities before boundary finalization can be authorized. Then they made camp, and he built the fire with the precise movements of 14 years of field work, tinder placement, flint position, body angle for optimal spark direction. The tinder caught the spark, held it for 3 heartbeats, and went out. He tried again. The same sequence. Same result. He checked the tinder, dry, from the center of his pack. He changed his position. He tried a different flint. He asked Yao Bin to try from the other side of the camp simultaneously, so they could compare. Both attempts caught, and went out at nearly identical intervals. They ate cold rations in the dark, and Fong Chao sat with the mountain's black silhouette 200 meters away, against the sky, and noticed the quality of the dark in the mountain's direction. It was denser, not in a way he could measure, not in a way he could put in an official document. But he had spent enough nights in the field, under enough different skies, to know when darkness felt like the absence of light, and when it felt like a presence of something else. He added to his log in the morning, fire suppression active within camp perimeter. Consistent with formation-based ambient maintenance effect. Strongly recommend formation specialist with active formation site capabilities before any approach to mountain proper. Note, recommend core formation minimum for approach team. Foundation establishment insufficient for assessment. He underlined the recommendation. He had underlined one other sentence in 14 years of official documentation. He looked at the underline for a moment and decided it was warranted. That morning, before submitting the report, he added one more section that he had been composing in his head all night. He wrote it with care, because it was the kind of observation that professional surveyors did not typically include in official reports, and he wanted to phrase it in a way that would survive being read by a superior officer without looking like he had taken leave of his professional senses. He wrote, "It is my personal observation, based on 14 years of field work and considerable experience with spirit vein adjacent terrain, that this mountain is not behaving like a site with residual formation activity. Residual formations are passive. They respond to fixed triggers in fixed ways, and their responses are consistent and repeatable. The effects I observed at Qingwei Peak are not consistent. They appear to respond to our specific activities in real time, in ways that suggest awareness of our presence and our actions. The darkness was directional. It was denser toward the mountain, as though the mountain were producing it. The fire suppression was immediate. It activated when we attempted to light fires, not before, and ceased when we abandoned the attempt. The measurement inconsistency varied by approach angle and instrument position in ways that resemble the behavior of a spatial formation adjusting its output based on what is being measured. He read this through once. He considered removing it. Then he submitted the report as written, including the personal observation section, because he had built his professional value on accuracy, and he was not going to start editing accuracy to protect his professional image at the expense of giving the decision-makers accurate information. He broke camp and moved 2 additional li down the valley road before making a new camp, unwilling to spend another night inside the mountain's ambient field. The new campsite had a permanent fire ring with stock dry wood from previous users, and his fire caught on the first light. He sat beside it and thought about the difference between this fire and the one that had refused to catch 2 li closer to the mountain. Distance. 2 li of distance, and fire was fire again. He thought about what that meant for soldiers ordered to operate inside that radius. Inside whatever boundary separated the normal from the not normal. He thought about whether 500 men with military formation training were equipped to work in a space where light and measurement and forward movement declined to behave as they should. He thought about this until the fire burned to coals. Then he slept. In the morning he filed his report and began the journey back to the capital feeling, with the specific discomfort of a professional who has reported accurately and does not know if accurate reporting will produce appropriate action, that the mountain was going to be more educational than anyone upstream of him had yet understood. The report went up the chain. The chain delivered it to Grand Artificer Peng Haoran's desk. And on the mountain, through a relay inscription in a boundary stone that had been reading imperial administrative documents for 2 centuries without anyone from the empire being aware of it, a resonance crystal in a stone chair arm pulsed amber, and the man seated beside it read the report 3 minutes before Peng Haoran did. Chapter 4 Grand Artificer Peng Haoran processed the survey report in the time it took him to read it through once. He was a soul transformation cultivator, one of fewer than 300 living at that rank in the entire empire, and the Imperial Formation Division's most senior active practitioner. He had been assessing formation sites for 60 years. He had encountered degraded historical formations at 14 different sites, in terrain ranging from lowland river courses to high-altitude peak installations, and he had developed through that experience an efficient diagnostic framework. Look at the symptom profile, match it against the known signatures of various formation types in various states of degradation, produce a probability-weighted assessment. The survey report's symptom profile matched the degraded historical formation signature cleanly. Measurement inconsistency. Check. Consistent with passive spatial distortion from a long-dormant formation running on residual spirit vein energy. Fire suppression. Check. Consistent with a persistent ambient maintenance formation that had been active for long enough to generate a stable suppression field at low energy expenditure. Spatial disorientation effects. Check. Instrument anomalies. Check. He wrote the assessment quickly and with the confidence of a man producing a result he has produced many times. Non-threatening. Passive. Residual. No active controller detected. Recommends specialist support for standard annexation survey as a precaution, but military annexation can proceed without delay. He signed it. He pressed his Grand Artificer seal to the document, the official seal he had commissioned 14 years ago from the Empire's most reputable seal carver, a square of hard formation stone engraved with the Imperial Formation seal and his rank inscription, verified by the Authentication Bureau, used without incident on several thousand documents since. He did not examine the seal at the crystal lattice level. There was no reason to. He had examined it when it was made. The Authentication Bureau had verified it when he filed it, and it had been in continuous, unproblematic use for 14 years. He pressed it to the document, and the document was official. What he did not linger on, as he filed the assessment and turned to his 7 other documents, was the aerial formation profile note. He had written unusual in his preliminary survey file and attributed it to natural spirit vein topology in the final assessment. He had made this attribution because the alternative, a constructed formation of this aerial scale, actively maintained by a single practitioner, required a practitioner of a caliber he had never encountered, and he had been in formation work for 60 years and had never encountered one. In the absence of positive evidence for the extraordinary, the ordinary explanation was the correct default. This was basic analytical discipline. He did not ask himself, on the morning of the assessment, why the aerial profile's specific character bore no resemblance to natural spirit vein topology as he had observed it at the 30-odd spirit vein sites he had assessed in his career. Natural spirit vein formations had a specific set of signatures, dispersed, driven by geological flow patterns, inconsistent at the edges. What he had seen in the aerial survey of Qingwei Peak was structured, coherent, the coherence of something that had been designed. He had seen this difference and had then explained it as natural, and the explanation had satisfied him in the moment because he had not been in a state of mind that morning to follow an uncomfortable implication to its conclusion. He was a busy man. The uncomfortable implication was filed away. In a cave 90 li away, a resonance crystal pulsed amber with the echo of his assessment, and the man reading that echo encountered the phrase "no active controller" detected with the quality of stillness one maintains when presented with a claim so thoroughly wrong that the wrongness itself is more informative than any correct statement would have been. No active controller. He had been actively controlling this formation network, continuously, for 300 years. The question of whether there was an active controller was not a question. The active controller was having tea. He read the full assessment through 3 times, which was 1 more time than he normally read anything, because Peng Hauren's report was in some ways more interesting than its conclusions. The conclusions were wrong, but the analysis leading to them was competent. It was the analysis of a practitioner who had correctly identified the symptom profile of an old, degraded formation and had correctly applied the standard diagnostic framework to it. The framework just happened to be the wrong one. The symptoms that looked like degraded formation residue, the measurement inconsistency, the fire suppression, the ambient quality, were also the symptoms of a very sophisticated active formation that had been designed, specifically, to look like degraded formation residue. He had not designed the mountain's outer formations to look passive deliberately. He had designed them to be effective, and the most effective outer formation was one that produced confusion without alarm. The degraded residue appearance was a consequence of that design rather than a deliberate deception, but it had the same effect as deliberate deception, which he found satisfying in the way that good engineering was satisfying. The outcome was correct without requiring him to do anything additional. He noted in his formation log, Grand Artificer Peng Hauren's assessment is competent within the limits of an incorrect diagnostic framework. The man has 60 years of formation experience applied to a situation his framework does not have a category for. His error is instructive. It identifies which of the mountain's apparent characteristics are most effective at producing the degraded formation misidentification. The misdirection web's spatial profile reads most convincingly as passive. The fire suppression ambient reads correctly as low-energy residual. These are worth noting for future reference. He added, no adjustments to current preparation schedule needed. The outer formation profile is performing as designed. He paused, then added one more line. This is not quite true. The profile is performing better than designed, because I did not design it to look passive, it does this on its own. This is one of the more pleasant surprises of long-running formation work. Occasionally, the formations develop characteristics beyond their inscription. The mountain has been learning what the world expects to see. He set the log down. Luo Yanmei, descending the mountain's lower path toward the trading town that same afternoon, felt the ambient formation pulse shift in a way she'd learned over 30 years to associate with Wei Changshan receiving interesting information. She paused on the stone steps, looking up toward the cave, considering whether to go back and ask. Then she decided that if it were urgent, he would have called her through the formation relay. He had a specific pulse sequence for that, and continued toward the valley. She did not know that as she walked, the mountain around her was reading the same document she would hear a week's worth of rumors about in Shuyan, reading it in real time, through a relay mechanism 2 centuries old, through the seal of the man who had authorized the military force that would be on this mountain's path within 5 weeks. She did not know because Wei had not told her about the seal relay, and she had not asked. There were, she had concluded early in her time on the mountain, more things in the mountain than she had questions for. Then he set the log aside and returned to his tea, and the assessment was filed, and the military authorization was processed, and the Tianlong Empire began moving 500 soldiers toward a mountain whose active controller was currently watching through his formation network as his deer grazed on the lower slope, and his tea cooled in his cup, and the mountain was already paying attention to every word. Chapter 5. Shi Guang did not knock, had never knocked, and would not have known what purpose knocking served. He appeared in the cave entrance at his usual morning time with the uprightness of something that did not have a more casual mode of physical organization, and he began his daily report. He had been carved from the mountain's own stone and animated with a formation that had taken Wei Changshan 11 months to write. The longest single inscription he had produced on the mountain, considerably longer than the Phantom Labyrinth's full architecture and comparable in complexity, though different in kind, to the Outer Gate Relay Network. The 11 months had been necessary because the inscription that animated a stone figure was not simply a control structure. It was, in the end, a kind of argument. An argument about what kind of thing a stone figure should be, what it should notice, what it should report, what it should consider relevant. Wei had decided to give it steadiness, precision, and the capacity for factual observation without interpretive layering. He had not tried to give it personality. The personality had developed anyway, the way all things developed something like personality when they spend enough time in proximity to formation energy and intentional focus. Shi Guang had become, over 200 years, direct, reliable, unhurried, and in possession of a specific kind of blunt opinion that operated more like established fact than evaluation. If Shi Guang said the deer seemed well, the deer were well. If Shi Guang said the crystal was warm, the crystal was warm, and something had warmed it. 17 deer, he said. Standard opening. All present. The fawns. Present. 3 young ones on the western gate approach path. They've been there for 2 days. A pause with the quality of an addendum. They like the grass. The grass has been absorbing western gate ambient energy for 80 years. It's probably developed a nutritional profile unusual for that elevation. He was not concerned. The deer were not disrupting the gate mechanics. Shi Guang would have reported that first. They won't bother the nodes. They stay on the path section. They don't approach the nodes. Good. He had designed the lower slopes animal interaction protocols in his 47th year, after a prolonged period during which animals had been occasionally triggering the formation network in ways that generated false positive alerts. The protocols guided large wildlife gently away from the active formation components while leaving the paths clear for normal animal movement. The deer had found the western gate grass independently. This was within the scope of the design. And the resonance crystals? Western gate specifically. All functional. The Shi Guang pause. 3rd crystal from the south end is warm. Ambient absorption or recent loading? Recent loading. Sustained. Light. No technique. A moment. Like a hand against a wall. He pulled the formation log from its shelf and made the note. Western gate south crystal loaded from sustained light contact. No technique. Consistent with Foundation establishment boundary exploration. Survey team has moved closer than their reported camp position. They are pressing against the outer boundary with instruments and presence, trying to understand what they are feeling by the texture of what pushes back. He added the estimate. Approximately 6 weeks to military advance. Layer 8 secondary node installation needed within this week. Tea plant morning water required. Leaves looking thin. He set the log down and looked out at the morning. The mountain in its normal condition. Deer distributed across their usual areas. The 3 fawns on the western gate grass. The boundary crystals running their quiet reports. The formation network in its morning breathing rhythm. One outstanding maintenance item. 6 weeks. He had, as he always had on this mountain, all the time he needed. Tell me the condition of the western gate stone itself, he said. Beyond the crystal. The gate stones specifically. Shi Guang considered this with the brief internal processing that preceded his more detailed observations. Gate stones clean. No erosion beyond expected 300-year weathering. Formation characters on the eastern gate stone slightly faded in the top register. Ambient has been compensating, but the top register inscription is approaching the point where it should be refreshed. He noted this too. Eastern gate stone top register inscription, refresh within the year. Not urgent. The ambient compensation was handling it, but good practice to stay ahead of inscription fading rather than waiting for the compensation to run out. He appreciated Shi Guang's observational range. The golem noticed things at the mountain's physical surface that Wei himself, monitoring through the formation network's sensory field, sometimes missed. The way the formation site gave a different kind of information from the information available to something that was physically present and looking with stone eyes. Both were valuable. They were, over 200 years, a good combination. Is there anything else? He asked. No. A pause. The fawns are healthy. All three. He had not asked about the fawns specifically, but Shi Guang had apparently decided this was worth reporting anyway. Good, he said. Shi Guang departed, and Wei Changshan returned to his tea, and to the theoretical sketch of the convergence spiral that he had been developing in the back of his notation since the previous week. The concept of a formation that routed multiple simultaneous approach vectors to a single collection point without producing the visible pattern that experienced formation practitioners would identify as collection architecture. It was an interesting problem. He had always liked the interesting problems. The challenge was in the routing geometry's signature. When multiple paths were redirected toward a common point, the redirection created a characteristic spatial curvature that any practitioner with formation sight could detect. Everything bent inward, and the bending was visible in the way that grooves in wood were visible to someone who knew how to read grain. He had been trying, in his theoretical sketches, to find a routing mechanism that produced a different kind of signature, something that looked, to formation sight, not like convergent routing, but like natural spatial irregularity. He had three approaches. The first involved distributing the routing energy across the mountain's ambient field rather than concentrating it in specific channels. This made the signature diffuse, less readable, but also made the routing less precise. The second involved using the spirit vein's own energy flows as the routing medium, hiding the formation's work inside the mountain's natural movement. This was more elegant, but required an intimacy with the vein's flow patterns that took years to develop. He had those years. He began sketching the second approach's junction point geometry, working through the specific problem of how to make the vein flow routing intersect with the collection point without creating a flow concentration that would be immediately visible. The tea cooled. He did not notice. Outside, on the lower slope, the survey team pressed its instruments against the boundary, and the boundary pressed back with the patient, specific resistance of something that knew the difference between being touched and being understood, and was not in any hurry to explain that difference to people who hadn't asked the right question yet. Chapter 6 Shuyun was a town that had been in the shadow of Qingwei Peak for 8 centuries and had developed, in that time, a stable operational relationship with the mountain. Not reverence. The mountain's resident did not seem to invite or need reverence, and the one time a local merchant had climbed the lower path to offer gifts, he had found himself back at the market square after what felt like 20 minutes of walking that had produced no visible progress, slightly confused and significantly thoughtful. Not fear, though the lower slope had a reputation that functioned as an effective discouragement to casual trespassers. Something more like functional awareness. The mountain was occupied. The occupant was competent. Everyone left everyone else alone. The arrangement had been good for the valley's ambient energy quality, which was noticeably higher than neighboring valleys. The spirit vein beneath the mountain distributed its excess through the valley's geology in ways that enriched the soil and the local formation herb meadows, and made cultivator training for the town's handful of practitioners considerably easier than it would have been without a well-maintained formation network managing the vein's output. Most people in Shuyun did not think about this explicitly. They simply noticed that the valley was good to live in. Luo Yanmei arrived on a bright morning 10 days after the boundary pulse. She had her cloth bag and her list. The third shelf tea from the supply shop's new Southern Hills source, 2 grades of formation ink, a replacement writing brush in the quality Wei had used for 11 years before the last one's tip split, and the Cultivators Trading Consortium monthly bulletin. She gathered these items with the efficiency of 28 years of the same trip, and she listened with the specific, unfocused attention she had developed for monitoring situations without appearing to monitor them. The town was louder than its normal market day register. She identified this within the first circuit of the market. Voices pitched slightly high, Conversations following the same thematic loop rather than moving on, the body language of people circulating significant news. The Tianlong Empire's army camp 2 days east. 6,000 soldiers. Spirit vein access at Qingwei Peak. The general regional question, would the hermit go or stay? The operational wisdom in Shuyun divided into 2 main positions as she listened to it. The pragmatic position, of course he would go. One man against an empire's army made no military sense. Resettlement offers from the Tianlong Empire were known to be generous, and 300 years of work on a mountain was still just work. It could be abandoned and rebuilt elsewhere. The sentimental position. He had been there since before anyone's grandparents were born. The mountain had something to do with how good the valley was, and it was worth noting that the mountain had a reputation that the empire might find more educational than their assessment suggested. Neither position was asking the right question, which was not would he go, but could the mountain be taken, and the answer to that question was not available from outside the mountain. Near the inn she caught the soldier's comment. The hermit will run when he sees the regiment. They always do. Smart move to run. He said it with the comfortable certainty of someone reporting a predictable sequence. Not hostile, not particularly interested. The kind of certainty that came from having seen this type of situation resolve identically several times and seeing no reason why this one would be different. She bought the last of her supplies. She began the 2-hour walk back up the valley. She arrived at the cave, put the water on, carried 2 cups to the cave, and reported. She went through the town's information systematically. The army size, the camp location, the timeline indicators, the town's divided opinion, the soldier's comment. Wei Changshan listened without interrupting or changing his expression. When she reached the soldier's remark, smart move to run, she watched him receive it with the specific quality of attention he brought to information that was interesting not for its content, but for what its content revealed about the state of the person who had produced it. Run, he said. Not a question. Not with amusement, not with irritation. With the quality of a man processing a word that has been offered as applicable to his situation and finding, upon examination, that its applicability cannot be located. He turned the word once more. Run. Then he set it down, having weighed it and found it inapplicable, and was quiet for a moment. The soldier, he said, is not wrong about what typically happens. The standard outcome when a regional power presents force to a lone practitioner is that the practitioner relocates. They may do so peacefully, or after a brief demonstration of capability that establishes the terms of the relocation, but they relocate. It is the rational choice in most situations. He picked up his cup. The soldier has a model of the situation based on accurate information about how these situations usually resolve. But, she said, because there was clearly a but. But the model assumes the practitioner is the primary defensive resource. That the practitioner's strength is the defense, and the practitioner's absence therefore removes the defense. He looked at the cave entrance, at the old stone and the inscription marks and the tea plant on the ledge. The mountain is the defense. I am the person who built it. Those are different things. An army removing me from this mountain would not acquire the mountain. It would acquire a trap that they had removed the only person who could disarm it, which is a different situation from the one the soldier is describing. She looked at the mountain around them. She thought about this. Have you thought about what happens if they try to take the mountain with you still in it? Extensively, he said. For approximately the last 90 years. The theoretical work on the deeper formation layers below layer 12 represents my working conclusions. He took a sip. I have also thought about what happens if they succeed, which requires imagining an adversary of a caliber I have not yet encountered. I have designed the mountain's responses to that scenario as well. The responses are in the stone. They do not require my presence to operate. She was quiet for a while, thinking about what that meant. Then she said, You built the mountain to work without you. I built the mountain to protect itself, he said. That is the same thing. Then he set it down, having weighed it and found it inapplicable, and returned to his tea with the composure of someone whose situation has not changed and who sees no reason to respond as though it had. Chapter 7 Prince Zhao Liang ran a campaign tent that was orderly and well lit, and he received his briefings at a central table with maps open and officers present and a pot of good tea at his elbow. These were habits he had maintained across 12 campaigns, partly from genuine preference, and partly from the observation that the physical quality of a decision-making environment influenced the quality of the decisions made in it. An orderly space produced orderly thinking. Good maps produced accurate assessment. Good tea produced something slightly above baseline alertness that compounded over the length of a campaign into better aggregate judgment. He had not lost a campaign. He was aware of this fact the way successful people became aware of their record, not as pride exactly, but as a calibration point. The record told him something about his assessment methods and when to trust them. He received the Qingwei Peak briefing with the same systematic focus he brought to all operational planning. Resource value. The spirit vein was significant, Goldwood confluence type, deep current, estimated production value sufficient to support an accelerated cultivation camp for 3,000 soldiers over 2 years with average advancement of 1 full cultivation stage per practitioner. This was worth the investment of a show of force operation. Obstacle. Single resident, elderly, no sect support, no known combat record, 1 formation assessment on file from the Grand Artificer. Assessment. Non-threatening, passive, residual. He asked about Peng Howren's preliminary note, the word unusual, appearing without follow-up. He changed the characterization between preliminary and final assessment, said Major Chun Wei. He did not annotate the change. Why did he change it? He didn't explain, Your Highness. Zhao Liang looked at his map. The gap between preliminary and final without explanation was not unusual in formation assessments. Formation specialists sometimes cleaned up their preliminary notes for the final document, smoothing over ambiguity to produce an actionable conclusion. Sometimes this was appropriate. Sometimes it buried something that should have been surfaced. Bring him. Peng Howren arrived in formal assessment robes, which was the professional signal that what followed was official opinion. He stood before the prince's table with the posture of a man who has been called to address something he has been hoping not to address. Walk me through the preliminary note. What did you see that you called unusual? Peng Howren took a controlled breath. The mountain's aerial formation profile, observed from altitude above the canopy. The profile has characteristics that are not consistent with natural spirit vein topology, as I have observed it at comparable sites. It has structural density and internal coherence consistent with constructed formation work rather than natural formation. I characterized it as natural in the final document because I could not confirm constructed origin from aerial observation alone, and the alternative, a constructed formation at this scale, actively maintained, would require a practitioner whose capability level significantly exceeds anything I have encountered in 60 years of field work. So you gave it the simpler explanation. Yes, Your Highness. And your confidence in the simpler explanation? A pause. Incomplete, said Peng Howren, which was not the word he wanted to use, but was the most honest one available. Zhao Liang looked at him steadily. He was 26 years old and had not lost a campaign partly because he was good at deciding how much weight to give expert uncertainty, when it was noise, when it was signal, when it needed more information before resolution. He made his calculation. 1 old practitioner, no support, no combat record. Even if Peng Howren's uncertainty was warranted, the scale of the opposition was a single person. Single persons could be managed. 500, standard deployment, he said. You go with the advance unit. Full survey equipment. Objective is information. I want a close observation revised assessment before any escalation beyond show of force. He looked at Peng Howren directly. If your revised assessment changes your threat level, I hear it before my officers do. Yes, Your Highness. Peng Howren withdrew. He had been given an order and a timeline and a specific objective. Close observation, formation assessment, revised threat evaluation before any escalation. These were clear. He was good at clear objectives. He had 60 years of training in exactly this kind of professional task, and he had always delivered. He sat in his tent and spread his preliminary survey materials on his camp desk, the sketches and data records from the aerial observation 2 weeks prior. He looked at the aerial formation profile sketch. He had drawn it himself, from his own formation site observation at altitude, and it was accurate. He drew what he saw, not what he expected to see. The profile showed layered construction of an unprecedented degree of coherence and density. He had labeled it natural, at the time, the question mark his private hedge against the implication. He removed the question mark now, not as a commitment to the other conclusion, but because the hedge was no longer intellectually honest. He wrote constructed in its place. Not confirmed. He had not been close enough to read the inscription layer. But constructed was the working hypothesis that better fit the available data, and it was time to work from the better hypothesis rather than the comfortable one. He thought about what constructed meant in practical terms. It meant someone had built this. Building this profile, this coherence, this scale, required decades at minimum, more likely centuries. It meant the practitioner on this mountain had been building his defenses for a very long time, which meant the practitioner was old, which meant his cultivation base had had a very long time to develop as well, which meant the soft removal estimate of 2 to 4 weeks was built on a false foundation. In his private notes, beside the word constructed, he wrote, I cannot name what I am looking at. He had written something like this once before, 30 years ago, when he had encountered something beyond his training. He had been wrong then in a way that cost lives. He sat in his tent with the specific nagging quality of familiarity that he did not want to have, and thought about what he would see at close range in the morning. He hoped the morning's observation would resolve it in the direction that made the Empire's operation simpler. He did not sleep well. Chapter 8 The Formation Log had 47 volumes, and Wei Changshan was a quarter of the way through the 47th. The first volume's entries were daily and dense, covering the mountain's initial survey, the formation residue he'd found in the stone from predecessors long dead, the spirit vein's condition and distribution map, his first-year plans for what to build and where to build it. Reading those entries now, in the intervals when he reviewed old volumes for historical reference, he could see the difference between a young practitioner's thorough documentation and the current log's more selective record. He had, in the early years, written down everything. Now he wrote what mattered. He pulled volume 47 from its shelf on the morning of the 36th day after the Empire's declaration and reviewed the Layer 8 notation. Layer 8, the compression field. A formation covering the mountain's inner approach corridor network, keyed to increase perceived weight and density of movement through it. Not through actual gravitational modification, which was outside the scope of formation work in most practical applications, but through the formation art mechanism of spatial density, modifying the perceived resistance of space in ways that made forward movement progressively more difficult, the way wading through increasingly dense medium was more difficult than wading through clear water. Strong cultivators could push through it. Moderate ones found it exhausting. Weak ones found it impassable without retreat. The stalactite problem. Third passage, left fork, inner cave system. A stalactite carrying a crystal node for 200 years had shifted 3 centimeters over the past decade. Ordinary geological movement. Nothing alarming. Simply the slow repositioning of stone under long-term influence of weight and thermal variation. The shift had created a gap in the field's coverage. A 2-meter-wide corridor at approximately shoulder height, where the density dropped from full to 60%. A void return cultivator pressing through that section with focused intent could manage it without significant impediment. Resolution determined. Secondary node on the opposing wall at the correct height to fill the gap. Materials confirmed in inner cave storage. Installation scheduled for this week. He ran through the full monthly formation review in order. Layer 1, the misdirection web. 312 years old. His first construction on this mountain, built in his second year before he had fully understood what the mountain was going to become. He had rebuilt it twice. Once in his 42nd year when the original inscription's energy base was showing signs of depletion, and once in his 181st year when he had developed the activation method for the intent-keyed mode that allowed full active deployment without triggering the formation for casual visitors. In its current form, it was the most efficient formation on the mountain. Lowest energy per unit of deterrence, widest coverage, most consistent performance. He tested it with a brief activation pulse. 73 boundary stones responded in correct coordination sequence. Full charge. No maintenance needed. Layer 2, the gravity reversal field. Intent keyed, mid-slope. This was the formation he was proudest of from a design perspective, not because it was powerful, but because the intent keying mechanism was elegant. A formation that responded only to hostile approach intent was, in practice, invisible to any observer who was not actively hostile, which made it unmappable through casual observation. The only way to map it was to trigger it, and triggering it required hostile intent, and hostile intent meant you were now dealing with the full force of the field. He had tested this paradox in his mind for a long time before building the formation, and had concluded that the paradox was a feature. Stable. Full charge. Layer 3, the Phantom Labyrinth. 48 false environments. Full diagnostic ran cleanly. He reviewed the new 48th environment, the stone corridor with identical doors at regular intervals, each opening onto the same corridor. He had built it in a reflective afternoon while thinking about the specific quality of hope that kept people opening doors when every door revealed the same room. It was elegant. He was satisfied with it. Layers 4 through 7. Reviewed. Stable. No concerns. Layer 8. Stalactite gap confirmed. Secondary node installation this week. Layers 9 through 12. Reviewed. Stable. He closed the log. He opened a fresh notation sheet and began the theoretical work for the convergence spiral, which was a formation concept he had been developing in the background of his thinking for approximately 8 months, since the point where it had become evident that the Tianlong Empire's territorial ambitions were moving in Qingwei Peak's direction and that a multi-vector coordinated assault was a plausible eventual scenario. The convergence spiral's purpose was specific. Route multiple simultaneous approach vectors to a single collection point without producing the visible pattern that experienced formation practitioners identified as collection architecture. Standard collection formations had a characteristic inward curvature signature. Everything bent toward the center, and the bending was readable in the spatial field the way a drain was readable in still water. He needed a routing mechanism that hid that signature. He had 3 possible approaches in his theoretical sketches. The first approach, distributed routing through the ambient field, making the signature diffuse. This reduced the signature's readability, but also reduced routing precision. Acceptable for 3 or 4 approach vectors, but probably inadequate for 6 or more. He set it aside as a backup. The second approach, routing through the spirit veins' natural energy flows, using the mountain's own geological currents as the transport medium. This was more elegant. The vein's energy had its own directional signature, and the convergence routing, running through it, would be hidden inside that existing signature the way a message could be hidden inside a longer document. The difficulty was in the junction point geometry, where the vein's flow intersected with the collection point. There would be a concentration of energy that was visible regardless of the routing method. He needed to solve the junction problem. He worked on this for an hour. The solution, when it arrived, was simple enough to be satisfying. The junction point did not need to be a point. It needed to be a distributed zone. The collection energy spread across a volume rather than concentrated at a location, so that the concentration appeared as ambient enrichment rather than formation activity. He sketched this in rapid characters, noting the inscription requirements. It was a good problem solved well. He returned to his tea, which had cooled completely, and drank it anyway. Outside the mountain, the survey team's instruments continued to fail to measure it correctly, and the mountain continued to take no particular notice. Chapter 9. You could warn them formally, said Luo Yinmei. She was at the cave entrance with the watering can, attending to the tea plant as she did every morning. The plant sat on the ledge in the low morning sun with the composure of something that has been watered every morning for 60 years and has organized its growth around that reliable fact. She was being thorough with the water today because she'd noticed the soil was dry yesterday, which meant she had let it go too long between waterings, which was a lapse she preferred not to repeat. Wei Changshan was in his chair with his notation sheet, working through the convergent spirals routing geometry. He had 2 possible approaches to the non-signature routing problem and was working through the energetics of the second one, which seemed more tractable than the first but had a problem at the junction points that he hadn't resolved yet. Warn them, he said. Not a question, a repetition for processing purposes. A written communication, delivered through standard courier to the army camp before they advance. She set the can down. Or through me. I could present myself at the camp as your representative and communicate directly that the mountain is occupied, has been occupied for 3 centuries, and that the occupant objects to the land claim and requests that it be reconsidered before any military action is initiated. Under what legal authority does the objection carry weight? She stopped. Under the Tianlong Empire's current administrative law, Qingwei Peak has been officially declared unclaimed territory. The declaration is legally complete. The prior framework that would have given me standing to object, the Old Kingdom's hermit territory protection, was superseded when the Empire absorbed that kingdom 8 years ago. The older cultivation tradition frameworks that recognized formation domain sovereignty as a class of property right exist in historical archives, not in any operative legal structure the Empire is required to recognize. He made a notation mark. A letter from me would be an informal communication from a private individual with no legal standing, asserting a claim the Empire has already declared superseded. They would receive it, note it, and proceed. The moral argument, she said. 3 centuries of occupation. The work you've done on the mountain. Some recognition of the Empire has no mechanism for responding to moral arguments outside the legal framework, he said. That is not a criticism of the Empire specifically. It is how administrative states function. They operate through legally defined processes, and things outside those processes are handled by incorporating them into the processes or ignoring them. My letter, having no legal standing, would be incorporated as evidence of the obstacle's awareness of the situation and ignored as a substantive objection. She sat down on her bench. She was quiet for a moment, working through this with the thoroughness she applied to arguments she didn't want to accept but couldn't dismiss. So there's nothing to say. There is nothing to say that a letter can say more efficiently than the mountain says it by being what it is. He looked up from his notation for a moment. A letter is a claim. The mountain is a demonstration. The demonstration is more accurate, more complete, and more persuasive than any written claim I could make, because it is not subject to the Empire's legal framework for evaluating claims. It simply is. When they encounter it, they will have encountered a fact rather than an argument, and facts require a different response than arguments. And the soldiers who encounter it? Their safety. He set down his brush entirely, and turned to face her with the full quality of attention he gave to questions he considered genuinely important. The outer formations are containment architecture, not combat architecture. A soldier entering the Phantom Labyrinth enters a stable, false environment with adequate air and ambient spirit energy for indefinite physical sustenance. He will be lost, persistently, without hope of finding his own way out. But he will not be harmed by the environment itself. The gravity reversal field is acutely disorienting but causes no physiological damage to healthy cultivators. The compression field prevents forward progress through the inner corridors but does not prevent retreat. He paused. The mountain does not kill people who have not reached me. I designed it that way deliberately. If I had wanted a killing formation, I would have built one. What I built is a home that is impossible to enter uninvited, which is different, and I have been precise about the difference for 300 years. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded, not agreement exactly, but the acknowledgement that this was a complete answer and further pressing would not produce a different one. Water the tea plant well this morning, he said, returning to his notation. The soil was dry yesterday. I noticed when the morning light came through the pot's drainage hole at a different angle than usual. It's been 2 days since the last watering. She looked at the tea plant. She looked at the pot. She looked at the drainage hole. She watered it carefully, more slowly than usual, watching the soil absorb the water to verify its actual moisture level. He had been right. The soil was drier than it looked. How do you know all of it? She asked, while she watered. Not the mountain specifically. In general. You know where the soldiers are in the formation. You know what Pung Howren seal inscription says without leaving the cave. You know the tea plant soil is dry from inside the cave. All of it. How much of the mountain are you actually perceiving at once? He thought about this. It was not a question he was often asked, because most people who visited the mountain either didn't know to ask it or didn't know enough about formation networks to ask it usefully. At the moment, he said, I have complete sensory coverage from the outer boundary stones to the upper terrace. The formation network's sensory field is continuous across that range. I receive spatial position, movement, pressure, energy signature, and intent indicator data for everything within it. He paused. Below the upper terrace, in the deep cave system, the coverage is more selective. I maintain full coverage along the approach corridors and key nodes, partial coverage elsewhere. And outside the mountain, the courier stamp, the seal relay, discrete points connected to the mountain's network through inscription relay. Not continuous coverage, specific data points I inscribed into specific objects, which transmit specific information when certain conditions are met. He picked up his cup. The mountain covers the mountain. The discrete relays cover the world. I find it useful to monitor. She thought about this while she finished watering. How much of the world is that? Currently, the Imperial Formation Seal Relay. 3 boundary stones in towns within a day's travel. A courier relay at the Valley Post Station. A brief pause. And the inscription I placed in the stone of the old scholars' library in the capital 40 years ago, which has a pleasant view of their main reading room and has provided intermittent information about cultivation research trends ever since. She looked at him. You have an inscription in the capital's scholars' library. I was curious about their research program, he said simply. She watered the tea plant and decided this was not the most surprising thing she had learned on this mountain, and returned to the garden without saying anything further. She would wonder later how he had noticed the angle of light through a drainage hole while sitting in a chair 4 meters inside a cave, and would conclude that the answer was probably that he had been watching the pot for 60 years and knew what normal looked like well enough that abnormal, however small, was legible to him without specific attention. After 30 years on the mountain, this no longer surprised her. Chapter 10 Captain Deng Ru had been a core formation cultivator for 6 years, promoted from the field on demonstrated competence rather than sect connection, and he processed the mountain the way he processed all difficult terrain, by observing exactly what was happening, resisting the impulse to explain it away, and reporting it accurately to the people responsible for acting on accurate information. He took his position at the head of the column at dawn. 500 soldiers behind him in good order, experienced, well-equipped, core formation through nascent soul. Second Lieutenant Bao Sheng at his shoulder with a full formation detection kit that represented the Empire's standard field-grade formation survey equipment. The advance assignment. Walk 20 meters of path. Assess visible conditions. Report. The path was wide stone, old flat material, the gray of something laid before living memory began. Ancient trees on both sides, trunks the size of a man's full arm span, bark grooved in deep ridges. The canopy high, cutting morning light into long columns. Forest floor dense with accumulated leaf fall, clean of underbrush, which was the type of cleanliness that formation-managed environments sometimes had and natural forests generally didn't. the absence of the tangle that lived at the edges of things in uncultivated forest. Formation activity, Baosheng said, on the first step, not the tone of someone forming an assessment, the flat tone of someone reporting a measured fact. Multiple layers. Active, adaptive, a breath. Sir, every time I probe a layer it adjusts. The adjustment is directional. It's responding to the direction of my probe, not just the fact that a probe occurred. This formation knows where I'm looking. Dengru took 15 more steps. The path continued normally ahead. The trees continued normally on both sides. He reached down and placed a small stone at his current position with deliberate care, set it in the center of the path, and kept walking. He counted each step. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 50. He looked down. The stone was under his right foot. He was standing on it. He looked ahead. Path, trees, light. He looked back. His column watching. The mountain's base clearly visible behind them. The distance between himself and his starting position approximately 2 feet. He had walked 50 steps, and the distance was 2 feet. He checked his compass. The needle pressed against the inside of the casing's lower face. Straight down, as though magnetic north were directly beneath his feet, inside the mountain's stone. He stood there for a moment with his compass pointing through the ground and the stone marker under his foot, and he processed what this meant in the calm, systematic way he had developed for processing situations that didn't fit standard operational parameters. It meant the path did not function like a path. It meant the formation site specialist at his shoulder had confirmed active, adaptive, directionally responsive formation activity. It meant the mountain knew he was here, had known it before he arrived, and had prepared for his arrival with something miscomprehensive. He looked at Baosheng. Baosheng had the expression of a man who had spent his career studying formations and had just encountered one that his career had not prepared him for. Not afraid. Baosheng was not a man who frightened easily, which was one of the reasons Deng Ru had specifically requested him for this assignment, but engaged in the specific way that practitioners became engaged when they encountered something genuinely new. Can you read anything useful? Deng Ru asked. Anything about the structure, the depth of it, the scale? Baosheng ran his crystal over the air in front of them in a slow, methodical arc. The depth is. I can't find the bottom. I said that before, but I want to be more specific. I have probed 12 times at increasing depth levels, and every time I probe at a new depth, I find another layer. I don't know how many layers there are. He paused. The formation I can read most clearly is the spatial redirection we're standing in right now. Its character is clean, precise. The redirection geometry is consistent across the entire width of the path in a way that would require very careful inscription work. Another pause. This wasn't built quickly. How long? I can't say with precision. Baosheng lowered the crystal. Decades at minimum. Possibly much longer. The inscription energy has the density of something that has been absorbing ambient spirit energy for a very long time. Deng Ru looked at the path ahead, the path that continued normally, that would take you nowhere, and thought about what it meant that this had been built over decades or longer by one practitioner, waiting for this exact kind of arrival. The path had been built for them before any of them were born. We go back, he said. Yes, sir, said Baosheng, in the tone of someone who had been ready to say this for several minutes. They went back, and Deng Ru reported to Prince Zhao Liang with the honesty he brought to all his reporting. The path's spatial redirection, Baosheng's assessment of the formation's depth and age, the compass reading, the adaptive response. Recommendation, formation specialist assessment before any advance. He heard the order, full march at dawn. He walked back to his unit, sat outside his tent in the evening light, and held Baosheng's detection crystal up. The deep violet pulse was slow, steady, rhythmic, like a large thing breathing. He thought about what Baosheng had said. The formation knows where I'm looking. He thought about what it meant that the mountain was monitoring their presence not as a passive sensor system, but as an active observer, tracking the direction and intention of their probes, responding specifically to what they were trying to do rather than to the fact that they were doing something. He thought about what kind of practitioner built something like that, over decades or longer, alone on a mountain. He thought about whether that practitioner was currently watching through the formation network as Deng Ru sat outside his tent and held a crystal and thought about him. The thought had a specific quality that Deng Ru did not have a precise word for. Not fear. More like the specific orientation of finding yourself in a situation that was prepared for you, specifically, before you arrived, by someone who understood what you would do well enough to have arranged a response in advance, and who had, apparently, been patient enough to wait several decades for you to show up. Chapter 11. His report was honest. He had built a professional record on honest reporting, and he was not going to compromise it now because the honest content was uncomfortable. Prince Zhao Liang convened a meeting with Deng Ru and Peng Haoren together, and Deng Ru gave his account in person. The path, the marker stone, 50 steps, and no movement. Bao Sheng's confirmed assessment of active adaptive formation activity, responding to probe direction, the compass pointing through the ground. Peng Howren listened with the focused absorption of a man receiving information that completes a picture he has been looking at with pieces missing. When Deng Ru reached the adaptive formation response, the sub-second adjustment to Bao Sheng's probe direction, Peng Howren's posture changed slightly, the change of someone whose spine has received information their mind is still processing. Probe to adjustment time, Peng Howren said. Bao Sheng reported less than 1 second. A pause. Peng Howren looked at the prince. Your Highness, a formation that adjusts to probe input in under a second is either under real-time active control, meaning someone is actively monitoring the formation network and responding manually to incoming probes as they occur, or has been built with inscription density sufficient to produce prescripted adaptive responses at that speed. Either scenario requires a practitioner of significantly greater capability than my assessment documented. What does significantly greater mean in practical terms? Asked the prince. I don't know precisely, Peng Howren said. That is the problem. Real-time active control of a multi-layer complex formation at sub-second response speed requires either a very high cultivation base or a very deep formation expertise, or both. I cannot determine which without close observation. He kept the prince's gaze. What I can say is that my confidence in the passive, no active controller assessment is no longer valid. The practitioner on this mountain is active, aware, and monitoring our approach in real time. He knew we were probing before Bao Sheng had finished the first probe. Does that change the operational assessment? It means my initial assessment was wrong, said Peng Howren. How wrong, I don't know yet. I need close observation to revise accurately. The prince looked at his map, then at Peng Howren, then back at his map. He had not lost a campaign, and he had not lost one partly by maintaining appropriate operational pressure rather than withdrawing at the first sign of complexity. He recalculated. One practitioner, however capable, against a 500-strong military force with 2 formation specialists embedded. Even if the formation was more sophisticated than assessed, the fundamental equation of a single defender against an organized military force had a predictable resolution in military history. Advance at dawn as planned, he said. Peng Howren in the lead unit. Objective is information and assessment, not removal. I want to know what we're dealing with before I commit to anything beyond the show of force. Peng Howren withdrew. The prince sat with his maps for a long time after the tent was cleared. He was 26 years old and had not lost a campaign, and he had not lost one partly because he was good at recalibrating when new information arrived. The recalibration this information required was, the formation was not passive, the practitioner was active, and the timeline of 2 to 4 weeks for soft removal was probably wrong. But the fundamental equation remained. One practitioner, one mountain, against a military operation backed by a full imperial formation division. Even if the formation was more sophisticated than assessed, even if the practitioner was more capable than assessed, the scale of the opposition was singular. Single practitioners, however capable, did not hold mountains against organized military force indefinitely. That was the historical record. He was 26 years old, and the historical record had not yet shown him a reason to distrust it. In his tent that night, Deng Ru lay awake and thought about the formation knowing where Bao Sheng was looking. He thought about the phrase "the formation knows where I'm looking" and what it meant in practical terms. It meant the formation was not passive. It meant it was actively monitoring. It meant someone, the practitioner in the cave, was either directly observing through the formation's sensory network in real time, or had built a formation sophisticated enough to observe, process, and respond without requiring direct oversight. He thought about what kind of person built something like that. He had encountered capable practitioners in 12 campaigns, sect masters, notable elders, the occasional legendary figure. He had a general model. High-capability practitioners were aggressive in defense of their interests. They communicated through force demonstration. They escalated proportionally to the threat presented. They did not build patient, comprehensive, deeply layered spatial formations that redirected survey teams gently to their starting points and suppressed campfires without hurting anyone. The mountain had not hurt anyone. The mountain had made the survey team's instruments misbehave and made their fires not catch, and made Deng Ru walk 50 steps and go nowhere. It had done all of this without causing a single casualty or issuing a single threat. And this absence of threat, he realized in his tent in the dark, was more disconcerting than threat would have been, because threat he understood, and this he didn't, and what he did not understand in a tactical situation had historically been what got people killed. Chapter 12. The army moved at dawn, and Wei Changshan knew it before they did. The movement order's final written confirmation had arrived through the courier stamp relay 40 minutes before the first bugle call. Standard Imperial Protocol, written confirmation of significant operation movements, routed through the administrative stamp system for operational record. The confirmation was precise and ordinary. 500 soldiers, dawn advance, Qingwei peak objective, soft removal of resident preferred where possible, Grand Artificer Peng Haoran embedded in the advance unit, with full formation survey equipment, secondary objective of close observation formation assessment. He had used the 6 weeks well. Layer 8's secondary node was installed and functional, the stalactite gap fully covered, the compression field running at full density across all inner approach corridors. The Phantom Labyrinth's 48th environment was complete and integrated. He had tested it twice since its completion and found the door recursion effect produced exactly the quality of specific, progressive, undramatic disorientation he had intended. He had reviewed the deep formation layers below layer 12 and found them stable. The convergent spiral's theoretical geometry had advanced through 3 productive iterations, and he was confident in the second approach's junction point solution, which he had resolved yesterday morning over tea with what felt, in retrospect, like a satisfying economy of means. He sat in his chair in the morning light and watched through the formation network's distributed sensory field as 500 soldiers moved toward his mountain. He watched them the way he watched everything, fully, without urgency, distributing his attention across the full picture before drawing conclusions from parts. 500 confirmed. In organized military formation, good discipline maintained despite the early hour. Peng Haoran at the rear of the advance unit. His survey equipment's secondary signature unmistakable. Wei had been reading that signature through the courier stamp for weeks and recognized it as precisely as he recognized Luo Yinmei's footstep patterns on the stone paths. The first column reached the misdirection web's active range. In full active mode, the web was invisible from outside. Inside it, it produced the experience of continuous forward progress on a path that continuously returned to its origin. The path felt like a path. The trees felt like trees that were being passed. The morning light shifted in the normal way light shifted when you moved through a forest. Everything about the experience was consistent with actual movement. The spatial geometry was simply different from what it appeared to be. He watched the first files enter the web's coverage and begin the arc. They would walk for what felt like real distance. Half a kilometer, a full kilometer, further if they kept pushing, and return to where they had started with no sense of discontinuity, no dramatic reversal. Simply the bewildering discovery that the exit of the path was the entrance of the path and the distance between the two was approximately 2 feet. He watched this with the professional attention of a craftsman observing work in operation. 300 years of watching his own formations function had reduced the novelty to 0 and had produced something more useful in its place. The ability to read the formation's response to specific inputs as distinct information, the way a physician reads a patient's response to specific conditions. The misdirection web was telling him things about the soldiers' approach pattern, their formation cohesion, their collective cultivation pressure, the distribution of their nascent soul practitioners across the column, that the formation network's raw sensory data would have provided more slowly and less cleanly. Luo Yinmei appeared at the cave entrance with 2 cups in her hands. She had been awake before him, anticipating the morning, which she did on mornings she expected to be significant. She handed him the second cup and stood at the cave entrance reading the formation pulse through her feet. "They're on the path," she said. "Yes." Peng Haoran with them? At the rear of the advance unit. "His survey equipment is running. I can read the output signature from here." He paused. He will get better data from this position than he had in the aerial survey. It will be interesting to see what he does with it. Interesting, she repeated, with the slight emphasis of someone noting that interesting was doing a particular kind of work in that sentence. "He is a competent practitioner," Wei said, "within the limits of his information. The close observation data he gathers today will exceed those limits. What he does when his information changes is genuinely uncertain and genuinely interesting." He looked at the cave entrance, at the morning light on the stone paths. "Shall I prepare anything?" Luo Yinmei asked. He was quiet for a moment, looking at the mountain in its morning condition, the stone paths and ancient trees and mist on the lower terraces. All of it exactly as it had been every morning for 3 centuries, patient and complete and entirely its own. "More tea," he said. "The good grade. And tell Shi Guang to close the outer gate." She left. He heard her footsteps on the stone path, heard her brief exchange with Shi Guang at the eastern garden wall, the instruction, the acknowledgement. Then, through the formation network's deepest sensory layer, the layer that reported formation events rather than physical events, the outer gate relay activated. all 73 boundary stones simultaneously. In the coordination sequence he had inscribed 200 years ago when he built the relay, tested once 30 years ago when he had verified the sequence without fully activating the web, and was now calling into full operation for the first time since. Formation energy moved through the mountain stone, not dramatic, not visible, not with any of the external signs that people expected from powerful formation work. Simply, present. The purpose of 3 centuries of inscription, the intent of every mark he had made in this stone, moving at the speed that inscriptions moved when they were part of a living formation network rather than static markings. The speed of the formation itself, which was the speed of the mountain's own awareness. Below the mountain, 500 soldiers walked on a path that was sending them nowhere, and they had not yet realized it. On the mountain, the tea was good, the outer gate was fully closed, and in the deep layers below layer 12. In the formations he had built but not yet tested, the layers he had been adding to the theoretical architecture for the past 2 decades in anticipation of exactly this kind of escalation, something that had been patient for a very long time had begun, in the quietest possible way, to wake. Chapter 13. The morning mist was still thick on the lower slopes of Qingwei Peak when the first column of soldiers reached the path's head. 500 men, organized well, armed better. A core formation officer at every 10th rank, nascent soul cultivators bracketing the flanks, the whole force moving with the quiet mechanical confidence of an imperial army that had never been stopped by anything as passive as a mountain. Captain Deng Ru rode at the head of Column 1, his jaw set with the particular determination of a man who has been embarrassed once and intends not to be embarrassed again. Prince Zhaoliang had made it clear, in terms that left no room for interpretation, that failure this morning was not a category of outcome that would be tolerated. The captain had reviewed his own report from the previous scouting excursion and found it, in retrospect, under pressure, embarrassingly vague. He'd said the path didn't behave normally. He had not said what normal it had deviated from. He had not quantified the deviation, described its mechanism, or proposed a solution. He had said compass pointed down and path went in circle and come back for an explanation when someone had one. That report sat in Prince Zhaoliang's tent even now, probably annotated. Captain Deng Ru did not want to know what the annotations said. He led his column onto the path. The path was exactly as he remembered it, stone-flagged, broad enough for 3 men abreast, bordered by old cypress trees whose trunks had grown thick with age and whose roots pushed up through the paving stones in the slow, patient way of things that had been growing for longer than the soldiers had been alive. The morning light came through the canopy at the right angles. The mist sat at the right height. Everything was correct. He marched for 10 minutes. The column behind him marched for 10 minutes, maintaining formation, a disciplined river of armor and chi pushing steadily uphill. The sound of 500 men in motion was a familiar and reassuring sound to Captain Deng Ru. The layered percussion of boots on stone, armor shifting at the joints, the controlled breathing of cultivators managing their spiritual output at march pace. At the 5th minute he had felt the formation's discipline around him like a second armor. At the 8th minute a core formation officer from the rear had sent a brief spiritual pulse message. Path widening behind us, trees moving. He had put it down to morning perception distortion and continued. Then, softly, behind him, a murmur from the rear of his column. He did not turn immediately. He was monitoring the path ahead, waiting for the anomaly to present itself, trying to catch it before it caught him. Another 10 minutes. The path continued ahead. He continued on it. The trees continued in their rows. Everything continued correctly. It was the sound of voices behind him that finally made him look back. His column had stopped. Not been stopped. The rear 50 were standing at the base of the path, looking back down toward the troop assembly ground, while the front 150 continued marching. Between these two groups, where the middle 200 should have been, was nothing. Or not nothing. The path was there. The trees were there. But the 200 men who should have been between the front and rear of his column were simply absent from the stretch of path on which they should have been. He could not see them, could not hear them, could not sense their chi signatures through the mountain's pervasive ambient field, which had been rising in density since they entered the path, and was now thick enough to interfere with standard formation sense readings. The cypress trunks stood in their rows, perfectly ordinary, patient, and the space between them was perfectly empty of 200 soldiers who had been there 10 minutes ago. And then Captain Deng Ru looked ahead, and saw 2 more paths, forking right and left from the main track, at a point where he was entirely certain, based on every map he had studied and every survey report he had read, that there was no fork. The fork had appeared, not overnight, in the past 10 minutes. Or it had been there all along, and the misdirection web had been redirecting him away from it. And now, for reasons he could not assess, it had chosen to let him see it. The left branch descended into deeper cypress shadow, the trees on that side thicker, older, their canopy low enough to reduce the light to a greenish twilight. The right branch curved uphill in a way that looked, from this angle, like the most natural continuation of the main track, well-worn flagging, familiar-seeming distance. Both paths looked exactly like paths that had always been there. He called a halt. He looked at his compass. It pointed steadily downward, as it had on his previous visit. He tapped the compass face twice with his finger, a habit from his early years when he'd had an unreliable instrument, and it continued pointing down, resolute, unconcerned with his habit. He looked back at the path behind him, which should have connected to the troop assembly ground, and found it connected instead to a stretch of cypress forest he did not recognize. The rear 50 of his column were standing at the edge of this unrecognized forest, facing down the path toward an assembly ground that was no longer where the path said it should be. One of them, a veteran sergeant, the kind of man whose 20 years of service had given him the specific quality of calm that came from having been surprised too many times to let surprise register as more than data, caught his eye and shrugged, one shoulder, communicating, "We are here, and here is where we are," which is the only available information. He had commanded soldiers for 14 years. He wrote the report he had to write, by spiritual message, discovering that the suppression field blocked it 2 meters out, which he then held in his memory for later delivery, and decided, with the professional composure of a man who has run out of surprise, that the path had done exactly what it had done before, and that the only question was what it intended to do next. The mist thickened around the fork. From behind him, distantly, he could hear the sounds of Group 2 somewhere in the trees, boot sounds, a voice calling out, equipment shifting. Then the sound stopped, all at once, as if cut. Not faded, stopped. As though that portion of the mountain had simply declined to continue transmitting what was happening within it. He chose the left path. He had a feeling, based on nothing he could quantify and everything he understood about mountains that had been listening to him for the past 10 minutes, that the left path was exactly as much of a choice as the right. Both choices were already decided. The path had sorted them. It had been built to sort them, and the sorting had happened precisely when the mountain determined that the column had advanced far enough into its coverage zone for the sorting to work cleanly. He walked. The path took him into cypress shadow. He had gone 20 paces when he looked back and found the fork already gone. Not hidden by distance. Not the kind of vanishing that happened when you turned a curve and lost your line of sight. The fork had simply ceased to be at the position where it had been. The path behind him was one path again, unforked, curving back the way he'd come toward the troop assembly ground that was no longer where the path said it should be. He had walked 20 paces, and the fork had decided it had finished being a fork. He filed this in the same mental space where he'd been filing everything since entering the mountain path, and continued into the cypress shadow. The shadow, once he was in it, was not as dark as it had looked from outside. It was a filtered green light, the kind produced by old dense canopy in mid-morning when the sun was at the right angle, or the wrong angle, or a formation-maintained simulation of an angle. He could no longer be certain. The trees here were old. Their trunks were thicker than the ones on the outer path, thick enough that 2 men could not encircle one with their combined arm reach. The roots were substantial, pushing up through the stone flagging in ways that should have damaged the path years ago, and instead had become part of the path. The flagging had been relaid, he realized, laid around the roots and not under them. The stones cut to fit the root shapes with the precision of something planned. The path had been maintained around the tree's growth rather than the trees being maintained around the path's geometry. Someone had given the trees the priority. He kept walking. The cypress shadow was cool and specific. His remaining 150 men walked behind him in disciplined silence, the kind of silence that soldiers maintained when their environment had demonstrated that normal reference points were not available and discipline was the only available substitute for orientation. Above him, Wei Changshan noted the fork's activation in the formation log with a single line. 3 groups. Divergence at designed threshold. He refilled his tea. Chapter 14 Group 1 followed the left fork into a valley. It was not on any map. This was not, in itself, unexpected. Qingwei Peak's full geography had never been surveyed. The mountain was too large and too resistant to conventional measurement for any mapping party to complete the work. Unmapped terrain was simply terrain that hadn't been mapped. The valley could have been an accident of its position, hidden from aerial surveys by cloud cover, missed by ground parties because the approach was indirect. This was the explanation that Second Lieutenant Bao Sheng, Group 1's formation specialist, offered to himself and found insufficiently convincing by the time he finished formulating it. The trees were wrong. He noticed this as the valley opened before them. Not dramatically, not in the way of horror or revelation, but in the quiet, specific way of a practitioner whose training has given him the vocabulary to name what he sees. The trees grew sideways. Not leaning sideways, as old trees in wind-exposed positions sometimes did, but growing. Their trunks extending horizontally, their branches rising vertically from that horizontal axis, their entire orientation a 90-degree rotation from the orientation that gravity should have imposed. The differential weathering on what was now the upper and lower surfaces of the horizontal trunks confirmed the duration. Decades of growth in this orientation, possibly much longer, the bark worn in patterns that matched the moisture distribution patterns of a tree that had considered horizontal the correct direction for so long that it had fully committed to the geometry. The bark, where it had split along stress lines, showed the cambium layer's inscription marks directly. Not deeply carved, not the permanent marks of stone inscription, but growth-directed inscription, the kind that worked over years rather than moments, that guided rather than commanded. Someone had inscribed these trees at the saplings, redirected their growth patterns, and then watched them grow according to those redirected patterns for the decades it took to produce this result. The light was wrong, too. It filtered through the canopy at an angle that, if you tracked it back to its source, would imply a sun positioned approximately 40 degrees off from the actual sun's morning position. Not dramatically off, just enough to notice if you were looking, just enough to make depth perception subtly unreliable in ways that wouldn't be apparent until you tried to judge a specific distance and found your judgment off by a factor that felt like clumsiness rather than interference. Bao Sheng was looking. He fell back to the middle of the column, walking alongside Captain Deng Ru without speaking for long enough that the captain eventually glanced at him. Formation specialist, the captain said, which was how he addressed Bao Sheng when he wanted a report without asking for one. The trees have been inscribed, Bao Sheng said, quietly enough that the soldiers around them wouldn't catch it. The inscription altered their growth pattern, probably over a very long time. I'd say 50 years at minimum to get this degree of deviation, likely much more. The growth direction inscription works slowly by design. It guides rather than forces, which means it requires patience but produces results the tree doesn't resist. Someone inscribed every tree in this valley and then maintained those inscriptions through the tree's growth cycles for at least half a century. He paused. That's not the interesting part. What's the interesting part? The light filtration is directional and consistent. The entire valley is running under a modified light diffusion formation. The light you're seeing is not the sun's light. It's a formation output designed to approximate sunlight from a slightly different angle. He looked at the captain's face, the slight frown of a man trying to understand something he doesn't have the technical vocabulary for. The incorrect angle makes spatial judgment harder. Your perception of depth and distance is calibrated to real solar angles from years of using those angles as reference points. Wrong angle, wrong calibration, wrong depth estimates. You think you're 20 meters from the treeline. You might be 10 or 50. He looked ahead, where the valley's far edge was visible, a rising slope with what appeared to be a stone terrace. The distance to that terrace is not what it appears to be. How far is it actually? I don't know. That's the point. They marched on. The column's formation held, the soldiers' footfalls steady and disciplined, the sound echoing in the valley in the way sound echoed in enclosed spaces. The ozone quality smell of active formation inscription was stronger here than on the outer path. A clean, specific scent that Bao Sheng associated with recently activated arrays, present not locally, but everywhere, distributed through the valley's air uniformly. The whole valley was one formation. The trees, the light, the air, the smell, the distance, all of it components of a single system whose purpose was to hold its visitors in a specific relationship to the space. After 20 minutes of steady marching, the terrace appeared no closer, not receding, simply maintaining its distance, patient, as though the space between the column and the terrace were a quantity that adjusted to remain constant regardless of how much of it they crossed. Bao Sheng had studied formations for 8 years under a sect master of genuine skill. He had been assigned to this deployment specifically for his counterformation expertise. He had spent 3 days reviewing every piece of documentation the army had assembled about Qingwei Peak's outer defenses. None of that documentation had mentioned inscribed trees. None of it had described a valley running under modified light diffusion. None of it had been accurate enough to serve as a guide to anything he was actually seeing. The trees have been inscribed, he said again, to himself, more slowly, as if repetition would help him locate the scale of the problem. A master who had inscribed every tree in a valley as a component of a wider formation system had done more work in this valley alone than most formation specialists did in a lifetime. And this was one valley, one component of a mountain that had, According to reconnaissance reports, multiple layers of formation extending across its entire surface area. He stopped walking. The column stopped with him. He turned around to look back the way they'd come. The valley entrance, the cypress forest beyond, the path they'd followed down. The treeline was closer. Not much. Perhaps 5 meters. But he had been watching it, and it had not moved while he was watching, and yet it was closer than it had been. "Keep moving," he said, and his voice came out steadier than he felt it had any right to. The valley did not contract when you watched it. It contracted when you stopped watching. He filed this information in the place where he was keeping all the information he did not yet know what to do with, and walked forward, and tried very hard not to think about how much of the valley he had stopped watching since entering it. Bao Sheng glanced back one more time. The treeline was stationary. The cypress trunks stood in their sideways rows. Everything was exactly where it should be, and the distance to the far terrace was exactly what it had been 20 minutes ago, and he made himself keep walking because stopping was worse than moving. He tried something. While walking, maintaining his forward momentum, eyes ahead, not giving the valley's distance algorithm the stop-watching trigger, he extended his formation sense backward, tracking the treeline's position by feel rather than sight. He maintained his walking speed and kept his eyes on the terrace ahead and tracked the treeline behind him through his formation sense. The treeline contracted 2 meters in the 20 seconds before his formation sense registered the movement. Not while he was watching it with his chi sense. Not the moment he wasn't watching it with his eyes. In the interval between visual observation and formation sense registration, the brief gap where neither mode was fully tracking it. The formation was observing his observation. It was waiting for the specific gap between sensing modes, exploiting the transition, adjusting in that narrow window. It was not simply contracting when he stopped watching. It was waiting for him to stop watching in a way that was sophisticated enough to distinguish between eye watching and formation sense watching and exploit the overlap gap between the two. This was not what formations did. Formations executed their programming. They did not watch back. They did not distinguish between observer modes and exploit the difference. He walked. He kept his eyes on the terrace. He kept his formation sense on the treeline. He kept the gap between them as narrow as possible. The valley continued its patient maintenance of the distance to the terrace, undisturbed. The trees continued their sideways growth. The light continued its 30-degree wrong solar angle. Everything continued exactly as it had been designed to continue, patient and sustained and operating without apparent effort. Captain Deng Ru's hand came down on his shoulder. "Can we get out the way we came?" "No," Bao Sheng said. He said it without qualification because he had been certain of it since the treeline contracted, and he had no useful reason to be uncertain. Chapter 15 Group 2 found the stone bridge at the base of a ravine. It was beautiful. This was the thing that Sergeant Major Finchun kept coming back to in the account he later gave to his captain. Not the impossibility of it, but the craftsmanship. The bridge was old stone, precisely fitted without mortar, the keystone carved with a pattern that Finchun, who had no formation training but had grown up near an inscription master's workshop and knew something about the vocabulary of carved marks, recognized as deliberate. Not decorative. Functional. The arch was perfect, the geometry of a bridge that had been built to last, not merely to stand, with the proportions that someone who understood both structural engineering and something older than structural engineering had calculated rather than guessed. The handrails had been worn smooth by hands that had passed over them for, by the look of the stone's weathering, several centuries. Someone had crossed this bridge many times. Many people, or one person for a very long time, or both. Below the bridge, the ravine held running water. A stream moving at the pace of mountain runoff. The sound of it specific and real, water behaving as water did, because the formation that managed everything else on this mountain had apparently not seen fit to interfere with gravity at the water level. The sound was grounding. The bridge was not. They crossed without incident. The other side of the ravine was a continuation of the forest path. Fine. They followed it, the ravine behind them, the path ahead, everything in order. 10 minutes later, the ravine again, and another bridge. Same stone. Same keystone carving. Same weathering on the handrails. Same running water below. Finchun stopped at the bridge's head and looked at it for a long moment. "Is this the same bridge?" he asked his deputy, Corporal Wei Lian, who had the survey equipment and whom Finchun had long relied upon to answer questions of this kind. "The stone matches," Corporal Wei Lian said, consulting his notes. "The keystone carving matches. The handrail where pattern matches. The mortar-free fitting technique matches. The joins are in the same relative positions." He looked across the bridge to the other side. "The path on the other side also appears to match. So we've gone in a circle. Or there are two identical bridges." A pause. "I don't think there are two identical bridges." "No, Shunned said. Neither do I. They crossed again. They followed the path. 10 minutes. The ravine. The bridge. Shunned, who had been a soldier for 22 years and a sergeant major for 7, dealt with this the way he dealt with most things that exceeded his competence. He noted it, adjusted his expectations accordingly, and proceeded with what he had. He had a group of 40 soldiers, a bridge, and a path. The path went over the bridge. The bridge went to the path. The path eventually brought them back to the bridge. He was in a loop. Loops, in his experience, were formations. Formations were for the formation specialist to address. He had no formation specialist in Group 2. He crossed a third time. On the third crossing, he counted the steps. 43. He made note of that. On the fourth, he dragged his fingers along the right handrail, pressing hard, making a scratch in the stone with the edge of his ring's metal setting. Not a deep scratch, but a definite mark, the kind his ring left in softer stone after pressure. When he reached the other side, he immediately walked back to the near end of the bridge. The scratch was there, on the right handrail, in the position he'd made it, exactly where it should be on this side of this bridge if this side were the same side as the side he'd scratched. He crossed to the far side, found the far rail, ran his finger along it. No scratch. He crossed again. This time he made a scratch on the left rail, far side. Far side, left rail, scratch. He turned back immediately. Near side, left rail. No scratch. He took out his water flask, removed the stopper, and poured a small amount of water onto the bridge's keystone from above. The water ran down into the carved grooves of the inscription, filling them, pooling at the lowest point in the design, with the specific behavior of water taking its available paths. The inscription's shape became briefly legible in that pooling. Not the decorative pattern he'd initially assessed, but a sequence of characters, compound inscription marks, multiple interacting components that his practical eye recognized as the kind of work that had been done with intent, by someone who knew what they were doing, for a purpose the marks were still serving. He crossed to the far side, knelt, ran his finger along the keystone of this bridge. Dry. He sat back on his heels and looked at the bridge. Beautiful, impossible, patient. Two ends that were not the same end, despite appearing identical, despite measuring identical. The destination and the origin were spatially the same point while appearing different. The bridge crossed from one place to a different place that looked identical to where it started, and doing so returned him to the start because the end was the start because someone, a long time ago, had spent their time making a bridge that was really a closed loop, and had made it beautiful, and had made the keystone inscription with the same care they had made everything else, and had left it here for anyone who found it. There is one bridge, he said to Corporal Wei Lian. The path goes in a loop, and the bridge is at the crossing point. We keep crossing the same bridge in the same direction and ending up at the approach again. What do we do? Shunned thought about it. He was a soldier. His job was not to understand the mechanism, but to find the way through, or report that there wasn't one, or conclude that the situation required skills he didn't have. He looked back along the path behind him. It connected to a stretch of forest he hadn't entered. The valley they'd come from was gone. He crossed a fifth time, carefully watching each section of the ravine walls as he went, noting the way the stone reflected the water's light, the specific pattern of moss on the northern face below the bridge's arch. He crossed a sixth time and checked those same details. The moss was identical. The reflection pattern was identical. Not similar, identical in every particular, the same moss arranged in the same pattern at the same height. He had grown up near an inscription workshop. He knew what deliberate reproduction looked like. He tried a seventh crossing with his eyes closed for the second half of the bridge, walking by feel, counting steps. 43 steps, as before. He opened his eyes at step 22, the midpoint, and looked directly down at the water running below. Clear mountain water, moving at the same speed as every previous crossing, the same stones visible through the current, the same light playing on the surface in the same pattern. He reached the far side. He turned immediately and crossed back, this time stopping at the center of the bridge and crouching to examine the stone of the arch from directly above. He pressed his palm flat against the keystone. It was cold in the way mountain stone was cold. Not the cold of something lifeless, but the cold of deep stone that absorbed temperature slowly and released it the same way. He pressed harder and let his chi. He was no formation specialist, but 22 years of cultivator-grade training had given him sensitivity a pure soldier wouldn't have, extend into the stone. The stone had something in it. Not inscription marks he could see or characterize. Something older and more diffuse, distributed through the stone's structure rather than cut into its surface. Not a layer on the stone, an aspect of the stone itself. He held his palm there for a long count and felt the bridge's inherent formation, nature the way you felt the grain in wood, present throughout, inseparable from the material, the kind of thing that had been part of the stone long enough that the stone and the inscription had become the same thing. He took his hand back. He stood. He made his report by spiritual message and found the formation suppression field absorbing it before it traveled 20 meters. He filed the report mentally for later and continued being a competent soldier in a situation that had moved well past the edge of his competence. He crossed back. He reached the near side. He was where he had been. He would always be where he had been. "Sir," Corporal Wei Lian said, "should we stop crossing?" "Yes," said Shunned. He sat down on the near-side handrail and looked at the bridge. The bridge was beautiful and patient and did not care whether he crossed it or not. "We stopped crossing." They made camp on the near side of the bridge. The ravine water continued its sound. The bridge continued its old stone presence. Nothing moved anywhere that Shunned could identify, and the night that came to the ravine was the same temperature and the same color as night elsewhere, and the stars were in the right positions, and the world continued to be exactly as it was, without any urgency about anything at all. Chapter 16 Group 3 reached the terrace at what should have been the mountain's midpoint. It was broad and flat, uncharacteristically so for a mountain this steep, with a surface that suggested deliberate leveling. Old stone fitted into the hillside as precisely as the bridge Group 2 had found, and with the same quality of care, the work of someone who took the time to do things correctly. The terrace gave a view of open sky to the south and the lower mountain slopes falling away below. The air was clear. The light was good. Formation Specialist 3rd Grade Han Shima had been scouting difficult terrain for a week, and this was the best campsite he had seen. He said as much to Group 3's commander, Lieutenant Shou Fong, who agreed and ordered the camp established. The camp setup proceeded with the efficient noise of soldiers who had done this many times in many places. Tents went down. Fireboxes were arranged. The squad supply formation was activated, the standard issue spatial compression array that held 3 days of provisions in a disc-sized inscription plate, and the supplies organized. Around him the mountain continued its mourning. Whined through the lower trees, the sound of birds somewhere on the eastern slope, the faint movement of mist across the terrace's southern edge. Everything was natural. Everything was correct. Nothing was wrong. Han Shima, while the others worked, pulled out his detection crystal. It was a grade 4 spirit crystal tuned to formation resonance, standard issue for unit formation specialists, good for identifying active arrays within 20 meters. He'd been using it throughout the mountain approach to check for tripwires and activation zones, and it had been giving him strange readings all morning. Not alarming readings, not the sharp resonant spikes of combat formations, but a kind of low continuous hum that he'd been attributing to the mountain's ambient spiritual energy. The hum was not ambient. He understood this now, holding the crystal up and watching its glow, because the hum was directional. It was coming from the terrace itself. He had walked over the inscription marks on the terrace stones when entering. He had seen them and registered them as weathering patterns, natural discoloration in the fitted joints, the kind of marking that old stone in mountain environments acquired over time. He had been wrong about this. The marks were inscription characters, worn to near invisibility by. He was now calculating this, looking at the depth and wear pattern. At least 80 years of weathering. Possibly longer. The entire surface of this terrace was an inscription surface. He had set his camp on a formation. He held the crystal above his head, turned it slowly, watching for the pattern in its glow that would indicate a directional source. The crystal dissolved. Not shattered. Not cracked under pressure. Dissolved. The grade 4 spirit crystal, a piece of equipment he had maintained for 3 years and used on 47 separate missions, simply ceased to exist as a solid object in the space of approximately 2 seconds, its spiritual essence scattering into the air in a diffuse shimmer that caught the morning light for a fraction of a second, very nearly beautiful, and then was gone. His palm was warm where the crystal had been. The warmth was specific, not the warmth of an object that had been sitting in his hand for several minutes, but the warmth of something that had ended and left its trace. He stared at his empty hand. He looked at his empty hand for long enough that Lieutenant Shou Fong, walking by with a tent stake, noticed and stopped. Problem. Han Shima opened his mouth, closed it, looked at where the crystal had been, looked at the terrace around him, at the flat stones, at the fitted joins between them, at the south view that was too clear for a mountain this steep, at the sky that was the right color and the right brightness, but that he was no longer entirely confident was where the sky should be in relation to where he was standing. He looked at the camp they had just set up, at the supply formation plate deployed near the eastern corner, at the inscription talismans the signals officer had hung at the camp's perimeter, at the compass in the lieutenant's belt pouch. The terrace dissolved objects whose spiritual formation structure was incompatible with its own inscription matrix. His detection crystal was gone. The supply formation plate was still there, for now, but it was an inscribed object, and it was sitting on the terrace's inscription surface, and the dissolution field worked by accumulated contact and proximity, which meant it was a matter of time. I think we should move camp, he said. We just set it up. I know. Why do we need to move it? Han Shima had been a formation specialist for 6 years. He had his sect's 3rd grade certification, a record of 47 successful counterformation operations, and a reasonable claim to being among the better field formation analysts in the Imperial Army's current deployment. He did not know how to explain, in terms that would be useful to a lieutenant who needed to make a practical decision, what had just happened to his crystal or what its dissolution implied about the surface they were standing on. He did not, in fact, know himself what it implied in its full scope. He knew only that in 6 years of formation work, he had never seen a detection crystal dissolve. He knew that the dissolution was a function of the surface he was standing on. He knew that the surface he was standing on had been an inscription surface for at least 80 years without anyone stopping to tell it to stop. Because my detection crystal just dissolved, he said, and I don't know why. There was a pause. What does it mean when a detection crystal dissolves? The lieutenant asked. Nothing good, Han Shima said. He looked at the inscription plate. He looked at the lieutenant's compass. He looked at the communication relay the signals officer had deployed. We need to move everything with an inscription off this surface. Now. Immediately. The terrace dissolves inscribed objects. We've placed too many on it. Move everything. The lieutenant looked at the dissolution shimmer still fading in the air, at the calm way Han Shima was saying this, at his own formation artifacts, the cultivation stones in his pouch, the identification seal on his belt, and made the decision of a competent officer. He ordered the camp moved. They retreated to the terrace's stone margin, to the border where the leveled surface met the natural mountain slope. There, Han Shima crouched and inspected the transition zone, the point where the deliberately fitted terrace stone ended and the mountain's native rock began. The boundary was precise. The inscription field ended at exactly the fitted stone's edge. Beyond that line, nothing dissolved. Within it, the field was active, uniform, and patient. He placed his spare compass at the boundary, half on the terrace stone, half on the mountain rock. Waited 10 seconds. The half on the terrace stone went warm. The half on the mountain rock remained cool. He removed the compass quickly. Both halves remained intact. The field worked by accumulated contact. Brief exposure was survivable. Extended contact was not. He looked at the terrace for a long time. He thought about what it meant that the dissolution was 80 years old and still operating at precision. Standard formation inscriptions required maintenance, energy input, structural repairs, recalibration as the inscription substrate weathered. At 80 years without maintenance, a standard formation showed drift, decay, unpredictable behavior at the margins. This formation showed 15% range expansion and precision that had dissolved his crystal cleanly, without scatter, exactly as a selective dissolution field should perform. It was not decaying. It was maturing. The natural formation lines running beneath it were not neutral substrate. They were active participants, strengthening the inscription rather than eroding it, the way favorable ground conditions strengthened a tree rather than simply supporting it. He sat on the mountain slope above the terrace boundary and thought about what kind of practitioner built a formation in a natural convergence point and calibrated it to work with the natural lines rather than over them. The standard approach was to inscribe over natural formations, to use the ground as passive substrate and input all the active energy through the inscription itself. It was controllable that way. Predictable. The natural lines were variables you minimized rather than incorporated. Working with the natural lines meant accepting their behavior as part of your system. It meant designing around their drift rather than suppressing it. It meant that your formation got stronger as the natural lines grew, which was what he was seeing, and it also meant that the formation's long-term behavior was partially outside your control, dependent on how the natural lines evolved. Unless you knew, 80 years ago, exactly how the natural lines would evolve. Unless you'd been on this mountain long enough to have mapped them over enough decades to predict their development with the confidence of someone inscribing a system meant to still be running correctly in a century. Lieutenant Shou Fong appeared beside him. Ready to proceed up? I don't recommend it, Han Shima said. He gestured at the terrace. Not through that path. Above them, Wei noted the dissolution in his log. Terrace formation active, first external contact in 80 years. Dissolution function performing correctly. He underlined the note and wrote beside it. Geometric range expansion approximately 15% from original design parameters. Natural formation line strengthening. No maintenance required. He went back to his Layer 14 calculations. Chapter 17 Wei Changshan received the Formation Network's summary report at the second hour after dawn, delivered in the quiet, aggregate way his detection arrays had always delivered information, not as events, but as states. A continuously updated picture of the mountain's internal condition presented to his awareness the way peripheral vision presented the edges of a room. He had, over 3 centuries, developed the habit of narrating this picture aloud when Luo Yanmei was present. Not from any need to process it through language. His formation sense did not require translation, but because the narration had become, over the decades, a point of conversational contact between them. She had been 5 years old when she arrived on the mountain, and the narrations had begun as a form of explanation, the way an adult explains a complex situation to a child who is too young to understand but old enough to benefit from the habit of attention. They had evolved into briefings as she grew older. They had settled, in the past decade, into the comfortable habit of a shared morning, as natural as the tea and as specific as the mountain. Luo Yanmei sat on the stone step at the cave entrance, her cup in both hands, listening. Group 1 is in the cypress maze, Wei said. He was in his chair, both hands resting on the armrests, eyes open but focused on something that was not visible in the cave. Their formation specialist, Bao Sheng, second lieutenant, sec-trained, has correctly identified the tree inscriptions. He has also identified the light diffusion formation, which I am mildly pleased about. Most people don't notice the light. They notice the trees because the trees are visible, dramatic, impossible to ignore once you have the vocabulary to see them. The light is the mechanism that makes the tree's distance manipulation effective. Without the solar angle shift, a sufficiently careful observer would catch the inconsistency between apparent distance and actual distance by feel alone. The light is what makes the feel match the geometry. How close are they to the terrace? They are not close to the terrace. They will not get close to the terrace. The maze adjusts distance dynamically to maintain a constant subjective distance from any given point. I calibrated it specifically for the sensation of approaching something without arriving. The algorithm increases the space ahead at a rate that slightly exceeds the group's forward progress speed. For every hour of marching, the destination feels approximately 40% closer than it should be, which means it feels like progress, but the progress never accumulates into arrival. A brief pause. Group 2 is in the bridge recursion. Their sergeant major is methodical. He has been testing the bridge with water and scratch marks. He has correctly determined that it is one bridge, not multiple bridges. Luo Yanmei waited. He has not yet determined that the bridge is not, technically, a bridge. It's a formation node shaped like a bridge. The appearance is functionally accurate, but the underlying spatial geometry reroutes transit through a closed loop. The destination is the origin. He may determine this eventually. He has the right instincts. The water test was elegant, the scratch test was methodical. If he has formation analysis vocabulary, he'll get there. If he doesn't, he'll keep crossing until the labyrinth's intake formation routes him inward. Wei tilted his head slightly. Group 3 has found the terrace of dissolution. What does the terrace of dissolution do? He took a sip of tea. It dissolves things. She waited. Specifically, it dissolves objects whose spiritual formation structure is incompatible with the terrace's own inscription matrix. The terrace was built on a convergence point of 2 natural formation lines, one ascending, one descending. Objects with active formation inscriptions placed at that convergence experience a kind of inscription interference that breaks down their structure at the crystalline level. Detection crystals, compass arrays, inscription plates. Anything with an active formation will dissolve in approximately 2 seconds of contact with the terrace's resonance field. Organic material is unaffected. Uninscribed metal and stone are unaffected. The dissolution is precisely selective. It targets formation energy specifically, leaving everything else intact. The soldiers themselves are perfectly safe. Luo Yanmei absorbed this. Their formation specialist has lost his detection crystal. He moved quickly enough to save most of their other inscribed equipment. He recognized what was happening within a few seconds of the crystal's dissolution, which is fast. He has good instincts. Wei was quiet for a moment. The terrace of dissolution was an experiment from 80 years ago. I was testing whether a convergence point formation could be tuned to selective dissolution, targeting spiritual formation structure specifically, leaving organic and non-inscribed material intact. I was not certain it was still active. It's still active. Yes. He sounded neither pleased nor displeased, merely noting a fact about a piece of work that had been running for 80 years without supervision and had performed correctly on first contact. The formation lines are natural. They don't require maintenance. The dissolution range has expanded approximately 15% from the original design, which is consistent with the natural line strengthening over time. The intersection geometry is working exactly as I theorized it would. He paused, with the specific quality of someone finding something genuinely satisfying. It's somewhat gratifying, actually. The geometry question was the hardest part of the theoretical work, whether the two natural lines' interference angle was stable enough to produce consistent selective dissolution rather than random dissolution. 80 years of autonomous operation without significant drift is a strong confirmation. He refilled his cup. The morning light on the cave entrance had shifted from pale gold to the warmer yellow of mid-morning. And somewhere on the lower slopes, 500 men were in 3 separate chambers of his mountain's formation, each experiencing a different variety of the specific, progressive, undramatic impossibility he had spent 3 centuries designing. All 3 groups, Luo Yinmei said. Yes. Simultaneously. The path forked at precisely the design divergence point. The column split at the natural coordination threshold, the moment when the misdirection web's individual routing subroutine activated. I was fairly confident it would split 3 ways. It's designed to sort by cultivation level and role, and the Army's organization is consistent with the sorting criteria I used. He looked at the tea plant. The tea plant's leaves were still. They were well organized. I appreciate that. She said nothing. It makes better data, he added. The Cypress Maze's distance maintenance algorithm has a real-time load test from a full combat group. The bridge recursion's spatial loop has held under a 22-year military veteran's systematic investigation. The terrace has demonstrated the 15% range expansion and confirmed the selective dissolution's precision. He picked up his brush. I should update the log before I forget the specific figures. Luo Yinmei set down her cup. 500 people are lost on this mountain, and you're taking notes. They're not lost. They're exactly where they are. I know where they are. They don't. No, he agreed. But that is a different problem from being lost, and it is their problem to work through rather than mine to solve for them. She considered this. Outside, a bird called once from somewhere on the eastern slope, then went quiet. The mist at the cave entrance was burning off in the late morning warmth. You built it for this, she said. It was not a question. I built it for the possibility of this. The possibility seemed worth preparing for. He uncapped the brush. Also, the Cypress Maze needed a load-bearing test I could not simulate alone. 300 men marching through it in combat formation is a better test than anything I could arrange myself. She picked up her cup again and said nothing further. He wrote in his log in the precise, small characters of someone who had been keeping records for centuries and had learned that small characters lasted longer on the page. The morning settled into its ordinary quiet around them. The tea plant in its corner, the formation log opened to a new entry, the mountain's ambient presence as consistent and as given as the stone walls. Below, 500 soldiers were working their way through formations she had spent 30 years learning the edges of. She had not seen any of it. She had learned it the way she learned most things about the mountain, from the accounts he gave when the work was finished, and he was satisfied enough to describe it, the way a craftsman describes a completed piece rather than narrating the work in progress. She thought about what it meant to have lived for 30 years on a mountain that had been specifically prepared for this kind of morning, and about the fact that she had not known it, and about the fact that he had known it and had built it anyway, as a matter of course, without needing her to know. Chapter 18 Prince Zhao Liang waited 2 days. He waited with the specific, rigid quality of a man who has told himself that waiting is merely tactical patience and not anxiety, and who has been maintaining this fiction for long enough that the fiction has begun to look, from the outside, like a man in considerable distress. His command tent was organized with military precision. His spiritual communication array had been checked and rechecked. He had received Captain Deng Ru's last report, sent from the fork in the path, before Group 1 had descended into the valley, and had received nothing since. 500 men. 2 days. Silence. The silence was not merely absence of sound. It was the specific silence of 500 trained cultivators whose spiritual communication capacity had been comprehensively absorbed by a formation field extensive enough to swallow everything they sent without returning a single echo. His intelligence officer had sent formation-penetrating probes into the boundary and received null signals, not blocked, not reflected, simply absorbed by a medium with no resistance point and no edge. His aerial scouts had flown over the mountain and reported only canopy and mist. His perimeter scouts had reported that their compasses ceased to function within 20 meters of any of the outer boundary stones and had withdrawn on his own standing orders. The prince was a man of some tactical sophistication. He had conducted 6 previous campaigns. He had faced entrenched positions, prepared defenses, ambushed terrain, and fortified locations. He had never faced a mountain that simply absorbed 500 men and returned silence with the indifference of a very large, very patient thing that had nowhere to be and all the time available to it. He called for Grand Artificer Peng Haoren and received the answer that Peng Haoren was still at the mountain's base, examining the outer formation signature, and had asked not to be disturbed. Prince Zhao Liang disturbed him anyway. They haven't reported, the prince said. No, Your Highness. In 2 days. 500 men. No reports. The mountain's communication suppression formation is extensive. It's not possible to send spiritual messages through it from the inside. They wouldn't be able to report even if they wanted to. Peng Haoren delivered this information carefully. This is consistent with what I've been observing from the outer formation profile. The inner layers generate a formation field that interferes with standard spirit communication methods. Any message originating inside the mountain's coverage zone would be absorbed by the field before it traveled more than a few dozen meters. Even a void return cultivator's spiritual projection would be damped within the field's first layer. Can you break the suppression? No. The prince looked at him. Peng Haoren did not look away. Then how do we know they're alive? We don't know they're dead, Peng Haoren said, which was the best answer he had. The formations I can observe from the boundary don't include combat arrays. There are no active destruction formations in the outer layers. I'd read the resonance signature. Destruction formations have a specific energy profile, kinetic force discharge, targeted spiritual pressure, disruption frequencies. None of that is present. What I'm seeing is complex, layered, and clearly functional, but it's containment and profile, not combat. The mountain's inner formation energy output is slightly elevated, which suggests maintenance functions rather than attack functions. Maintenance implies something worth maintaining. The prince's jaw moved once, the way jaws moved when the teeth were being held together to prevent the wrong thing from being said. He was a man of discipline. The discipline held. How long can they survive inside without supply? He asked. I don't know what the interior conditions are. If the formation maintains a breathable environment, which the architecture suggests it does, given the extent of the spatial manipulation infrastructure I've identified, they could survive indefinitely on ambient spiritual energy absorption alone, provided their cultivation bases are stable. Provided they're not being killed. Provided that, yes. The prince made the decision Peng Haoren had expected him to make. Send a rescue team. 20 men. Elite. Nascent soul minimum. 20 elite soldiers. 8 nascent soul, for at the peak of core formation, 8 specialists including 2 formation analysts, assembled at the mountain path's head within the hour. They were equipped with anti-formation artifacts, each a significant expense from the Imperial Armory. They had been briefed on every report from the 500's entry, which meant they knew about the forking path, the failing compasses, the closed loops. They were prepared, professionally, in the way soldiers prepared for conditions they'd been told about, but hadn't experienced. The lead formation analyst had produced a counter-approach based on Bao Sheng's report about the Cypress Maze's light diffusion formation. The counter-approach was methodologically correct. It had been designed for a standard light diffusion array of the type documented in the Imperial Formation Corps' field manual. They entered the mountain path. The path accepted them without visible change. The boundary stones stood where they stood. The cypress trees continued their centuries of patient standing. The mist sat at the right height for morning. Nothing, from the outside, changed at all. Within the hour, as Peng Haoren had expected, the rescue team's communication signals disappeared into the same silence that had swallowed the 500. 21 went in the first day. The rescue team made 520. The mountain was quiet in the way that a large, well-maintained space was always quiet. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of adequate function. Not hostile, not welcoming, simply operational. Peng Haoren stood at the mountain's edge and wrote a line in his assessment log. Formation coverage extends to path entrance. Intake is automatic. Standard counter-formation training insufficient for entry prevention. He looked at the line. He underlined it. He added beneath it, 21 additional personnel now require extraction alongside original group. Total, 520. He read what he had written. He added a third line. Entry threshold not detectable by standard formation scan. Either camouflaged beyond current analysis capability or absent, i.e., the mountain has no defined exterior boundary because the boundary is wherever the mountain decides it is. He underlined that line twice. Then he put the log away. Because continuing to write accurate assessments of a situation he could not improve was a discipline he was running out of patience for. The prince would want to know what the rescue team had encountered. The prince would want options. Peng Haoren had, since Shun Liang's summoning letter was dispatched, exactly one option that he believed was not already foreclosed, and it required waiting for Shun Liang to arrive, and waiting was not a thing the prince was good at. He thought about how to present this. He thought about it for some time, standing at the mountain's boundary with the 520 people inside it, and the silent cypress path before him. and came to the conclusion that there was no presentation of the available options that would make the options better than they were. The mountain continued its mourning. Wind moved through the outer trees. Birds called somewhere on the eastern slope. The boundary stones stood in their positions. One of them, the nearest one, 20 meters from where Punghauren was standing, had a hairline crack along its upper edge that had not been there when he arrived. He had been studying these stones for 3 days, and the crack was new, which meant it had occurred in the last 24 hours, which meant the stone had either been struck by something, expanded with temperature change, or the formation's energy output had shifted slightly and produced a stress fracture in the stone. The formation's energy output had shifted slightly. He was almost certain. The baseline resonance signature he'd measured on day 1 was not the same as the resonance signature today, different by less than a standard deviation on his instruments, but consistent across 4 separate measurements taken at different times. The mountain's formation was not static. It was adjusting. In response to what? His presence? The 520 people inside it? The failed counter-formation attempt? All of these, probably. A living system, not a fixed one. A formation that responded and recalibrated and learned. He did not put this in his log. He did not yet have the vocabulary to describe it without sounding like a man whose professional detachment had failed him. He would wait for Shunned and see if Shunned had better words. He did not look away from the mountain for a long time after that. Chapter 19. Punghauren had been a formation practitioner for 34 years. He had received his Grand Artificer designation at age 32, a record in the Imperial Formation Corps, and had spent the subsequent decade developing the analytical frameworks that the Corps now used as standard for field assessment. He had assessed 43 formation-protected sites in 11 separate campaigns. He had broken 27 of them, neutralized 10 more, and classified 6 as non-threatening after analysis. He had been standing at the base of Qingwei Peak for 3 days, and he felt, progressively and despite considerable resistance, the specific intellectual nausea of a professional confronting something that exceeded the scope of his professional framework. The mountain's outer formation signature read, at first analysis, as a standard layered defensive array, old, complex, well-maintained, but not extraordinary. The kind of thing you found at major sect headquarters and fortified clan estates, produced by multiple generations of formation masters building on each other's work. He had assessed 3 sites of comparable first impression complexity. He had broken 2 of them within a week and neutralized the 3rd in 12 days. This was not that. He had been scanning the outer formation for 3 days and had found, each time he believed he had identified and cataloged a formation layer, at least 2 more beneath it, not extending from it, not sequential, building block style, each layer the product of a different generation's work, but beneath it, running parallel, interlocking with it at junction points that served as both structural supports and communication channels between the layers. The junction points were not the independent connections of a formation that had been patched and extended over generations. They were integral, designed. The layers interlocked the way the bones of a hand interlocked, each element built to be part of a specific whole, the whole not apparent from any single element. He stood at the mountain's boundary stone, the outermost one, a simple-looking rounded rock with a single character inscribed on its face, and extended his formation sense outward, scanning for the outermost layer's structure. He found the outermost layer. Below it, 2 more. Below those, 3. Below those, he lost count. He found the misdirection web's outer ring. Below it, the mechanics of the path fork formation. Below that, the light diffusion system. Below that, something he could not classify with any existing analytical category, running at a depth that suggested it predated the outer layers by a significant margin. Not just older. Different, built on a different logic, as though the deepest layers were not protecting the mountain but constituting it, as though the stone and the inscription were not different materials but the same material in different states. The mountain's formation architecture was one practitioner's work, 3 centuries deep, each layer added with full knowledge of everything below it, calibrated to interact with those deeper layers in ways that meant the surface behavior was not a reliable guide to the underlying system. You could map what you saw. What you saw was designed to be mappable. What lay beneath was a different question entirely. He began, with the methodical discipline that had defined his professional life, to write down every detail he could confirm. Layer 1, outer misdirection web, spatial rerouting capability, confirmed effective range approximately 400 meters beyond boundary stones. Layer 2, path fork formation, sorting function, tridirectional routing confirmed by group 1's divergence. Layer 3, cypress maze, distance maintenance algorithm, light diffusion subsystem. Layer 4, bridge recursion, spatial loop, closed transit geometry. Layer 5, terrace of dissolution, convergence point formation, selective dissolution of inscribed objects. He could confirm these 5 by the external reports he had received. Below these 5 were layers he could see resonance signs of, but could not characterize. He counted the resonance signatures. He reached 9. He counted again and reached 11. He sat with the 11 for a long time and concluded that the count was not the useful information. The useful information was that there was a count above 9, and he did not know where it stopped. He sat down on a rock at the mountain's boundary and looked up at the peak, wreathed in its morning mist, serene and indifferent. And for the first time since the campaign began, he felt something he was embarrassed to name, because it was not a category available to professional military analysts. He found paper and his seal and began to write. Your Highness, I have completed a 3-day preliminary assessment of Qingwei Peak's formation architecture. I must provide you with an honest evaluation. We have made a catastrophic error in assessment. The site is not consistent with my initial classification. What I am observing is not a degraded legacy formation operated by a weakened practitioner. The architecture is unified, contemporary, and active at every layer. I count no fewer than 9 confirmed formation layers with evidence of additional layers below that depth. The misdirection web alone demonstrates real-time routing logic and dynamic spatial adjustment at a scale that exceeds anything in the imperial corpus of documented formation sites. The deeper layers exhibit characteristics I cannot classify by any framework I possess. I request an immediate command consultation before any further action is taken. He sealed it. He sent it with the military courier. He looked at the mountain again. The mountain did not look back. Mountains, in his experience, did not look back. But this one had more presence than most, a quality of patient attendance in its stone and mist that he had not encountered at any of the 43 sites he had assessed, and that he could not explain in any technical vocabulary he possessed. He thought about the formation layers. He had found 9 that he could name and catalog. Each time he identified a 9th, a 10th appeared beneath it. He thought the 10th might have a structure he could classify, given time. He suspected there was an 11th beneath that, and a 12th beneath that, and stopped counting, because continuing to count was making him feel the thing he was embarrassed to name. He went back to his instruments. He tried to find the bottom of the mountain. He did not find it. He spent another hour attempting to locate what formation analysts called the anchor layer, the deepest structural element of any formation system, the foundation layer whose characteristics define the whole. Every formation had one. You analyzed the surface layers to find the anchor, then worked backward from the anchor's logic to understand the surface behavior. He had done this 43 times in 43 campaigns, and it had worked every time. The mountain had no anchor that his instruments could locate. Either the anchor was below his instrument's depth limit, or the mountain's design did not follow the standard architecture that required an anchor, or he was using the wrong framework entirely to look for it. He considered these 3 possibilities for a long time. The third was the most troubling. If the framework was wrong, then every layer he'd identified, every characteristic he'd cataloged, every junction point he'd mapped, all of it was data collected inside a framework that didn't describe the system it was measuring. He would have maps of the wrong thing. He was still considering this when the prince's aide came to tell him the rescue team had gone silent. I know, Peng Howard said. I was watching. The aide looked at him and at the instruments and at the mountain and went back to the command tent without asking what the instruments had found, because the instruments operator was looking at them the way a person looked at something they had stopped expecting answers from. He kept his analysis position until the evening light changed the mountain's colors from gray to amber to the deep blue of mountain dusk. In that light, the formation's resonance signature shifted, not dramatically, not in a way his instruments could quantify with confidence, but in a way he could feel in the peripheral sensitivity that 34 years of formation work had built into his awareness. The mountain settled. It was the feeling of a large, complex system reaching a state of comfortable equilibrium after a period of minor adjustment. Like a house at the end of a busy day, its occupants settled into their chair, everything in its correct place, the day's work noted and filed. The mountain had added 520 people to its interior and recalibrated its maintenance functions accordingly. It had not strained to do this. It had adjusted the way a well-designed system adjusted, without drama, without visible effort, with the specific quality of something that had been built for exactly this and found the exercise unremarkable. Peng Howard packed his instruments. He walked back to camp. He had a report to write, and the report would have nothing useful in it, and he would write it anyway, because he was a professional and professionals wrote reports. Chapter 20. Inside the mountain, not metaphorically inside, but literally within the formation field's coverage zone, which Wei had long since extended to encompass a volume of terrain that included the outer slopes, the mid-mountain paths, the eastern and western terraces, and the various chambers, corridors, and constructed spaces of the Phantom Labyrinth. The 500 soldiers were alive. This surprised some of them. The Phantom Labyrinth was Wei's largest construction, begun 140 years ago, expanded continuously since, now encompassing a network of spaces that would have taken a substantial architectural team years to build physically, but that existed within the formation field's spatial manipulation capacity as nested pocket domains, each with their own internal environment, each connected to the others by passages whose routing depended on the traveler's state rather than their direction. The labyrinth had 17 primary chambers and 43 secondary corridors, each calibrated to a different combination of cultivator type and psychological state. Their ambient conditions had been tuned over 140 years of observation and adjustment, tuned not for Wei's own use, but for the use of anyone who ended up inside, which made the tuning a study of what people needed when they were in a situation they could not leave. The labyrinth was designed to be endurable. Wei had thought about this carefully 80 years ago, when he had first considered the possibility of uninvited entry to the mountain at significant scale. He had decided that designing a killing zone was both uninteresting and unpleasant. A formation built to kill was a formation built around death, and the aesthetic of his work was not death but complexity. He had decided instead to design a space that could hold people indefinitely, feeding them from the mountain's ambient spiritual energy through a passive distribution formation, maintaining their physical and spiritual condition in a state that he thought of as comfortable stasis. The 500 were not suffering. They were, in a way that several of them found more distressing than suffering would have been, simply there, in white corridors, or stone gardens, or spaces with the qualities of rooms without the definite character of rooms. The ambient spiritual energy was dense enough that passive absorption maintained their cultivation bases at entry level or slightly above. The material formation output, warmth, clean air, a steady mild light that came from nowhere identifiable, sustained physical comfort with the precision of something that had been calibrated for cultivators at various levels and had had 140 years to reach its correct operating state. Captain Deng Ru was alone in a corridor. This was not accidental. The labyrinth sorted by role and temperament. Its routing subroutines had been calibrated on Wei's observations of how cultivators behaved under stress, and a commanding officer separated from his unit was a specific combination of inputs that produced a specific output in the sorting logic. Command role practitioners isolated from their people tended to look for solutions rather than comfort, and a space that provided solutions raw material rather than consolation was more stable for them than a group space where they would feel the need to lead people through a situation that didn't respond to leadership. The corridor was white stone, smooth. It stretched ahead and behind with the kind of quiet that was not silence but the absence of anything disruptive. The ceiling was exactly high enough to feel like a ceiling without feeling oppressive. The width was exactly enough to feel like a passage without feeling confining. There were no sharp edges. The light came from the stone itself, a faint, even glow. The color of early morning before the sun had fully committed to being present. The air tasted of mountain stone and something faintly mineral, a clean, specific scent, consistent throughout the corridor, produced by the formation rather than the geology. Captain Deng Ru had been a soldier for 14 years. He had faced enemies. He had faced difficult terrain. He had faced failure, which was a different kind of thing, and had dealt with it each time through the combination of discipline and forward motion that his training had provided. He was not, as a general matter, troubled by adversity. This corridor troubled him. Not because it was hostile. It was, as far as he could determine, entirely inoffensive, meeting every basic criterion for an acceptable environment with a precision that felt, on prolonged examination, less like natural adequacy and more like deliberate provision. The ceiling height was not coincidentally comfortable. The light was not accidentally adequate. The ambient spiritual energy was not naturally distributed in a pattern that happened to support core formation cultivators at precisely their optimal maintenance level. The specific mineral scent of the air was not the random product of stone composition. It was consistent, stable, produced by the formation, unchanged from one end of the corridor to the other in a way that natural air did not behave. This was thought about. Someone had thought about what would make this space endurable, and had provided those things, not generously, not lavishly, but sufficiently, in every particular. He stood in the corridor and looked at the walls and understood, slowly, that the walls were not just walls. They were attended, not by a person, not by any presence he could sense in the formation reading way a cultivator might try to locate active chi, but by the formation itself, which was doing exactly what it was built to do, and had been built to do something very specific. To keep him calm. He found this more disconcerting than an open attack would have been. An enemy who attacked could be fought or fled. An enemy who attended, who had thought carefully about what you needed in order not to fall apart, and had provided those things in a space designed to hold you indefinitely. That was a different kind of problem, and it was not a problem he had any training for. His training covered defeat. It covered imprisonment. It covered isolation. It did not cover care. It did not cover the specific quality of a space that knew what he needed and had arranged to provide it, that had been arranged for decades before he arrived, by someone who had known he would arrive eventually and had taken the time. He sat down against the corridor wall. He thought about compasses that pointed down, paths that went in circles, bridges that went nowhere, and crystals that dissolved. All of it patient and considered and precisely calibrated. None of it lethal. All of it telling him the same thing about the person who had built it. He was not in enemy territory. He was in someone's house. Someone's very large, very old, very carefully considered house, which had been built with the expectation that people like him would arrive eventually, and which had been prepared for that arrival with the same calm specificity that a careful host prepared a guest room for an unexpected visitor. The host had not expected to like the visitor. The host had prepared adequately nonetheless. He thought about the burned inscription the recovery team had described before losing communication. He'd heard Peng Hauren's report by messenger before the assault. Please stop. You are scuffing the boundary stones. A polite message, delivered with precision that shattered a senior practitioner's brush and left the attacked formation intact. A message that was, in its exact phrasing, the message of someone noting a minor household inconvenience rather than defending against military force. He had been told the mountain's occupant was an old recluse, a weakened patriarch past his cultivation peak. That description no longer corresponded to anything he was experiencing. The occupant of this mountain had built the corridor he was sitting in, had built it for someone like him to sit in, and had built it well enough to be sitting in it 140 years later and still performing correctly. Had written the burn inscription with the casual precision of someone who had more important things to do and was noting, briefly, that the outer formations needed a rest. Captain Deng Ru sat in the corridor and breathed the formation-maintained air and waited for something to happen, without any confidence that anything would, and found the waiting less unbearable than it should have been, which told him more about the corridor than any analysis could have. After a long time, he had no way to measure how long. His timepiece had stopped working when he entered the labyrinth, and the corridor's light did not change with hour. He heard footsteps in the passage behind him. He turned. One of his soldiers emerged from around a corner that he was fairly certain hadn't been there before. "Captain," the soldier said. His voice was steady. His armor was intact. He looked confused in the specific way of someone who was trying to understand something and was making progress slowly, but had not stopped trying. "There's a garden to the east. I thought you should know." Captain Deng Ru stood. "Take me there," he said, because a garden suggested a gardener, and a gardener suggested someone who had decided, at some point, that this space was worth tending. That was, in the absence of other information, a thing worth moving toward. Chapter 21. The attempt began at what Peng Hauren estimated was the third day after his report reached the prince. He had spent the intervening days not idle. He had continued his formation analysis, had documented 2 more possible layers below the 9th he'd confirmed, and had written 3 separate draft proposals for counterformation approaches that he had discarded each time upon reflection. The drafts were sitting in his tent in a stack, each one more carefully reasoned and more comprehensively wrong than the last. He knew they were wrong. He knew them wrong for the same reason he kept producing them, because doing nothing while 520 people were inside a mountain and a senior imperial officer waited outside for results was not an option his professional identity could sustain indefinitely. He watched from a position behind the army's rear line. He had his instruments. He had his notes. He had, after 3 days of scanning, a map of the 9 formation layers he'd been able to identify. The map had already been useful in confirming how inadequate his understanding was, since each time he consulted it, he found another note he'd made about a junction point he hadn't been able to resolve, an interaction between 2 layers he couldn't fully account for. He was going to inscribe a counterformation at the boundary stone. He selected the site, a flat piece of ground 5 meters from the boundary stone, clear of the stone's immediate resonance field. He prepared his brush. He spent 40 minutes in preliminary inscription work, laying the framework structure of the counterformation with the careful precision his 34 years of practice had built into his hands. He worked in the late afternoon quiet, the camp behind him doing its evening routine, the mountain above him unchanged. The formation was good work. He knew this with the professional confidence of a practitioner who could accurately assess his own output. The calibration was precise, the inscription clean, the targeting structure correctly aligned with the layer 1 node profile he'd mapped. The brush moved through its characters with the economy of long practice. Each character was placed with the care of someone who understood that formation inscription was not art and not craft, but something that required both the precision of engineering and the touch of a hand that understood what it was doing at every moment. His 34 years had given him this. The character geometry was sound. The energy routing was clean. He reached 70% completion. He was 3 characters from the trigger sequence when the ground under his brush began to change. Not dramatically, not with any visible effect on the formation he'd inscribed, but the spiritual resonance of the inscription surface, the stone's response to his inscription energy, shifted in a way that took him a fraction of a second to recognize and a full second to understand the implication of. The surface was reversing his inscription energy, not absorbing it, not blocking it, taking the specific formation energy he'd been inputting through the brush and returning it in the opposite direction, back through the brush, back through his meridians, back along the exact pathways he'd used to channel it into the inscription. The reversal was precise, anatomically precise. It followed the specific route his energy had taken through his body and returned it through that same route, not generically, not approximately, but exactly, tracing his meridian pathways as though the stone had been reading those pathways the entire time he'd been standing here and had prepared its response around that reading. His hand went numb from wrist to elbow in the space of approximately 2 breaths. His brush shattered. Not broke. Shattered. The inscription crystal at its heart cracking along its primary axis with a sound like a single struck note, high and clear and immediately absent. His 15-year brush. Gone. He stood very still. He looked at the ground where the counterformation was inscribed, his 70% complete, carefully calibrated, professionally executed work, and found it exactly as he'd left it, undisturbed. The formation he'd inscribed was untouched. Only his hand had taken the reversal. The mountain had not broken his formation. It had only broken his ability to complete it, which was the minimum required response, the most surgical possible intervention, the kind of response that came from a system that had been designed to distinguish between the work and the person doing the work and to address each appropriately. He held his numb hand against his chest and looked at the boundary stone. The stone looked exactly as it always had, a rounded rock with a single character on its face. Very old, very ordinary looking, not threatening, not imposing, just present, in the way that things that had been in one place for a very long time were present, with a specific kind of weight that was not physical weight, but accumulated duration, the weight of something that had been waiting here since long before he arrived, and would continue waiting here long after he left. He did not speak for a long time, because there was nothing to say that would not have sounded, even to himself, like a man whose professional framework had just been given a very specific, very targeted, and somewhat polite correction. He looked at his incomplete counterformation, the 70% he'd inscribed before the reversal. It was good work. He could see its quality in the completeness of the strokes, the precision of the character geometry, the clean energy routing of the framework he'd laid down. If he could complete it, if he had feeling in his right hand and a new brush and another 40 minutes, it still would not have worked. He understood that now. The target layer he'd been aiming at was not layer 1's outer defense node. It was a decoy, a well-made decoy, but a decoy. He had spent 3 days mapping 9 layers, and in those 3 days the mountain had let him map exactly what it wanted him to map, in the order it wanted him to map it, and had shown him the layer it wanted him to attack. He thought about the implications of that. A formation system that managed what its external analysts perceived, that structured the information available to analysis to guide the analyst toward a predetermined attack vector, was not a defensive system. It was a strategic one. The difference was fundamental. Defensive formations protected their interior. Strategic formations shaped the behavior of everything outside them. This mountain had been shaping his behavior for 3 days, and he had been in the middle of the shaping and had not seen it until his brush shattered. He held his numb hand. The numbness was fading. The reversal had not damaged his meridians. It had only stressed them, which was the precise minimum required to stop him from completing the inscription. The hand would recover. His brush would not. His confidence in his analytical framework, which had served him for 34 years across 43 campaigns, was in the process of a more significant adjustment. He made himself stand up, because sitting on the ground at the foot of a mountain's boundary stone while his hand was numb and his brush was in pieces, and 520 people waited inside for an extraction plan that did not exist was not a position consistent with the dignity of the Imperial Formation Corps' senior field practitioner. He stood up. He looked at the mountain. The mountain was there, unchanged, patient, exactly as large as it had been before his attempt and after it. The evening light was beginning to soften the stone colors. Somewhere above in the formation, he could feel it now, faintly, Now that he was looking for it, something had noted his attempt, responded, and returned to its prior state, as though the whole exchange had been a minor administrative matter, the kind of thing you dealt with and noted in a log and moved on from, because you had other work to do. Chapter 22. By evening, the reversal inscription's burn had set into the ground. Luo Yinmei described it to Wei from the lower terrace, her voice carrying its usual quality of careful accuracy. It's burned about 3 meters by 2, she said. The characters are clear. The inscription energy came from below, it rose through the stone and burned the image from underneath. About 40 soldiers are standing around it in a loose ring, looking at it. 2 junior officers are measuring the burn area and taking notes. A formation analyst is trying to read the inscription energy residue with a standard probe and getting readings he can't interpret. She paused. Peng Haoran is at the edge. He's holding his right hand against his chest. The hand looks undamaged from here, but he's protecting it the way you protect something that has been hurt in a way that doesn't show. What does he look like? She considered. Like a man who has just had a very specific kind of day. What does the inscription say? She looked down at the burned text. She read it aloud, clearly and without commentary. Please stop. You are scuffing the boundary stones. There was a pause on the mountain. Not a long pause, simply the pause of a man setting down his cup on a stone armrest, which made a small, precise sound in the cave's quiet. Adequate, Wei said. He's sitting down, Luo Yinmei reported. Who is? Peng Haoran. He sat down on the ground, right there at the edge of the burn inscription. Just sat down. One of the soldiers stepped forward like he was going to help, and then stepped back when Peng Haoran didn't look up. He hasn't gotten up. He'll get up when he's ready. Wei paused. Or he won't. Either is fine. Around the burn inscription, the soldiers were processing the message in the careful way of people who have been given information they don't know how to classify. Several were copying it into their field notes. One junior officer was sketching the burn area's dimensions. Another was attempting to date the inscription energy's residue age, an exercise that would tell him the inscription had been delivered today by a source below the ground, which was accurate information of limited operational value. Peng Haoran sat at the inscription's edge and looked at the characters. Please stop. You are scuffing the boundary stones. Not a warning about consequences. Not a threat. A request, phrased as a mildly inconvenienced resident noting that something was being damaged. As if the boundary stones had feelings about being scuffed that deserved acknowledgement. As if the appropriate response to 500 soldiers and 3 days of failed assault was a polite note about maintenance, delivered with precision that had shattered a 15-year brush and left the formation it was protecting intact. He had spent 34 years as a formation practitioner. He had prided himself, with the measured pride of a professional who understood the difference between competence and arrogance, on his ability to meet the challenges a formation site presented. He had believed, entering this campaign, that a site at the outer edge of his competence was a site that would require effort, time, and care, and that with those 3 things he could address anything the formation corpus had produced. He had not considered the possibility of a formation corpus he was not aware of. He had not considered the possibility that the standard analytical frameworks he used were not merely limited but inapplicable, that they described one family of formation systems, and this mountain was a different family entirely, one that had been developed in isolation by a single practitioner over 3 centuries with no reference to or communication with the tradition he represented. He sat on the ground and thought about this. Luo Yinmei descended the terrace path back toward the cave, passing the formation relay stones at their irregular intervals, each one a sensory node, each one sending its small specific piece of the mountain's perceptual field back up to the formation network's aggregate picture. She reached the cave and sat on the step, pulling her outer robe tighter against the evening cool. You could have just let his counterformation fail, she said. It would have failed. You didn't need to send anything back. I know. You wanted to tell them something. I wanted them to know that the boundary stones exist and are attended. The failure of the formation would have told them something was present. The inscription told them what was present, approximately. He looked at the tea plant, whose leaves were unchanged in the cave's quiet. Also, the counterformation he was building was actually reasonably competent within its parameters. It was wrong about the target layer. He thought he was addressing layer 1. But the node he was targeting was a decoy I placed in that position 30 years ago specifically to attract that kind of approach. But the inscription work itself was clean. The character geometry was precise. 15 years with that brush shows in the precision of the strokes. He picked up his cup. I thought that deserved a response that was also clean. She looked at the cave entrance where the evening light was going amber over the stone. You're rating his work, she said. I'm noting that it was competent. That's different. How? He drank his tea. He looked comfortable in the chair the way only someone who has been very comfortable in the same chair for an extremely long time could look. Rating suggests expectation of improvement, he said. I don't expect improvement. I simply note quality when I see it. She was quiet for a moment. The evening insects had started somewhere below the cave entrance, their sound carried up on the still air of the mountain's ambient field. He'll tell them, she said, about the inscription, and it will make them more cautious. Yes. Is that what you wanted? Wei considered this with the mild interest of a man considering a question he has already answered but finds worth examining from additional angles. What I want, he said, after a moment, is for them to understand the situation accurately. Accurate understanding leads to proportionate responses. Proportionate responses are less disruptive than desperate ones. They are currently in the phase where they don't understand the situation accurately. They believe they are assaulting a defended mountain. When they understand that they are standing in a formation that has been watching them since they arrived, their responses will become more interesting. More interesting, she repeated. More appropriately calibrated, he said, which was as close to the same thing as he tended to get. She considered this. The formation maintenance hum that was always present in the cave, the deep, resonant subfrequency that Wei had explained to her years ago, was the Layer 1 monitoring cycle running its standard sweep, was running at a slightly higher pitch than usual. She had learned, over the years, to read that pitch the way sailors read wind direction. Informational rather than alarming. Layer 1 is elevated, she said. It's recalibrating for the increased coverage load. 520 people require slightly more monitoring bandwidth than the unoccupied mountain does. He paused. I should check the bandwidth allocation tomorrow. The labyrinth's maintenance has priority, but the monitoring sweep distribution might benefit from rebalancing now that the outer layers are back to normal occupancy levels. Luo Yinmei looked at him. They're not people to you when you're working, she said. Not an accusation. An observation, stated plainly, the way she had always stated observations about him when she thought they were worth making. He looked at her with the mild attention of someone who takes such statements seriously precisely because they come rarely. They're data sources and formation loads, he said. In the context of the mountain's operation, that's what they are. Outside that context, they're people who made a decision to be here and are experiencing the consequences of that decision in a space designed to make those consequences survivable. He set down the log. The two framings are not in conflict. They feel like they're in conflict from where they are. Probably. He looked at the tea plant. But where they are and where I am are different positions, and the discomfort that comes from their position is part of the information the mountain is giving them. When they have received enough of that information to understand their situation, the discomfort will serve its purpose. She let this sit for a moment. Then, what happens if they don't? Then they stay until they do, Wei said. The labyrinth is comfortable. They have time. Chapter 23 Prince Zhao Liang received Peng Haoran's second report and summoned the Grand Artificer to his command tent at dawn. The tent was cold at dawn. Mountain air at elevation. The heating formation on low because the prince had his aides conserve formation artifacts until the situation clarified. His campaign map was spread across the table, marked with everything the scouts had been able to map of the mountain's exterior. It looked, in the dawn light, very much like a map of a mountain. Complete, careful, useless. You are telling me, the prince said, that 520 of my soldiers are inside that mountain, and you cannot get them out. I am telling you that I cannot get them out by the methods currently available to me. The tools I lack are not simply more powerful versions of the tools I have. They would need to be fundamentally different in kind. What tools do you need? Peng Haoran had been preparing this answer since sitting on the ground at the burn inscription the previous evening. He had gotten up when the evening air grew cold, returned to his tent, sat in it for 3 hours, and thought about what he would say. He had come to the answer he had been avoiding because he was a man who preferred to give solutions, and the answer he had was not a solution. To break a formation of this complexity, you need either a practitioner with superior formation knowledge, a formation disruption artifact of the highest grade, or both. The practitioners I have are at my level or below. I am the most senior formation master in this deployment, and I am operating well outside my competence here. The artifacts I have are standard grade, designed for the kinds of formations we normally encounter. Against this mountain, they are ineffective. He paused. The formation I attempted to inscribe yesterday was a sound application of standard counterformation technique. It was neutralized with surgical precision. The mountain distinguished between my attempt and myself and addressed only the attempt, leaving my work intact and my hand numb. That level of response requires both a monitoring system capable of identifying my specific inscription technique in real time and a counter mechanism capable of reversing my specific energy pathways. This mountain has been studying us. not merely detecting our presence. It has been reading our methods and preparing responses calibrated to those methods specifically. Give me a better formation master, the prince said. Peng Haoren had expected this. The second highest ranked formation master in the empire is Master Shen Liang of the capital's Formation Academy. I will send for him. But I want to be honest with you, Your Highness. I don't believe Master Shen Liang or any other practitioner I am aware of has the specific knowledge required to address this mountain's formation system. What we are dealing with is not simply powerful. It is different in its underlying logic, different in its architecture, different in ways that make it resistant to any approach derived from the standard formation corpus. He stopped. He was about to say the thing he had been not saying for 3 days, and the prince's expression was the expression of a man who wanted results and was not, at this hour and in this cold, well-positioned to receive a philosophical observation about the nature of his situation. We are being told something by this mountain, Peng Haoren said. I think we should be listening. The prince dismissed him. Peng Haoren walked out of the command tent and stood in the cold morning air of the mountain's lower slope and thought about Shen Liang. Shen Liang was 67. Shen Liang had spent his career in an academy, not in the field. Shen Liang's reputation was theoretical rather than operational. His contribution to the formation corpus was the supplementary volume on layered array interaction theory, which was excellent theoretical work, foundational even, but which had been written in an environment of systematic, controlled analysis rather than the field conditions Peng Haoren had been operating under for 3 days. He was not trying to diminish Shen Liang. He was trying to anticipate the gap between what he himself had not been able to do with 3 days of direct site analysis and what Shen Liang would be able to do with the same analysis opportunity. The gap was likely to be meaningful, not because Shen Liang was more skilled in the way a stronger cultivator was stronger, but because theoretical formation work built different analytical intuitions than operational work, and this mountain seemed to require intuitions he had not developed. He thought about the reversal. The mountain had read his meridian pathways, not just detected them, read them, specifically enough to send a precise reversal back through the exact pathways he'd used. That was not monitoring. That was analysis. Ongoing, detailed, individualized analysis of everyone who came within the mountain's coverage zone. Shen Liang had never had anyone's formation work reversed at the meridian level because no one had ever done that in the field. In the academy, this was theoretical. Here, it was what happened when you tried to inscribe too close to a boundary stone. He found this thought uncomfortable and useful in roughly equal measure. On the mountain, Wei had already detected the message to the capital through the courier stamp inscription he placed on the military relay crystal 40 years ago when experimenting with passive monitoring techniques, and had never removed. He read the summons from Master Shen Liang. He read the Academy's reply that Shen Liang would arrive within 10 days. He set the transcript aside. He yawned. The yawn was genuine, unhurried, the kind that arose from deep physical rest in the specific way it did when someone had been sitting comfortably for many consecutive hours in a chair they had occupied for decades. 520 people were being maintained in comfortable suspension by formations he had built for exactly this purpose and had not had to check on since activation. 2 more would arrive within 10 days, 3 counting the courier. He made a note in the margin of his Layer 14 design, 10 days before Shen Liang. He picked up the Shen Liang summons transcript again and read the man's file annotation that the Academy had included. Shen Liang, 67, Academy Formation Master 1st grade, 22 years teaching formation theory, author of the Standard Formation Corpus Supplementary Volume 3. His work on layered array interaction theory was, by the Academy's own description, the definitive text in the field. Wei read the description of the interaction theory work. He set the transcript down. He poured more tea. He had, in fact, read Shen Liang's supplementary volume. A courier had brought it to the mountain 11 years ago as part of a bookseller's package, a bulk order Luo Yanmei placed from the capital every few years, pulling new titles from the Academy and the major sect libraries. The volume had been interesting in the way that well-organized incorrect work was interesting. Shen Liang had identified the right phenomenon, layered array interaction, and had built a rigorous theoretical framework around it. And the framework was wrong about the mechanism at the base layer because Shen Liang had been theorizing from documented examples of multi-practitioner array systems rather than from single-practitioner integrated systems. The difference was foundational. Multi-practitioner systems had interaction friction between layers. The individual practitioners' inscription styles created mild incompatibilities that had to be addressed by the interaction structure. Single-practitioner systems had none of that friction. Their interaction structure could be designed from the bottom up as a unified whole. The behavior was completely different, and the observation data that distinguished the two was exactly the kind of data you couldn't collect by analyzing other people's systems, only your own. He had written a response to Shun Liang's volume in the form of 3 pages of marginal notes, and the response had ended with a note to himself. If this man ever visits the mountain, show him layer 7. He'll understand what he got wrong immediately. He looked at the margin note now. It was 11 years old. His handwriting had not changed. He'll have questions, Luo Yinmei said from the doorway. She had returned from the lower terrace and was standing at the cave entrance, arms folded against the evening chill. Yes. Will you answer them? Wei looked at the tea. That depends on whether they're interesting questions. What counts as interesting? He considered. Questions that reveal what the asker already understands, not just what they don't. The best questions show you the shape of someone's existing knowledge, what they have right, what they have almost right, where the gap is. Shun Liang has the layered interaction mechanics, almost right. The almost is instructive. He set down his cup. I'll answer his questions if his questions show me where his almost is. Chapter 24 Master Shun Liang arrived at the mountain's base on the 9th day. He was older than Peng Haoren had expected, 67, white-haired, with the physical condition of a man who had maintained his cultivation practice with long discipline and the specific kind of lean quality that came from many years of formation work rather than combat cultivation. Formation work required concentration rather than output, focus rather than force, and the body that resulted was different from a soldier's body, quieter, more still, with an economy of movement that spoke of a practitioner who had learned to do a great deal with very little. His robes were worn with the unself-conscious quality of someone for whom appearance was a low priority compared to function. He traveled with 2 assistants and a case of instruments that Peng Haoren recognized as the highest-grade formation analysis tools available from the Academy's equipment library. Instruments he had seen in catalogs and never had operational budget to requisition. Peng Haoren met him at the approach and gave him the full briefing. The outer formation scan results, the 9 identified layers, the failed counterformation attempt, the reversal inscription, the 520 missing soldiers. He delivered each item with the professional flatness of a man who had been saying these things for 3 days and had come to terms, approximately, with their implications. He showed Shun Liang the burn inscription's location. The characters had faded somewhat in the intervening days, but the shape of the burned ground was still clear. Shun Liang crouched over it for a long moment, reading the characters with the focused attention of a man reading something in a language he knows well. Please stop. You are scuffing the boundary stones, Shun Liang read. His voice was quiet. He stood. He looked at the boundary stone Peng Haoren indicated. He crouched over it and looked at the single character on its face without touching it, reading the inscription with his formation sense rather than his eyes. He did not speak for a long time. Shun Liang listened to all of the briefing with the focused patience of a senior academician hearing a complicated student presentation. He asked 3 questions. How long have you been unable to count the layers? Since the first day of full analysis. I keep finding new ones. What is the deepest you've accurately characterized? Layer 9. I believe I have layer 10 identified, but not fully characterized. And the formation architecture's central logic. What would you say it is? Peng Haoren opened his mouth and then closed it, because he realized in that moment that he had been assuming there was a central logic he simply hadn't found yet, that the layers added up to a system that could be characterized in the same terms he used for standard formation systems. He had been working from that assumption the entire time. The assumption felt, in this moment, like standing on ground that had just revealed itself to be somewhere else. I don't know, he said. I assumed it was layered defense, but I haven't been able to confirm that. Shun Liang looked at the mountain. He looked at it for a long time, not with the professional analysis look, which was measured and methodical and moved in specific patterns across the visual field. He just looked, with both eyes and his formation sense, the way you looked at something you were trying to understand rather than map. He walked to the mountain's boundary and extended his analysis instruments one by one, reading each output, adding to whatever picture was forming in his mind. He worked for 2 hours without speaking. At the end of the 2 hours, he sat down cross-legged in the mountain path. Peng Haoren waited. Shun Liang sat for a long time with his eyes closed and his formation sense extended, not in the scanning pattern of active analysis, but in the still receptive state of someone who has stopped looking and started listening. His breathing slowed. His instruments rested in his lap, unused. He was doing something Peng Haoren had seen senior practitioners do in his early career and had never fully understood. He was, as best Peng Haoren could read the posture, simply present with the mountain, the way you were present with a text rather than analyzing it. When he opened them, they were wet. Master Shun, Peng Haoren said quietly. How did you not know what this was? Shun Liang said. To himself as much as to Peng Hauren. Not an accusation, but the question of a man arriving somewhere and finding himself too late. His voice was the voice of a teacher who had taught formation theory for 22 years and had just encountered a demonstration that exceeded everything he had taught. This mountain is not protected by formations, Shen Liang said slowly, as a man says something he is arriving at in the moment of saying it. The mountain is a formation. The stone and the inscription are the same thing. The terrain and the system are the same thing. He looked down at the ground beneath his feet. We were never on the outside. We arrived inside this mountain the moment we came within its boundary. Everything we've observed, everything we've measured, every layer we've identified, that's the interior. The man in the cave designed the exterior to look like an interior, so we would spend our time trying to find the outside from the inside. He paused. He looked at the boundary stone with the single character. He looked at the army spread across the mountain's base. 500 additional soldiers, 2 grand artificers, a prince, supply trains, command tents, all the organized apparatus of imperial military capacity. He looked at all of this with the expression of a man who has just seen the same thing from the other side and found it smaller than it had appeared. We are inside the formation right now, Shen Liang said. We have been inside it since the first scout crossed that boundary stone. There is no outside from this position. The formation doesn't have an exterior we can attack. It has a boundary, and we are standing within it. The silence at the mountain's base was the kind of silence that followed something being said that could not be unsaid. Peng Hauren looked at the ground beneath his feet. He looked at the soldiers around him, standing on terrain that had always been. In some architectural sense, he was only now beginning to grasp the territory of whoever sat in that cave at the peak. He looked at his map. He looked at the mountain. He looked at his map again, and the map looked, in retrospect, like someone's floor plan of a house they had never entered from the right direction, accurate in some narrow sense, and comprehensively wrong about what it described. He had mapped 9 layers of formations. The formations were not the mountain's defense. They were the mountain's rooms. We should leave, he said, to Shen Liang, to the prince, to anyone who was willing to hear it. Shen Liang did not answer immediately. He was still looking at the boundary stone, at the single character on its face, at the crack in the upper edge that Peng Hauren had noted 3 days ago, and that had not changed since then, had not grown, had not been repaired, was simply there. The mark of a stone that had been existing in a mountain's formation field for 3 centuries and had acquired the durability of something that had been maintained from the inside rather than the outside. What's the character? Shen Liang asked. Peng Hauren looked. He had looked at this stone many times in 3 days. Anchor, he said. I read it as the formation's outer anchor marker. The point where the outer layer is fixed to the... It's not anchor, Shen Liang said. He said it gently. The character is threshold. The boundary stone marks the threshold because the formation recognizes you've entered when you cross it. It's not marking where the formation is anchored. It's marking where you stop being outside. Peng Hauren looked at the character again. He had looked at it for 3 days and read it as anchor because that was the word he expected to find on a boundary stone. Threshold and anchor were similar enough in their written components that a practitioner looking for one would see it when the other was present. He had spent 3 days mapping a formation from outside its boundary, and he had been inside it the whole time. And the one clear piece of information the mountain had placed at the entrance, right there, carved in stone, one character, explicit, he had misread because he was looking for the wrong thing. He looked at the stone. He looked at the army. He looked at the command tent where the prince was waiting for options. We should leave, he said again. Right now? Without negotiating. Without conditions. We should take what we can carry, walk down the mountain's approach road, and put 2 days' travel between us and this peak before we decide what to tell the emperor. The 520, Shen Liang said. I know. A pause. I know. But what I have learned in 3 days is that the person in that cave has not harmed them and has no evident interest in harming them. What they may be harmed by is what happens next, if we do something that this mountain decides requires a response more significant than a polite note about boundary stones. Above them, on the mountain that had been listening since the first soldier's foot touched the boundary stone, Wei Chongshan sat in his chair, both hands on the armrests, looking at nothing in particular, already composing his next recalibration note for Layer 8. The stalactite was not going to fix itself. Chapter 25. 6 months passed in the way that 6 months passed on Qingwei Peak, with the steady, unobtrusive quality of time that moved by its own nature rather than by anything imposed upon it. The tea plant put out new growth in the 5th month. Wei noted this in his formation log alongside an entry about Layer 8's recalibration progress, the 2 items sharing space on the same day's record in the way that his life on the mountain had always organized itself. cultivation work and domestic observation as aspects of the same continuing inquiry rather than separate categories requiring separate attention. The layer 8 stalactite had shifted 4 centimeters over 3 centuries, a slow, patient movement expressing itself as an 8% efficiency reduction in the lower formation's eastern junction. He had been watching the drift for 11 months. It was now at the stage where correction was more efficient than continued monitoring. He noted the date beside the layer 8 entry and circled it, which was his notation for this week, before other things. The tea plant entry noted 3 new leaves emerged from the eastern stem, the correct color for this altitude and this exposure, consistent with healthy root growth into the formation-infused soil. He had been noting the tea plant's growth cycle since the plant arrived on the mountain 260 years ago, a seedling then, a gift from a wandering merchant who had not known what he was trading for shelter from a rainstorm, and whose seedling had grown for 2.5 centuries in formation-dense soil and developed properties that no ordinary tea plant possessed. The roots had found the formation lines in the soil decades ago. The plant was symbiotic with the mountain now, its root network interwoven with the formation field's lower layers in the way of 2 systems that had been sharing space long enough to stop distinguishing between themselves. He gave it water. He noted the new leaves. He returned to layer 8. Outside, the mountain's rhythm continued with the patience of something that had been doing the same thing for a very long time and had never found any reason to adjust. The Imperial Army, minus 520 soldiers, camped at the mountain's base through the first 3 months after the initial assault. Prince Zhao Liang maintained his position through sheer unwillingness to be the general who reported that he had lost 500 soldiers to a mountain and then left. He had received no communications from inside the mountain, still no means of reaching through the formation field suppression layer, which blocked standard spiritual communication with the efficiency of a wall-blocking sound. But he had received, at irregular intervals, individual soldiers. The mountain returned them one at a time. Wei had designed the release mechanism for this purpose, a formation subroutine in the Phantom Labyrinth's management system that identified soldiers who had been held long enough to have resolved their acute disorientation and were experiencing the labyrinth stasis condition with what the subroutine's pattern recognition function assessed as productive equilibrium. In practice, this meant soldiers who had stopped fighting the stasis and started existing in it, who had found what passed for routine in the white corridors and stone gardens, who were no longer frightened by the adequacy of their care. The subroutine assessed this through ambient chi pattern analysis. A frightened person's cultivation base produced a specific resonance signature that differed measurably from the signature of someone who had arrived at equanimity. The labyrinth had been reading these signatures since the first entry. The subroutine's calibration had required most of the first 20 years of the labyrinth's existence to get right. Wei had designed the first version based on theoretical models of cultivator stress response, which had been adequate but had produced several releases he assessed, in retrospect, as slightly premature. The second version incorporated those observations and added several additional emotional state criteria. The third and current version had been running for 40 years and produced consistent results across every test case. The soldiers returned by the current version emerged with the specific quality Wei had been designing for. Not damaged, not confused, not traumatized, simply someone who had been somewhere unusual and had come through it and arrived at the other end of the experience hole. Each returned soldier was healthy, spiritually maintained at exactly their entry condition or slightly above it. The labyrinth's ambient energy was dense enough that passive absorption had, in several cases, gently strengthened the returned soldiers' cultivation bases, a byproduct Wei had not designed for, but also had not prevented. Passive cultivation acceleration in a stable, rich environment was not a harm. If anything, it was a form of accidental courtesy. None of them had any injuries. None of them had any clear memories of the labyrinth beyond an impression of white corridors and adequate care, and, in some cases, a vague recollection of something that might have been tea. Each one said, when asked what happened inside, "I was taken care of." Prince Zhao Liang received the first returned soldier and interrogated him for 3 hours. He received the second and did the same. By the 5th returned soldier, who said, "I was taken care of," with the same quality of mild bewilderment that all the others had displayed, the prince stopped interrogating them individually and began filing them as a data point he did not know what to do with. 5 soldiers out of 520. The mountain was releasing them at its own schedule, by its own criteria, on its own timeline. The mountain's schedule bore no relationship to the prince's schedule. Peng Haoran filed them as confirmation of his assessment. Containment, not lethality. Hospitality, almost. A host's function, extended to 500 uninvited guests by a system designed for exactly this purpose. He wrote this in his private notes and did not share it with the prince, because the word hospitality in a military assessment report was going to read very badly, and also because he was not entirely sure it was the right word and was not sure there was a better one. He sat with his private notes and the returned soldiers' consistent reports and the mountain's formation signature, unchanged, stable, doing what it was doing without any apparent adjustment for the prince's impatience. And he thought carefully about what category of problem this was. It was not a military problem with a military solution. It was not a formation problem with a counter-formation solution. It was a different category of problem entirely, one his training had not assigned a name to, and without a name, his response protocols had nothing to begin from. He was, in his private journal, using the word unprecedented with increasing frequency and decreasing comfort. The emperor received Peng Hauren's classified assessment 2 months after the first soldiers were returned. He read it. He read it again. He sat with it through a meeting he had called to discuss other matters, the document folded in his hands with the specific quality of something he intended to do something about. 3 days later, he authorized a full coalition. The Three Peaks Alliance would supplement the Imperial Army. Combined numbers, combined cultivation levels, combined formation expertise. The theory, readable in the authorization's phrasing, was that the mountain's capacity to counter multiple simultaneous approaches had a limit that a sufficiently large coalition could find. Wei read the Imperial authorization that same afternoon through the old stamp inscription, a monitoring formation he had installed in the dynasty's administrative correspondence channels 200 years ago, in the early period when it had seemed useful to track large-scale official communication about the mountain's region. It had run without interruption since and showed no signs of fatigue. He translated the document's formal language into plain meaning, then sat with the plain meaning for a moment. "They have escalated," he told the tea plant. The tea plant's leaves stirred in the afternoon air moving through the cave entrance. He took this as acknowledgement, which was almost certainly not what leaf movement in afternoon air indicated, but which fit the situation well enough that the distinction did not matter much. He picked up his formation log and opened it to the section on Layer 14's theoretical architecture. The approach of a full coalition assault was, practically speaking, excellent motivation to finish the convergent spiral's expanded design. He had been working on the junction problem for 3 days. The fourth geometric solution was starting to look correct. He turned his attention to it with the focused interest of someone who understood that the solution mattered more than the urgency around it. Chapter 26. The Three Peaks Alliance arrived at Qingwei Peaks Base on a clear morning in the 7th month after the first assault, their combined force moving in 3 distinct columns whose different styles of movement told Wei, watching from the formation network's sensory overlay, everything he needed to know about how the operation was likely to proceed. The Iron Pagoda sect came with its customary bluntness. 42 cultivators in the gray and bronze armor distinctive to their school, moving in the close-order formation their close combat specialization demanded. Their cultivation signatures were the dense, compressed type that spoke of practitioners who had built their power through decades of physical development rather than technical refinement. Chi that felt, to Wei's formation sense, like iron bars stacked in a cellar, heavy and patient, and entirely without the kind of spatial complexity that made a practitioner's cultivation difficult to read from a distance. Elder Wu Tianpei walked at their head. Void Return Realm, Wei estimated from the signature's depth. The Elder had the specific quality of a practitioner who had outlasted opposition not through speed or cleverness, but through being substantially more durable than the things attempting to stop him. He had broken formation-defended targets before. The signature held the residue of that experience, the particular imprint of someone who had applied maximum force at close range and been rewarded for it. The Drifting Cloud School arrived in a spread formation, their 28 members distributed across a wider approach path, maintaining individual distances that preserved freedom of movement while keeping collective communication paths open. Their formation specialist, Master Yun Xiao, occupied the center of this spread rather than the front, small, very focused, already operating instruments that she handled with the efficiency of someone who had been doing this specific work for 30 years and had developed strong opinions about the correct way to do it. Wei noted the instrument's grade, higher than anything in the Imperial Army's issued equipment. Some of them calibrated with a precision he recognized as the product of a practitioner who modified tools to match her specific sensitivity range. She was already running preliminary scans before her sect had fully completed its arrival formation. She was, he thought, going to produce the most accurate external survey of Qingwei Peak's outer formation that had ever been produced. The fact that it would still miss the actual structure was a feature of the outer formation's design, not a flaw in her methodology. The Bleeding Moon cult sent 12. Just 12, which was sufficient given that each of them was at minimum nascent soul, with cultivation techniques specialized for maximum damage output. Their elder, Qian Sha, led them in a way that was different from Wu Tianpei's lead and Yun Xiao's center position. He walked at the front of the 12 not to project power, but because he was assessing. His attention moved across the mountain's face with the deliberate, patient quality of 60 years of exactly this kind of assessment, and his expression did not change in a way that was, to Wei's formation sense reading of ambient qi, the most informative thing about him. A practitioner who kept their expression neutral at first observation of Qing Wei Peak's formation signature was a practitioner who had decided to take the time to understand rather than respond. That kind of patience was more interesting than Wu Tianpei's force and more tactically dangerous than Yun Xiao's instruments. They did not get along. This was evident from the first 10 minutes of their joint presence at the mountain's base. When Wu Tianpei proposed a perimeter approach, and Yun Xiao contradicted his formation analysis with a precision and directness he found unwelcome. Qian Sha watched both of them with the expression of a man observing people argue about how to open a door while the door remained closed. Peng Haoren watched from a distance with the fatalism of someone who had seen coalition formation defense operations go this way before and was watching the pattern repeat on schedule. The alliance is disagreeing already, Wei reported to Luo Yanmei. She was in the garden attending the spirit herbs, her attention on the specific trimming angle that the blue stem cultivar preferred. Wu Tianpei wants to use spiritual pressure on the foundation stones. Master Yun Xiao believes that's imprecise. She's proposing a surgical approach. Map the outer formation and find a control node. And she's competent enough to map it accurately. She'll find the decoy node and believe she's found the real one. Will that surprise her when she's wrong? No. She'll understand the decoy immediately. He paused, watching Yun Xiao's instruments through the detection formation's sensory field. She'll continue working anyway. She's the kind of practitioner who learns more from a well-designed deception than from a straightforward success. Her analysis of why she was wrong will be better than most practitioners' analysis of why they were right. And Qian Sha, watching, he's already reached his first assessment of the mountain's formation signature and decided the assessment is incomplete. He won't attempt anything until he believes the assessment is complete. Wei picked up his tea. He may be the one I need to watch most carefully. The Bleeding Moon cult's blood formation art is the only approach currently available to that coalition that has a theoretical chance of touching the outer layer in a way the standard defenses aren't calibrated for. I built Layer 5's purification ring 200 years ago specifically for this category, but I've never tested it in practice. Luo Yanmei set down her trimming shears and looked at him. You're curious how it will perform. I designed it to 83% effectiveness at first contact, 91% at subsequent contacts. Those are theoretical projections. He looked at the mountain slope with the mild interest of someone tracking a long-term experiment. Whether the actual performance matches the theory is something I'd like to know. Below, the three alliance factions established separate camps at the mountain's base, arranged in a triangle with enough space between them to prevent observation of each other's approach preparations. The spacing was the kind of compromise that coalition arrangements produced: maximum cooperation in public, minimum cooperation in private. Wu Tianpei's camp positioned for minimum travel time to the foundation stones. Yun Xiao's camp positioned for maximum sight lines to the southern face. Qian Sha's camp positioned at the angle that gave the longest observation window on any approach vector. 3 different theories about the mountain, encoded in 3 different camp placements. None of the theories describing the mountain accurately. Wei noted all 3 placements, cross-referenced them against the mountain's formation coverage map, and sat back in his chair to consider the view. What was interesting about the 3 Peaks Alliance, from a formation perspective, was not what they brought to the mountain, but what they represented about the Emperor's theory of the problem. 3 different approaches, 3 different methodologies, 3 different categories of formation expertise. The Emperor's reasoning was that diversity of attack method would defeat a defense that had been calibrated against any single approach. It was not an unreasonable theory for a conventional formation domain. Most formation defenses had specific weaknesses that their designers had accepted as necessary trade-offs. A defense optimized for physical assault was typically weaker against analytical penetration. A defense optimized for detection suppression was typically weaker against brute force energy application. 3 different approach types would find 3 different weaknesses and collectively map the whole structure. The theory failed here because the mountain's defense was not optimized for any single attack category. It had been designed, layer by layer, over 3 centuries, to handle every approach category that Wei had been able to anticipate. The diversity that the Emperor intended as the alliance's strength was, from the mountain's perspective, simply 3 more test cases for 3 more formation components that had been waiting for exactly this kind of test. He noted this in his formation log under the header, Coalition Assessment. He wrote, 3 factions, 3 methodologies, 3 independent vectors of attack. From a design testing perspective, this is the most comprehensive external evaluation Qingwei Peak has received. The Alliance will produce more useful data about formation performance than any previous engagement. I intend to document the results thoroughly. Then he returned to his Layer 14 calculations. The convergence spirals junction problem was not going to solve itself while he watched the Alliance set up tents. The solution required his attention, and the Coalition's arrival, whatever else it was, had given him a completion deadline that he found motivating in the specific way of someone who had always worked better with a concrete reason to finish things. Chapter 27 Elder Wu Tianpei chose his foundation stone on the 3rd day. He had spent those 3 days in preparation that was thorough and methodical by the standards of his school, meditating at the peak of each morning to consolidate his cultivation base's depth, reviewing the Iron Pagoda School's standard protocols for formation disruption through overwhelming force application, and consulting with his senior practitioners about the formation's observed characteristics and the most likely points of structural vulnerability. The protocols were good. They had been developed over 5 generations of combat practitioners who had spent those generations encountering formation-protected targets and breaking through them by the mechanism of applying more power than the formation could process. This mechanism had worked at every one of the school's documented engagements. Wu Tianpei had personally contributed to its refinement in 2 campaigns where he had served as senior practitioner and had documented each step with the care of a school that valued reproducible results. The principle was this. A formation was an inscription in physical medium, and no medium was indestructible. Given enough spiritual force concentrated at a specific point, any medium would crack. A cracked medium disrupted the inscription it carried. A disrupted inscription could not sustain the formation it powered. He had applied this principle successfully at 14 different formation-defended targets across his career. The principle was sound, well-tested, and had the weight of institutional knowledge behind it. He understood that Qingwei Peak was more complex than those 14 targets. He did not believe this made the principle inapplicable. He believed it meant the principle required more force, more carefully directed, at a more precisely chosen target point. He had consulted with Peng Haoren the previous day, which was not something he had planned to do, but which the Grand Artificer had made useful by volunteering the most technical portions of his assessment without being asked. Peng Haoren described the outer formation layers with the precision of someone who had been thinking about them for months and had organized his thinking into categories: physical medium composition, inscription depth, resonance signature at the boundary, the age estimate based on weathering patterns on the oldest visible stones. The resonance signature was the most useful piece. Peng Haoren had mapped the outer boundary's energy density and found it consistent across all approach vectors, which meant there was no single weak face. However, the foundation stones showed slightly different energy signatures from each other, suggesting individual calibration rather than uniform installation. This was, for Wu Tianpei's methodology, a relevant observation. If the stones had been individually calibrated, they had been individually inscribed. Individual inscription meant individual variation. Individual variation meant one stone might have been inscribed under slightly less careful conditions, or with slightly less energy investment, or at a slightly different point in the formation's overall construction, and that stone would be marginally weaker than the others. Marginally weaker was enough for the Iron Fist technique's focused approach. He had found weaknesses smaller than this before. He spent his 2nd day of preparation walking the mountain's visible base perimeter. His spiritual sense extended to feeling the boundary formation's signature through his feet and his palm on each visible stone, recording the subtle variations. Peng Haoren watched this exercise with professional interest and noted the results in his own log. The variations were real, measurable, consistent across separate readings. Wu Tianpei identified 3 stones that showed slightly lower energy density than the average. Of those 3, the westernmost was the most accessible. The westernmost visible foundation stone was his choice. Large, half a meter across, a rounded river-type boulder placed with the deliberate care of a practitioner who intended it to last through centuries rather than years. The inscription on its face was worn with age but visible in the late morning light. A single character, deep cut, the kind of carving that required both technical precision and physical duration. The mark of someone who had decided this character would be here for a very long time and had inscribed it accordingly. He studied the character from 2 meters distance without approaching. He could not read it. It was not in the standard inscription corpus's character set, consistent with the advanced work Peng Haoren and Shun Liang had described in their briefings. He noted this. He approached. He pressed his palm flat against the stone's face and channeled his void return chi in the concentrated, focused way his school had perfected over generations. Not a blast, not an explosion, but a sustained directed pressure, the iron fist's spiritual pressure, his school's definitive formation disruption method, applied with the full weight of a cultivation base built over 63 years to the depths of void return. His chi moved through his meridians with the dense, deliberate quality of a river that has cut its bed deep. He settled his breathing into the application rhythm his school practiced. He increased the pressure in measured increments, feeling for the stone's resonance response, ready to focus on any point of structural weakness that manifested. The stone began to hum, not vibrate. Not the microfracture warning tremor that he recognized from 15 decades of formation break work, the structural stress signature that preceded cracking. This was a different sound, a specific, sustained tone, clean and singular, like a very large bell struck at a great distance. The tone did not waver. It did not distort under his increased pressure. It held, and then deepened as he increased his output, and then deepened again in a tracking response that was reading his output level in real time and doing something with the information, not opposing it, not reflecting it, but incorporating it into some process whose output was this clean, sustained sound. He increased his output past the second phase of the iron fist technique, into the range he normally reserved for direct combat against void return opponents. The tone shifted upward in pitch, tracking. He could feel something moving outward from the stone through the ground, a resonance cascade behavior, the specific vibration pattern of a formation distributing energy through its substrate. The stone was routing his spiritual energy somewhere, outward through the mountain structure, through whatever medium the deeper formations used to communicate between their layers. His energy was not being blocked. It was not being resisted. It was being accepted and sent along a path he could not trace from the outside. He was putting his spiritual energy into the stone. The stone was taking it. He had been a practitioner long enough to recognize the shape of a trap from inside it. He was 23 minutes into sustained maximum output when this recognition arrived fully formed. He withdrew his palm and stepped back. The hum continued for 4 seconds, then faded, the resonance cascade's energy dissipating through the mountain's network in the gradual way of a struck string returning to silence rather than the abrupt cut of something that had been stopped. The stone was silent, identical to how it had looked before he touched it. The inscribed character was the same, worn at the same depth, carrying the same patient quality of inscription that had been sitting here for longer than the Iron Pagoda School had existed. He felt the specific exhaustion that came from 23 minutes of sustained combat-level output. His cultivation base would recover within the week, but the recovery was an expense. He had spent maximum level power on a foundation probe. That was not what maximum level power was for. He was pale, not from injury, but from the calculation arriving fully formed. He had spent 23 minutes of void return output at combat depth, and had received back a humming stone, a depleted cultivation base, and the intellectual nausea of a practitioner who has just done the formation's maintenance work for it. He had fed the mountain. He sat with this for a long time, on the rock at a distance from the stone. Around him, his practitioners had seen his expression when he returned from the stone and had found other things to occupy their attention at a sufficient distance. The Iron Pagoda School produced practitioners who understood their elders' moods without being told to understand them. Nobody approached. Nobody asked questions. The silence at Wu Tianpei's end of the perimeter was the specific silence of a unit waiting for their senior to arrive at a position from which he could give instructions. He was not there yet. He was at the position of, the principle is still sound. He was at the position of, the stone is an unusual case, not a category failure. He was at the position of, there are other stones. He was also at the position of, the stone I chose showed the lowest energy density of the 3 candidates, which means I chose the best available target, and it did this. He was holding 2 positions simultaneously, which was an uncomfortable position for a practitioner whose school trained its members to hold one position at full commitment. After a while, he stood up and walked back to the Iron Pagoda camp. He called no meeting. He gave no report. He told his senior practitioner to have the camp continue its current activity schedule and said nothing else. Then he went to his own tent and did not emerge for several hours, during which, if anyone had been listening, they would have heard the specific quality of silence that accompanied a very large, very determined man thinking carefully about how to adapt. Chapter 28 Wei Changshan noted the energy arrival through the formation network's intake routing with the mild satisfaction of a man who has received an unexpected delivery of exactly what he needed at exactly the right moment. The resonance crystal in Layer 8's eastern junction had been drifting since the previous autumn, when the stalactite shift reached a threshold that expressed itself as measurable orientation error. The drift was slow, 3 centimeters per year, which at geological timescales was not even notable, but formation geometry operated at finer tolerances than geology. The eastern junction required a fresh energy charge before geometric correction would hold, because the reorientation technique needed to work against a fully charged baseline to produce permanent alignment. Without that charge, the correction would hold for several months, and then drift again as the underlying energy imbalance reasserted itself. He had been aware of this for 11 months. He had been waiting for the ambient absorption rate to build sufficient charge. For more months, he had estimated. Wu Tianpei's 23 minutes of sustained void return output had provided the entire charge in a single session. Wei accepted the energy through the tertiary routing formation, a subsystem he had designed 40 years ago specifically for this kind of opportunistic intake, for the times when external practitioners tested the boundary formations and generated the energy transfers that maintenance required. He redirected it to Layer 8's eastern junction through the routing path, applied it at the crystal interface, and ran the geometric correction sequence while the charge was fresh. The sequence required 3 inscription adjustments. He made them with the efficiency of someone who had run this specific calibration twice before in 60 years of formation management and understood each step at the technical and geometric levels simultaneously. The junctions crystal reoriented. The efficiency reading moved from 11% drift to less than 1. He ran a secondary check from a different measurement angle. Holding. Tertiary check. Still holding. The Layer 8 stalactite problem, which had been on his maintenance list since the previous year's full formation audit, was resolved. He noted the completion in his log with the date and a brief technical annotation. Layer 8 eastern junction recalibrated. Orientation drift corrected to within 0.8%. Energy source, Iron Pagoda School, Elder Wu Tianpei, void return mid-range, 23 minutes sustained output. Net correction time from energy receipt to completion, 47 minutes. He also noted Wu Tianpei's output level. The energy volume was consistent with a practitioner operating at the void return realm's mid to upper range, which gave him a more precise figure than the briefing materials had contained and confirmed several inferences he had drawn from the signature's quality before direct measurement. Layer 8 is resolved, he told Luo Yanmei, who was at the cave entrance watering the tea plant. She paused with the water bowl. The Iron Pagoda Elder? He contributed significantly to the fix. 23 minutes at full output. More than I expected from an initial probe. He commits heavily early. His school's philosophy treats maximum force as the correct opening move rather than the escalation option. He picked up his tea. He stopped. He noticed what was happening. 23 minutes is actually fast. Most practitioners who trigger a resonance cascade absorption don't recognize it until well past 30, because the initial feedback feels indistinguishable from standard absorption resistance. The difference is subtle and requires experience with formation-mediated energy transfer to identify. His sensing is sharper than the general briefing suggested. Will it damage him? He's tired. His cultivation base will recover within the week. He is not injured. The intake formation doesn't harm the energy source. It only accepts what's offered. He chose to push past the appropriate output level for an initial probe, and the formation accepted everything he offered. Wei looked at the mountain slope, where Wu Tianpei had retreated to a large rock at a distance from the foundation stone, and was sitting with the specific stillness of a man processing an unwelcome outcome. His school built its principles on the premise that sufficient power defeats any obstacle. This mountain is designed to accept power as a resource rather than register it as an attack. That's a fundamental incompatibility between the Iron Pagoda method and Qingwei Peak's outer layer design. He'll either develop a new approach or repeat the same experiment with a different stone. Either outcome produces useful data. You don't think he'll try again? I think he'll sit with that rock for several hours and arrive at an uncomfortable conclusion about the limits of force application. And then he'll wait for Yun Xiao's survey results. And then he'll suggest a combined assault. The combined assault will have more theoretical merit than the individual probe. It will also have the same fundamental incompatibility with the mountain's design. He drew a deliberate line through the Layer 8 entry in his formation log. The line was clean and final. The convergence spiral's multi-vector handling is what I want to test. Wu Tianpei's probe was maintenance work. The combined assault will be the real test of the new design. Luo Yanmei finished watering the tea plant, returned the bowl to its place, and came to stand beside the cave entrance where she could see the slope below. From this height, Wu Tianpei was a small figure at the base, the foundation stone a slightly lighter patch of surface nearby. The Iron Pagoda practitioners were arranged at a distance from him in the configuration of people who were waiting and had been trained not to crowd. He looks angry, she said. He looks like a man who has been told, by physical reality, that his school's best method doesn't apply here, Wei said. That's a specific kind of anger. It has more to do with identity than with this particular stone. He paused. He'll make something useful of it, eventually. His school has survived 8 generations by incorporating contrary evidence. The process is uncomfortable, but the outcome is usually productive. He looked at the tea plant, which was holding its new leaves with the equanimity of something that had no particular interest in who was angry at the base of the mountain. He would have been a more effective opponent if he had started with observation rather than force. But an opponent who starts with observation is also an opponent who is more likely to reach useful conclusions faster. And an opponent with useful conclusions is one I'd have to engage more directly. Wu Tianpei's approach, while not effective against the mountain, is in its own way considerate. She turned to look at him. That's a generous interpretation. It's an accurate one. He picked up his brush. Layer 14. He turned to Layer 14's outer ring calculations. The convergence spiral's second iteration had 3 junction problems that had been resisting his full attention since the coalition arrived. He settled into the work with the deep, patient focus that 3 centuries of inscription practice had built into him. Not the anxious focus of someone working under threat, but the settled concentration of someone who understood that good formation design required exactly as much time as it required, and that pressure produced errors that cost more time than patience saved. The first junction's geometry was almost right. Almost was not the same as right. He worked on it. Luo Yinmei brought tea an hour later. She set it beside the log without comment, which was the correct response to Wei when he was in the middle of a design session. He would reach for it when his concentration had a natural pause, and pointing out its existence before that pause only interrupted the concentration. She had learned this in her first year on the mountain and had not repeated the interruption since. She looked at the Layer 14 diagrams for a moment, the precise, annotated drawings that covered his current working pages, geometric solutions labeled with notation she had been learning to read for 30 years and could now parse at the level of general structure, if not specific technical detail. The spiral, she said. The outer ring, he confirmed, without looking up. 3 junctions. The first is almost solved. The second requires the first to be complete before I can characterize the geometry correctly. The third I haven't looked at closely yet. A pause. Wu Tianpei is in his tent. I noticed. He'll emerge with a revised approach. The Iron Fist technique's failure against the foundation stone is a data point his school can incorporate, given time. They're pragmatic under the principle. The principle adapts when the data requires it. He made a small notation. He'll propose a combined simultaneous approach within 2 days. That's the next escalation step in the standard protocol. He picked up his tea, found the temperature correct, drank. The convergence spiral will be ready. 3 days of construction, she said. 3 days of construction, following adequate theoretical preparation. Yes. He set the cup down. Let me finish the first junction. Below, the foundation stone was silent and unbothered. Above it, Layer 8 ran at full efficiency for the first time in 11 months. Chapter 29 Master Yun Xiao spent 7 days mapping the outer array. She worked in the early morning hours when the mountain's ambient temperature was consistent, and in the late evenings when the light quality was neutral and the formation's diurnal pulse was in its measurable midstate. She took breaks at exactly the intervals that formation analysis best practice recommended, not from fatigue, but from the understanding that analysis instruments needed rest cycles to maintain calibration accuracy, and that a practitioner pushing through optimal breakpoints produced readings that required correction later. She documented everything in the Drifting Cloud School's notation system, which was precise enough to be reproduced by any practitioner trained in the same method. Her instruments were calibrated with the care of tools adjusted over years to match the specific sensitivity requirements of a user who had strong opinions about accuracy. Peng Howren watched her work from a respectful distance and recognized, with professional appreciation, a level of formation analysis skill that differed from his in specific and instructive ways. His training was in the Imperial Core standard methodology, which was thorough and well-tested and had been developed over generations of formation site assessment work. Her training was in a parallel tradition that had developed independently of the core and that used instruments he knew of but had not been trained with, applying measurement techniques he understood at the theoretical level but had never implemented himself. He had read 3 of her published papers. He had found all 3 worth reading, 2 of them genuinely instructive, one of them on the analysis of formation layer transitions in complex multi-layer systems, the kind of work that required several readings before its full implications became clear. She was genuinely good at what she did. Thoroughly, technically good. Which made it harder, not easier, to watch her map of formation designed to be mapped accurately and incompletely. On the 7th day, she identified what she assessed as the outer formation's control node. It was on the mountain's southern face, at a position her accumulated measurement profile matched to the hub resonance signature she had been using as her primary reference point throughout the survey. Her confidence level, measured against her own analytical methodology, was 87%, high enough to act on. The stone's resonance matched the control node profile across 6 independent measurement dimensions. A hub, in the Drifting Cloud School's formation analysis framework, was the point where multiple layer connections converged, where the formation's command functions centralized, where architectural influence propagated outward to the broader structure. She had been looking for the formation equivalent of a keystone. This stone read like a keystone across every measurement dimension she could apply. She crossed the mountain's boundary using a counter-formation talisman her school had produced specifically for this operation. 3 months of its best artifact maker's time. A significant quantity of spirit materials, designed to disrupt the misdirection web's personal routing mechanism. It worked, partially. She was not rerouted into the path loop formation. She walked toward the southern face stone on a near-direct line, the talisman's disruption field maintaining, her instruments tracking the stone's resonance as she approached. She noted the talisman's partial effectiveness carefully. It had found a gap in the mountain's routing logic at this specific entry angle. She had several theories about why the gap existed here, and none of them, on careful review, felt entirely right. She filed this uncertainty and continued. She reached the stone. It was unremarkable in appearance, smooth, grayish, integrated into the mountain's face. The inscription on its surface was faint with age but present, not the single deep-cut character of the foundation stones, but a small constellation of marks that interacted with each other in a compound formation pattern rather than simple marking. She ran her instruments across the stone's face in the full measurement sequence her method required. The readings confirmed what she had read at distance, then exceeded those readings. Control node resonance signature, 89% confidence. She was looking at the formation's hub. She touched the stone's face with her analysis tool's sensor tip. A pleasant chime sounded, clear, unhurried, single-toned. A section of the stone drew smoothly aside, revealing a recess 30 centimeters deep, lined with smooth stone that had been worked to consistent texture with the care of someone who maintained things to last. Inside the recess, 3 ceramic jars, sealed with wax stoppers. They're glazed the specific color of very old ceramics that have been in consistent temperature conditions for many years. The jars were old, decades old, at minimum, and propped against the back wall. A folded piece of paper that had the same quality of patient waiting as everything else she had encountered on this mountain. She took the paper. She opened it. She read it. The handwriting was precise and economical, the same hand as everything else. The hand that left notes because it was useful to leave notes, not because it was trying to communicate anything beyond the content. Her eyes moved across it once, and she understood the first reading. She read it a second time because the second reading was how she confirmed understanding. She folded the paper carefully back into its original folds and replaced it. She stood at the open stone for a moment. She closed the stone. It closed with the same pleasant chime it had made when opening, and she walked back toward the mountain's boundary with the unhurried quality of a practitioner who has received unexpected information and is processing it in real time. Punghauern was waiting. What did you find? She delivered the information without inflection or delay. It's not the control node. He built a decoy node in the position where the control node would be if his formation worked the way I expected it to work. The note says, wrong node. This is the food storage. Please do not disturb the mushrooms. Punghauern looked at her. He looked at the mountain. He looked back at her. There were 3 jars, she continued. I believe they contain mushrooms. The ambient formation in the recess maintains consistent temperature and humidity. I measured it while I was there. The environment is appropriate for long-term organic preservation. He has been maintaining a food storage in the position of his decoy control node for approximately 43 years, based on the date inscription in the corner of the note. She paused. The mushrooms are probably still good. The silence that followed had a specific quality that Punghauern recognized from his own moments of identical comprehension. The silence of a professional understanding that they have been managed, that the management was patient and thorough and had anticipated their analytical approach by decades, and that the entity doing the managing had noted their effort, responded to it with something approaching courtesy, and was in no way concerned about what they would do next. He placed mushrooms in the position where the control node would be, she said, not as complaint but as observation, the kind of careful statement a practitioner makes when they are still working out what the statement means. His formation doesn't work the way I expected it to work. She looked at the mountain. The gap in the routing logic that let me approach the stone, he put that there. It was a door, not a flaw. He left a door open for practitioners who approach with analytical intent rather than tactical force. I walked through the door, found the decoy, read the note. She was quiet for a moment. My analysis was methodologically sound. I read the surface of the outer formation accurately. I misidentified the surface as the structure. The outer formation is designed to produce accurate surface readings that lead to incorrect structural conclusions. That requires knowing how practitioners like me work well enough to design a surface that satisfies every methodological check while being definitionally incomplete. You're going to keep working, Punghauren said. It was not a question. I'm going to analyze what the outer formation shows me, which is what he wants me to see. What he wants me to see tells me something about what he knows about how I analyze. She looked at the mountain's southern face. That's information about a different kind of structure than the formation itself. I want to understand what that structure looks like. She walked back to her instruments. She began a new measurement sequence, but with a different frame, not mapping what she expected to find, but mapping what was being shown to her, and asking a different question of each reading. If this is the surface he built for me to read, she told herself, then what does this surface tell me about how he reads practitioners like me? What she found, over the next 2 days, was more interesting than the control node survey had been. The outer formation surface was designed with a specific hierarchy of plausibility. Elements that would satisfy a standard corpus analysis were at the front. Behind those, elements that would satisfy a methodology like hers were at the second layer. Behind those, she suspected, further layers designed for approaches she had not tried. Each layer was genuine, not false, not a trap exactly. Real formation elements, functioning correctly, arranged to be found in the order that a competent analyst would find them. The surface had depth, and the fact that it had depth designed to match her specifically was itself informative. Someone on this mountain had read her published work. Her 3 papers on formation layer analysis and transition identification. The outer formation's second layer was designed to defeat those specific papers' methodologies. The features she had identified in those papers as the most diagnostic for control node identification were present in the decoy node signature, placed there for the purpose of being found by someone reading with the methods she had published. He had read her. He had designed against her. He had known she was coming, or someone like her, for long enough to build the response. She found this, despite everything, genuinely impressive. And she added a note to her analysis log. The subject demonstrates comprehensive knowledge of current formation analysis literature. Outer formation surface design incorporates countermeasures to published methodologies. This is not standard formation design. This is active engagement with the field as it currently stands. A pause, then, recommend direct dialogue. He already knows what we know. She did not share this note with Wu Tianpei. She filed it in her personal analysis log and continued her measurements. The mountain's southern face was, in the early afternoon light, entirely unchanged. The decoy node stone was where it had always been, and the 3 jars behind it were where they had always been, and the mushrooms were probably still good. Chapter 30, the mushroom note broke something in the coalition. Not the coalition itself. The coalition was held together by contract and money and imperial authorization, none of which a polite note about mushrooms could dissolve. What it broke was the specific quality of unified confidence that the Three Peaks Alliance had been maintaining through collective willpower in the face of mounting evidence that their operational framework was not well matched to their situation. The evidence had been accumulating since the Foundation Stone incident, since the night assault that had not happened yet, but that everyone could see Wu Tianpei building toward, since Punghauren's quiet demeanor that was the demeanor of a professional who had already submitted the honest assessment and was now executing instructions he disagreed with. The mushroom note was the point where this accumulation became visible to everyone at the same time, rather than just to the practitioners thinking most carefully. Wu Tianpei's dignity had already sustained damage from the Foundation Stone's energy reversal. The Iron Pagoda School was built on the principle that power was its own argument, and the principle had served 8 generations well, and a mountain that received their power and used it for maintenance work was a challenge to the argument at a foundational level. He had spent 3 days since the incident not speaking of it, not writing about it, radiating the specific quality of a large man who had been made to feel small in a specific way and had not yet decided how to respond. His practitioners had developed, without discussion, the habit of responding to his instructions with faster than usual compliance and keeping a slightly wider berth than usual. Yun Xiao reported the mushroom note at the Alliance's morning meeting with professional accuracy and without minimizing. She described what she had found, what it indicated, and what conclusion she had drawn from it, which was that the formation's outer layer was designed to produce accurate map readings that led to incorrect structural conclusions. She had been mocked, not mockingly, but thoroughly, by a mountain that had known, 43 years before her arrival, that someone would come looking for the control node in exactly this position and would look in exactly this way. The node had been waiting for her. The mushrooms had been waiting for her. The door and the routing logic had been built for her, or for someone enough like her that the design requirement was identical. This was worse, in the Alliance's internal emotional register, than the reversal inscription that had told Prince Zhao Liang's soldiers to stop scuffing the boundary stones. That inscription had been broadly visible and therefore broadly shared. The embarrassment had been distributed. The mushroom note had happened to Yun Xiao alone, and she had reported it with the precision of a practitioner committed to accuracy over comfort, which made it land with full weight rather than the cushioning effect that partial reporting might have provided. The three camps had stopped communicating for 2 days. The Imperial Army maintained its position at a distance from all three and watched the coalition's internal fracture with the resigned attention of people who had been watching this pattern develop for a week and had no tools to address it. Peng Howren drafted a brief note to Prince Zhao Liang outlining the inter-faction tension and its likely operational effects, which he handed over with the efficiency of a man who had composed it in his head during the walk across the camp and who did not need to look at it again. The prince filed it in the document case he had designated for Peng Howren's reports, which was getting heavy. Wei, monitoring the situation through the Formation Network's ambient chi readings, observed the fractured pattern in the camp's energy signatures, the way each faction's collective chi had drawn inward rather than remaining open, the specific quality of three groups of practitioners who were making calculations about each other rather than focusing on the mountain. Coalition fracture was predictable. He noted it, assessed the likely timeline to whatever action emerged from it, and continued working on Layer 14's outer ring. 3 days after the mushroom note, Wu Tianpei called a meeting. Elder Qian Sha, who had been waiting and watching and saying very little since the Alliance's arrival, spoke. "We are approaching this wrong," he said. The meeting was in Wu Tianpei's tent, large enough for the three elders and their immediate seconds and Peng Howren, who sat at the back with his notebook open and his expression neutral. A formation lamp burned at the table's center, its light the steady, unflickering quality of inscription-sustained flame that did not need to be attended to and would not go out until the inscription's energy was depleted. "We are not going to find the formation's control node," Qian Sha continued, in the even voice of someone stating a technical conclusion rather than expressing frustration. "We are not going to break this formation from the outside by analysis or force. Peng Howren and Master Xin Liang established this before we arrived. At any effective range from this mountain, we are inside the formation. The formation's outside is designed to present surface readings without structure." Yun Xiao's work confirmed this with greater precision than Shunned Liang had available. He looked at Yun Xiao without accusation, because there was no accusation to make. Her work had been correct. The formation had simply not had the structure she was analyzing for. Your analysis method was accurate. You read what the formation showed you accurately. The formation showed you something other than what it is. Then what do you propose? Wu Tianpei said. Find the person and remove him. Qian Sha's voice was the practical voice of a man describing a method he had used before to comparable effect. Before the mountain can respond. While he is occupied, the formations don't run themselves without active maintenance, no matter how well designed. A system of this complexity requires the master's attention at some level of ongoing contact. Find that contact point and end the person. Without the person's active involvement, the formations become static systems rather than responsive adaptive ones. Static systems can be analyzed and addressed. He paused, allowing this to stand as a complete statement. It was not wrong as tactical theory. Wei, monitoring the meeting through the Formation Network, noted that Qian Sha's reasoning was sound within the limits of what he knew, which was the same thing that could be said of every assessor who had sat at the base of this mountain and thought carefully about the problem. They want to find me and kill me, Wei reported to Luo Yanmei, who was trimming spirit herbs in the garden with the precise angle the blue stem cultivar preferred. His voice carried the same quality as if he had reported a weather pattern. She set down her shears. Where has Qian Sha's cultivation since reached so far? The outer boundary. He's been working the signature analysis for 2 weeks and has mapped the first 2 layers with partial accuracy. He doesn't know the second terrace exists. Wei paused while he checked the relevant formation coverage. The Bleeding Moon cult's blood formation art is the category I've been watching. It uses sacrificial chi drawn permanently from the practitioner's own cultivation base, which registers on a different resonance frequency than standard technique. The purification ring in Layer 5 was designed for exactly this frequency, but the ring has never had a real test. The theoretical performance projection is 83% effectiveness at first contact. And if the theory is wrong, then I'll find out and correct the design. He said this without particular concern. But the design is 200 years old and was built with full knowledge of blood formation theory at the time of its construction. I've maintained it at full capacity through every annual audit. The ring's performance should match the projection within acceptable variance. Whether the variance is acceptable under real conditions is what I'd like to know. Luo Yinmei picked up her shears. You've been waiting for someone to test it. I've been maintaining a 200-year-old formation component that has never been called on. Yes. It would be professionally unsatisfying to never know if it works. He picked up his tea. They'll attempt a night assault next. Wu Tianpei will suggest it, and the logic will seem sound based on what they know. 3 simultaneous approach vectors to overwhelm the misdirection web's routing capacity. Standard third escalation after individual probe and analytical assault have both failed. He sounded, beneath the observation, genuinely curious about the test result. The convergence spiral's second iteration was designed for this scenario. I want to see how it holds. Chapter 31. Luo Yinmei descended the mountain the next morning, carrying nothing, wearing her standard gray robe, walking with the ease of someone who had walked the same paths for 30 years in both directions and knew every irregularity of the stone by foot feel rather than by sight. She arrived at the Alliance's perimeter before the morning meal was finished. The mountain's characteristic faint inscription smell came with her. Not a smell exactly, but the ambient quality of a space dense with formation chi, the sensory impression of air that had been inscribed repeatedly over a very long time and had stopped being ordinary air at some point in the past few decades. It preceded her by several meters, arriving before she did, announcing her credential before any spoken introduction was necessary. Anyone in the camp with developed spiritual sensitivity would recognize it. 3 centuries of formation work, encoded in the very air of the mountain she had lived on for 30 years. She had been using this entrance quality for decades of negotiations, and she had learned to let it arrive first. She introduced herself to Wu Tianpei's perimeter guard with the calm courtesy she had developed for first contacts with practitioners who were, by definition, at the mountain in an adversarial capacity and who needed to be reminded, gently, that adversarial and dangerous were not the same thing. My name is Luo Yinmei. I serve as Wei Changshan's representative for external communications. He understands you've been having some difficulties with the mountain. He's willing to speak with you, if you'd like to arrange a formal dialogue. The guard relayed this with the careful speed of someone delivering a message they suspected their senior wanted immediately. Wu Tianpei emerged with Yun Xiao and Qian Sha behind him. Their immediate practitioners arranged themselves in the background in the configuration of people watching carefully and maintaining available response options without committing to any specific one. You're his disciple, Wu Tianpei said. I serve as his representative for external communications. She repeated this without adding to it, which was itself an answer. A disciple would have acknowledged the framing and worked within it. A representative held a position that did not require the framing's acceptance. How long have you been on the mountain? 30 years. 30 years, in the silence that followed this answer, was a very long time to have lived on a mountain that had just demonstrated its capacity to contain 500 soldiers for 6 months. 30 years of formation-dense air. 30 years of walking those paths in both directions. It meant something about her cultivation base's current state that they were all calculating without asking directly. He can come here, Wu Tianpei said. He's in his chair. She waited, as if this were a complete explanation, which functionally it was. The phrase carried the specific weight of a man who had chosen a position and arranged the world to be approachable from that position. She had delivered variants of this line to 40 different adversarial practitioners over 30 years, and each time the response moved through the same stages: rejection, calculation, reluctant acceptance. The mountain was in its chair. You came to it, or it spoke through a formation voice, or there was no conversation. Where is his chair? Yin Xiao said. In his cave. How far is the cave from here? She consulted not the absolute distance, but the current formation state, which was the variable that mattered. It depends on which path you take. Currently, the convergence spiral routes any approach vector to the holding clearing. Formal dialogue would be conducted at the mountain's gate through the communication formation he installed 40 years ago. The voice is clear and carries well. He built a communication formation to speak to visitors without going to meet them, Qian Sha said. Yes, because he never leaves his cave. He hasn't found a reason to, in 300 years. Another pause while the 3 elders processed this. The pattern was the same one Peng Howren had been documenting for months. arriving for the alliance in the form of a young woman who had descended through 15 layers of active formation without activating a single routing mechanism. Because the formation recognized her as a resident, and the mountain treated its residents with the specific consideration of a host who had been maintaining the guest room for 30 years and knew each occupant's preferences. The implications of this were visible to everyone paying attention. Does he know about our plans? Wu Tianpei said. Luo Yanmei offered the small, patient smile she had developed for this question over 30 years of being asked it in various forms. He watches everything through the formation network. If you'd like to arrange dialogue, I can convey your agreement now. She paused. He also asks that you not attempt the night assault you're planning. He finds the multi-vector approach theoretically interesting and would prefer to evaluate it in a controlled way rather than as an incursion. He suggests that if you want to test the convergence spiral's multi-vector handling, he can describe the layer's design parameters directly. You'd learn more from the description than from the test. The silence that followed this had a texture none of the three elders found comfortable. They had been informed that their private strategic discussion had been monitored. The information was being delivered politely. The subject of the discussion was offering to explain his own counterformation to them directly rather than allow them to discover it through a failed assault. Qiansha looked at Luo Yanmei for a long moment. He had spent 60 years developing the ability to read practitioners by their ambient qi and the quality of their physical presence. What he read from Luo Yanmei was soul transformation realm, well established, with the specific density of someone whose cultivation had been developing inside the mountain's formation field for decades, infused with ambient qi of extraordinary richness. She was not his equivalent as a combatant. She also was not concerned about this, which was the most informative piece. The unconcerned ones were either naive or had resources he couldn't immediately see. Given that she had lived on Qingwei Peak for 30 years, naive was not the relevant category. We'll consider the dialogue offer, he said. His voice was the same level tone it had been throughout the exchange, not warmer or colder for her presence, simply the tone of a man who had been asked to evaluate something and had arrived at a provisional conclusion. I'll tell him. She looked at each of the three elders in turn, a brief, unhurried survey, the kind of look a practitioner gave when recording rather than evaluating. Then she bowed once, correctly, and walked back toward the mountain. Wu Tianpei watched her walk back through the boundary, the formation parting for her as smoothly as water flowing around a stone that belongs in the water. She walked through, he said, as if noting something improbable. She lives there, Yin Xiao said. She's been inside the formation longer than most of the layers have existed. Of course it lets her through. She put away the instrument she had been quietly running since Luo Yanmei arrived. The ambient qi reading she had collected of the representative's cultivation signature was going into her analysis log. Everything was going into the analysis log. He knows about the night assault. He knows about everything, Wu Tianpei said. Yes, Yin Xiao said. That's been consistently true. The gate closed behind Luo Yanmei without a sound, and the mountain held its characteristic patient quality, and the three elders stood in the morning air with the specific shared experience of people who had just met the mountain's ambassador and had not, despite 2 weeks of preparation, been ready for her. He sent a soul transformation representative, Yin Xiao said, after a moment. 30 years on that mountain. Her spiritual signature has been shaped by decades of cultivation inside the formation field. She's not the same kind of practitioner she would have been if she'd cultivated anywhere else. The mountain has influenced her development in specific ways. She looked at the gate. He invested 30 years in her development to produce someone worth sending as a representative. A practitioner who thinks in 30-year increments as a planning horizon is a practitioner who is not operating on the same timeline as this coalition. Is that relevant? Wu Tianpei said. It's relevant to understanding what kind of patients we're dealing with, Yin Xiao said. She's proof that he thinks and plans across decades without feeling pressured to move faster. We arrived here 6 months after the prince's assault. He sent her today because he was ready to send her today, and ready for him involves a 30-year preparation. She put away the instrument she had been running since Luo Yanmei arrived. I'm going to keep thinking about that. She walked toward the drifting cloud camp. Wu Tianpei watched her go. He turned to Qiansha. Qiansha was looking at the mountain, expression unchanged. What do you think? Wu Tianpei said. I think the mountain has been here longer than any of us, Qiansha said. He walked back toward the Bleeding Moon camp. Wu Tianpei stood in the morning air and looked at the gate. The mountain continued its patient presence in the growing light. Chapter 32. They attempted the night assault anyway. This was, in the full understanding of what Luo Yanmei had told them, a choice. Wu Tianpei had not survived 8 decades of sect conflicts by following the strategic advice of the person his sect was in conflict with. And the Iron Pagoda School's philosophy was that the correct response to being told a thing could not be done was to test the claim and let the results speak. Yin Xiao had professional reasons to want direct data on the convergence spiral's multi-vector handling. Her instruments in a controlled test would tell her more than Wei's description of his own design, because a formation's designer always understood their design in terms of its intent, not its actual behavior under unanticipated conditions. And Xin Xia, who had said nothing either way, was calibrating based on information he had not yet collected. 3 groups, 3 vectors. Iron Pagoda from the north face, drifting cloud from the east, bleeding moon from the west. Simultaneous entry at the 3rd watch, when the mountain's ambient formation pulse was at its diurnal minimum. Yun Xiao had identified this minimum through her 7-day outer survey, and it was a real phenomenon. Wei's formations did pulse at a lower energy state in the deepest portion of the night, a diurnal cycle built into the formation architecture decades ago to allow for the mountain's ambient qi to undergo natural exchange with the sky qi above. The observation was accurate. The conclusion drawn from it, that the minimum represented a vulnerability window, was wrong, but it was the kind of wrong that required testing to confirm, and Yun Xiao was a practitioner who confirmed. Each group carried her communication relays, small, formation-shielded devices designed to pierce the mountain's suppression layer at close range. 3 months of her school's artifact craft, carefully calibrated. They worked. For the first 8 minutes of simultaneous 3-vector entry, each group maintained clear communication with the others and clear individual memory of progress along their respective approach vectors. At 9 minutes, Iron Pagoda's lead report. North path continues, no anomalies encountered. At 9 minutes 40 seconds, drifting clouds lead. East path clear, maintaining position. At 10 minutes, bleeding moons lead. Moving through western approach, no contact. At 10 minutes and 1 second, all 3 communication relays went silent simultaneously. Not sequential signal loss, not gradual fade. Simultaneous cessation, as if the mountain had decided, at that precise moment, that the next phase of the experiment required different conditions. At dawn, the mountain released them. All 3 groups emerged from the mountain's boundary at the same point, the main gate path's head, at intervals of 3 minutes, each group arriving in the same orientation, each group intact, each group carrying every instrument and piece of equipment they had entered with. They looked at each other with the expression of people who have arrived at a destination they did not intend, by a route they cannot account for. Iron Pagoda practitioners, drifting cloud formation scholars, bleeding moon cultivators, all standing in the morning light at the gate, having clearly not been anywhere near each other during the night, and having all arrived at the same point at dawn with the same quality of, "This is not where I expected to be." Yin Xiao checked her communication relay immediately upon emergence. The device had been recording during the transit period. Its formation-shielded memory held data from the routing event itself. She ran a quick scan of the dataset while her practitioners were still reforming their positions, and she found what she had half expected, not empty space, not a gap in the record, but data. Detailed data. The convergence spiral's routing mechanism had generated a formation signature trail that her instruments had been sensitive enough to partially record, even as they were being carried through it. The data was fragmentary. The routing's specific mechanism was not readable in the record, but the geometry of the transit was. She had been routed through a formation structure that was large enough to contain her entire group and had been navigating to a specific point rather than simply blocking forward movement. The record held the trajectory curves of the routing path, which were not the curves of the paths her group had been walking. She would spend 2 days analyzing this data. It would not give her the convergence spiral's full mechanism, but it would give her the outer geometry of the holding system, which was more than she had started the night with. Each group had a clear memory of their own approach, the path they had walked, the progress they had made, the point where the communication relays had stopped. Then, the gate. No transition moment. No confusion during the transition. Simply arrived. The convergence spiral had identified 3 simultaneous approach vectors, routed all 3 through separate paths to a single holding antechamber, kept each group in a separate chamber to prevent experience pooling, and released all 3 through the gate at synchronized intervals. The separate chambers were a deliberate design element. If the groups had been held in the same space, they would have compared notes and arrived at better conclusions about the mechanism. Separately held, each group's experience was individual and complete in itself and insufficient for understanding the larger pattern. They had spent the night inside the formation's antechamber with no external reference and no shared context, and had been returned with every physical possession intact and no memory of the transition points. Peng Haoren watched from the perimeter and took notes with the speed of someone trying to capture specific details before they blurred. He updated the spiral. He said to Shun Liang, who had arrived at his side without announcement. Multi-vector simultaneous. That breaks most standard convergence formations because the routing logic can only handle one priority at a time. He's built one that handles 3 independent priorities without interference. He built it for this, Shun Liang said, with the tone of someone confirming a conclusion they reached some time ago. 3 separate routing paths, independent convergence mechanics for each, synchronized release at dawn. That's not a modification. That's original design anticipating exactly this scenario. Coalition multi-vector assault, as the third escalation after probe and analysis both fail. He looked at the 3 confused groups reforming in the morning light. He knew. He built the answer before anyone arrived with the question. Peng Haoren wrote this in his notes and underlined it. He looked at the mountain for a long moment. He was always going to be ahead of us, he said. Yes, Shun Liang said. He was ahead of us before we arrived. Yes. He's been ahead of whoever was going to come here for most of the past century, probably. The preparation is too specific to be reactive. It's anticipatory. Peng Haoren underlined his note a second time. Then there's no scenario where we catch up. Shun Liang was quiet for a moment, watching Yin Xiao walk back to her instruments with the purposeful stride of someone who has already decided what to do next. That depends on what catching up means. If the goal is defeating the formation, then no. If the goal is understanding what we're dealing with well enough to have a real conversation, that's a different question. He paused. He offered to explain the convergence spiral's design parameters directly. He's done that before. The reversal inscription, the mushroom note. The mountain keeps answering questions. We keep asking the wrong ones. Peng Haoren did not add anything to this. He looked at the note in his book. At the mountain's gate, the early morning light moved across the stone path. The 3 groups milled, compared experiences, arrived at the same shared realization that their individual experiences were complete in themselves and insufficient for constructing a joint explanation. Wu Tianpei's practitioners gathered around their elder with the specific energy of people waiting for an explanation they could act on. Wu Tianpei gave them the same answer Peng Haoren had been giving the prince for months. Not yet. He meant it differently than Peng Haoren meant it. Peng Haoren meant not yet, because I have reached the limit of my analysis framework and need a new framework. Wu Tianpei meant not yet, because I have not yet identified the correct application of force. But the operational effect was the same. The coalition waited. The mountain held its position. The third watch's stars had faded into the pale morning sky, and somewhere above, a tea plant in a cave received the early light and did what tea plants did in conditions of adequate light, soil, and 3 centuries of formation-infused water. Chapter 33 Wei's formation log for the day after the night assault contained the following entry, written in the same careful hand as every other entry dating back 240 years. Convergence spiral second iteration performed as designed under first real test. 3 simultaneous entry vectors. All 3 successfully routed to holding antechamber, separate chambers maintained for duration, synchronized release at dawn. Physical integrity of all held parties, intact. Notes for Layer 14 maintenance. Junction point timing held through multi-vector load without the resonance bleed I had modeled as a 10% probability concern in theoretical simulation. Design solution was correct. Estimated construction time. 3 days, following 11 weeks of theoretical work, design sessions, and junction problem resolution. Total from initial design session to confirmed operational test, approximately 4 months, including an extended pause to resolve the 4th geometric option. Result, within expected range for first iteration test of new formation component. He read it back, made 2 corrections to the technical notation, changed modeled as to projected as in the resonance bleed note, and corrected a measurement unit in the timing annotation, and closed the log. The convergence spiral was now the 14th formation component in his archive of tested mechanisms. Each layer had required its own design and test cycle, each cycle adding to the accumulated record that informed the next work. 300 years of iterative design, each iteration building on the tested knowledge of the previous ones. The archive had not been something he set out to build. It had grown because he wrote down what every test showed, and tested every component when conditions provided the opportunity, and the record had accumulated into something that was now its own resource. What this test showed, beyond the performance data, was that the design process had matured. The early formation layers had required multiple iterations to reach correctness. Layer 3 had taken 3 full redesigns before the spatial compression geometry held, and Layer 7 had spent a decade in suboptimal operation before he found the fundamental error in his original junction approach. The later layers had been more accurate on first design, each one benefiting from the understanding accumulated in the ones before it. The convergent spiral was first ituration correct on the most critical performance dimension. That outcome was 3 centuries in the making. He noted this in his professional observations section and put the log away. Luo Yanmei was at the cave entrance watching the morning. The mist had not yet risen above the second terrace, and the southern slope was visible in the early light with its characteristic layered quality. The formation's ambient chi expressing itself as a mild visual depth effect in mist conditions, the layers that were not visible becoming almost visible. She watched the 3 groups at the gate below, reforming after their night in the mountain's antechamber, moving with the specific quality of people whose confidence had been reduced in a specific direction. 3 days, she said. He understood the reference. The construction was 3 days. The theoretical work was longer. I've been considering the multi-vector problem for several years, since the strategic assessment suggested a coalition approach was the most likely escalation path. When the prince's initial assault confirmed that the empire was operating at higher than typical formation sophistication, the probability of a 3-vector coordinated attempt rose significantly. A problem that has been anticipated for years has a meaningful head start over the problem itself. The junction problem took 2 weeks. The junction problem required a solution I didn't have when I started. That's different from a problem I was waiting to solve. He picked up his tea. The 4th geometric solution was correct, as I suspected from the 3rd week of working on it. But suspected and verified are different states. The verification required 2 more weeks of theoretical work to confirm that the solution was right rather than merely plausible. He looked at the morning mist on the slope. Good formation design requires certainty at every joint. Near certainty is not sufficient. A formation that is probably correct will fail at exactly the moment when probably becomes definitely not. The time spent confirming the junction solution was not wasted time. It was the time that will prevent a failure at year 4 of operation rather than day 4. Yun Xiao is at her instruments again, Luo Yanmei said. He looked. The drifting cloud practitioner had indeed already returned to her measurement position, her instruments set up with the efficient speed of someone who knew exactly where each one went. She had emerged from the holding antechamber, walked back to her camp, and resumed work with an interval that suggested she had slept for approximately 3 hours and considered that sufficient. She'll revise her outer layer map based on the communication relay data from the transit. The relays were still recording during the routing. Her instruments are sensitive enough to detect the convergent spiral's routing signatures at their edges. She won't get the mechanism from the data, but she'll get the signature. She'll build a better model of the formation's outer behavior than anything currently in the standard core analysis library. Is that a concern? It's useful. A better model of the outer behavior is still a model of the outer face, not the structure beneath it. But it will allow her to ask better questions. At some point the questions will be better questions than the mountain can answer politely without the answer being itself informative. He sounded genuinely interested in this prospect. She's the one practitioner here who treats wrong conclusions as data rather than failures. That approach eventually produces the right question. Luo Yanmei turned to look at him. You're waiting for her to ask the right question. I'm working on layer 14's outer ring, he said, which was not exactly a contradiction. Qian Sha is the more immediate focus. His blood formation attempt will come within the next 2 weeks. He's a patient man, but he's already spent 14 days assessing and arrived at the conclusion that the mountain cannot be addressed through standard formation methods. Blood formation is his remaining option. He'll use it at the optimal moment. Wei set down his tea. Layer 5 has been waiting 2 centuries for this. I'm professionally curious about the actual performance numbers. 83% effective on first contact, she said. She had heard this projection before. In theory built from a thorough analysis of blood formation mechanics, as understood 200 years ago. He opened his formation log to the layer 5 section, running his finger along the design notes. The question is whether my theoretical model of blood formation energy correctly predicted the resonance signature that Qian Sha's specific technique produces. His technique is personal, developed over 60 years, not published, not shared. I built the purification ring's detection parameters on the general category. If his technique is substantially different from the general category's prediction, he trailed off, then the ring will still respond. It's designed to respond to the category. Whether it responds with the projected efficiency or with lower efficiency is the unknown. Outside, the mountain held its characteristic patient quality. Below, the 3 groups continued their morning reconvening. Above, Layer 5's purification ring ran at its designed output, as it had for 200 years, waiting. He did notice that he had said waiting, and he put his brush down and sat for a moment with that word. He did not think of himself as someone who waited. Waiting implied the priority of something external, the orientation of someone suspended between a present without the thing and a future with it. He was not suspended between states. He was inscribing layer 14's outer ring because the outer ring was the next thing that needed to be inscribed, and it required his attention, and so it had his attention. Whether or not Qiansha ever tested the purification ring was not a condition of anything else he was doing. But the purification ring had been running for 200 years without a real test, and there was a practitioner currently at the base of his mountain who was the best available test case for that specific formation component's purpose, and he was, if he examined his attention distribution honestly, paying slightly more attention to that practitioner's movements through the formation network's sensory overlay than the other practitioner's movements. Which was not waiting, he decided. It was professional attention appropriately directed. He picked up his brush and returned to the outer ring. The junction problem required full concentration. He gave it full concentration. Below, Qiansha sat in the Bleeding Moon camp with the quality of stillness that his practitioners recognized as their elders' thinking posture, and neither of them knew they were doing the same thing from different sides of a mountain. Chapter 34 Grand Artificer Peng Haoran submitted his classified report to the Emperor on the 12th day of the Three Peaks Alliance's presence at Qingwei Peak. He had been writing it for 2 weeks, which was almost twice as long as any previous classified report had taken him. The research itself was complete in 3 days. By now he had enough observational data to characterize the situation with more precision than any previous formation site assessment in the Imperial Corps' documented history. The remaining time was the work of a professional whose entire training rested on the assumption that formation systems were problems with solutions, and who was writing a document arguing, in careful technical language, that this assumption was wrong for this mountain, in a way that was not the formation's limitation but his assumptions. He had written 8 versions of the introduction. The first said they had made a strategic miscalculation. The second said the formation was more complex than initially assessed. The third located the problem in the available information rather than in the analytical framework, which was the dishonest version and which he had written 1 page of before stopping, not because it was wrong as writing, but because he could not commit to it with full professional integrity. The fourth version was honest, but read as giving up rather than as a qualified professional assessment. The fifth version buried the conclusion under technical notation that would read as manageable with additional resources to a non-specialist. The sixth version was direct. It said what the situation was, what could not be done about it with current resources, what could theoretically be done, what he assessed should be done, why. He read it back 3 times before sealing it. Each reading confirmed it was accurate. He found accuracy uncomfortable in the way that accurate reports of situations one cannot improve were always uncomfortable, and he sealed it anyway. The conclusion paragraph read, "The formation master on this mountain has been working for at least 3 centuries. What we face is not a defensive array but a fully realized artificial domain, functionally equivalent to a sovereign cultivation realm that he designed, built, and inhabits. We cannot break it from the outside because there is no outside. Entry into the mountain's effective range constitutes entry into the domain, and within that domain, every observation, measurement, and assessment is mediated by the formation's own design. I have mapped 9 layers with confidence and 13 with partial accuracy. The mountain has more. My recommendation is full diplomatic withdrawal, formal recognition of the mountain's sovereign status, and direct communication with Wei Changshan to negotiate the release of the 520 detained soldiers. Further military action will produce further mountain observations and nothing else." He folded the report, sealed it with his core identification stamp, and had it dispatched through the fastest available courier formation. He expected it to be ignored. He had been doing this long enough to know how recommendations were processed when they contradicted the direction already taken. The Emperor's response arrived 6 days later, a brief acknowledgement and a single instruction: proceed with coalition operations and report outcomes. Peng Haoran read the instruction twice, then folded it and placed it in his document case alongside the filed copy of his report. He sat with both documents for a period of time that he did not mark in his notes. Then he returned to the mountain's base. He had done everything within his professional capacity, and the institution had made a different decision, and he was going to continue working within the institution's decision while disagreeing with it. He had made this choice before. It was not the choice of capitulation. It was the choice to remain useful rather than to become a person who was right and useless. The institution needed accurate reports. He would continue providing them. The accurate reports would continue recommending the same thing, with more evidence each time, until the institution ran out of alternatives to try. He watched the alliance's daily operations with the specific attention of someone turning a professional situation into documentation. He noted everything. He missed nothing that happened within his observation range. He filed accurate reports on accurate timelines with accurate conclusions. He found this work deeply frustrating. He did it with full professional care anyway. Shunned visited his camp on the third day after the emperor's response arrived. He came with tea and a willingness to sit without the expectation of strategic conversation, which Peng Howren found he needed more than he would have predicted. They had known each other for 20 years through the formation analysis community. They had reviewed each other's papers, exchanged notes on difficult assessments, attended the same conference on large-scale formation domain theory 3 years ago, where both had presented different conclusions on the same dataset and had discovered, in the subsequent conversation, that the different conclusions were both correct because they were answering different questions. He was, of all the practitioners at the mountain's base, the one whose company Peng Howren found least uncomfortable. "You submitted the honest report," Shen said. "Not a question." "Yes." And the emperor's response was to proceed. "Yes." Shen drank his tea. "The report is in the archive now. The archive outlasts the campaign. The archive outlasts the dynasty, in many cases." He looked at the mountain through the camp's entrance. "I've been thinking about what Luo Yanmei said. That he's in his chair. 300 years, and he's in his chair." He was quiet for a moment. "The archive will have an accurate record of this mountain. That's not nothing." Peng Howren looked at his report copies in the document case. "It doesn't help the 520 soldiers." "No," Shen said. "But it may help the next time an emperor makes a decision about this mountain, or one like it. If someone reads your archive." He paused. "The accurate report exists. It will continue to exist. That's what you can control." Peng Howren was quiet for a long time. Then he refilled his tea and picked up his notebook, because there was nothing else useful to do and notes were always useful. That was what accurate reporting required, and he had decided, a long time ago, that accurate reporting was worth doing even when accurate reports were ignored. The reports would exist. Some future practitioner, reading the archive, would understand what had happened here and why. That practitioner would not make the same mistakes. That was worth the current discomfort. Each evening, he wrote in his private notes. The private notes were not reports. They were the place where he allowed himself observations that reports required him to express in qualified technical language. He wrote, "The mountain is more patient than the emperor. The mountain has 3 centuries of patience. The emperor has the urgency of someone who is alive and knows it. These are different relationships to time." He thought about Wei Changshan, sitting in his cave at the summit. 300 years in a single location, working on a single project that had grown large enough that the project and the location were now the same thing. Peng Howren had been born into an empire that had been doing things a certain way for 7 generations. 7 generations was a long time to him. It was less than a third of Wei Changshan's operational horizon. The practitioner at the summit had been at this mountain before the current dynasty's founding, before the current ruling family's ancestors had made the decisions that had produced the current dynasty, before the geopolitical structure that had sent this army here had existed. This was not an abstract observation for Peng Howren. It was a data point he kept returning to because it implied something about timescales that made the current military operation look different from the outside. The emperor intended to resolve the Qingwei Peak situation in a single campaign. Wei Changshan, if he noticed a campaign at all, was operating on a timeline that probably had a 300-year horizon and probably had the next 300 years already partly planned. He was not resisting a siege. He was continuing his work in the presence of a siege, the way a mountain continued its geological processes in the presence of weather. He submitted his next report with the same careful accuracy as the previous ones, and he did not sleep well that night. And in the morning the mountain was the same as it had always been. It occurred to him, lying awake in the particular quality of silence that surrounded military camps at the late watch, that he had been treating this assignment as an assignment he might eventually complete, as something that had a resolution he was working toward. His career was structured around resolution. Investigations that concluded, formations that were either broken or determined to be unbreakable, campaigns that ended in one outcome or another. His reports fed into decision chains that eventually terminated. That was the shape of his profession. Wei Changshan did not appear to share this shape. The mountain had been here for centuries. It was here now. It would be here after this coalition. It had been here for every previous confrontation and had not experienced those confrontations as conclusions in either direction, simply as events that occurred in the ongoing work of being what it was. A mountain did not have assignments that concluded. A mountain had a present state, an ongoing process, and a trajectory that extended in both directions beyond any specific event's frame. Peng Howren lay in the dark and thought about this for a long time. and he did not arrive at a useful response to it. And in the morning he filed his report and ate his breakfast and watched the mountain slope in the early light. And the mountain did not adjust anything about itself in response to being watched, because it did not need to. Chapter 35. Elder Qian Sha moved on the 14th night. He did not consult Wu Tianpei. He did not inform Yun Xiao. He said nothing to his own 12 practitioners, who knew their elders' habits well enough to understand that a night when he sorted through his full kit in silence, and then sat in meditation until the second watch, was a night they should sleep and ask no questions. He waited through the Alliance camp's sleep rotation. Iron Pagoda perimeter cultivators cycling through their third watch fatigue, drifting cloud instruments running their overnight passive collection with no operator present, Bleeding Moon camp dark and quiet, and moved to the mountain's gate in the clear, cold night. He moved in the way that a practitioner of 60 years of Bleeding Moon cultivation moved, without sound, without spiritual signature, with the specific quality of non-presence that his school's art cultivated as a foundational technique. Not concealment. Exactly. Concealment was an active suppression, a thing that could be sensed as absence. What Qian Sha had was different. He had learned, over 6 decades, to be where he was without the ambient qi disturbance that marked occupancy to sensitive detection. A watching formation would note the space he occupied as unoccupied. A sensing practitioner would feel nothing where he stood. The technique was not in the standard corpus. It had never been published. His blood formation kit was the full set. The materials he used for his highest grade work, assembled over years, each component prepared for a purpose. The preparation itself a form of cultivation as slow and intentional as any long-term inscription work. Blood formation was old art, older than the corpus. It worked on different principles. Not inscription into external medium, but inscription through living qi, the practitioner's own cultivation base as both tool and fuel. The power came from sacrifice, a permanent giving from one's own life energy. Permanent because sacrifice was the act's nature, the thing that distinguished it from standard technique. Standard technique spent energy that recovered. Blood formation spent a portion of what the practitioner was and received no return on that portion. The cost was what made blood formation powerful in ways standard formations were not. Standard defensive formations were designed against standard attacks. A blood formation attack used energy in a register that standard counter-design did not typically account for, because most formation masters working in the corpus built defenses for corpus-based attacks. Qian Sha had reasoned through this carefully before committing. He was a careful man. He had spent 14 days at the mountain's base observing every exchange between the coalition and the formation with attention to exactly this question. Was there a counter for blood formation energy specifically? He had found no evidence of one. Peng Haoran's reports contained no mention of blood formation counter-design. Shun Liang's assessment, which he had obtained by indirect means, discussed the mountain's layers in the standard corpus framework. There was no indication that anyone on this mountain expected a blood formation attack or had prepared for one. His technique, developed over 60 years and not documented anywhere outside his own memory, was not a thing that could have been anticipated. Before he moved, he reviewed his reasoning one final time. The night before an operation of this cost demanded a final review. He had developed this habit across 60 years because the operations that cost most required that the cost not be paid on a calculation that had since been superseded by better information. His reasoning held. He had looked for blood formation counter-design in every document available and had found no reference to it. The probability of a specific counter existing was low enough to act on. His technique was his own. He had given no one the means to anticipate it. He thought about this, specifically, while he sat in the pre-third watch dark. No documentation, no publication, no academic papers, no teaching lineage. The Bleeding Moon cult's blood formation arts were the most privately held body of knowledge in the current cultivation world, passed directly from elder to chosen successor, never written, never shared outside the succession chain. The succession chain was 3 practitioners at present, Qian Sha himself, and 2 who had received partial transmission. Those 2 did not have the full technique. They had the foundation. The complete technique existed in one mind and had never been anywhere else. If Wei Changshan had designed a counter for blood formation techniques, he would have needed to know about them. To know about them, he would have needed access to information that did not exist in any form that could have been accessed without the Bleeding Moon cult's specific cooperation. The cult had never cooperated with anyone on this matter. The information had never been outside the succession chain. Qian Sha sat with this reasoning for the full review period. It was still sound at the end of the review. He stood. He stood for a moment in the dark of his tent and listened. The camp was quiet in the deep way of the third watch. Iron Pagoda perimeter cultivators at their posts, far enough away that their chi signatures were background rather than immediate. No movement in the drifting cloud camp. No awareness from any direction that this tent contained a practitioner about to act. The non-presence technique extended to ambient awareness. A practitioner moving in it was not a practitioner who could be sensed as moving. The camp continued sleeping. He checked the kit one final time, not because there was anything to find at this stage of the review, but because the physical action of verification was its own form of preparation, the hands confirming what the mind had already confirmed, the body participating in the decision. Everything correct. Everything ready. He picked up the kit. He moved toward the mountain's gate in the dark of the third watch, carrying 60 years of careful practice and the specific certainty of someone who has done his complete preparation and is now simply executing, and the cold night air moved across the mountain's face without sound. He inscribed the blood array at the mountain's gate path in the dead of the third watch. The stars were clear, the air cold with the specific quality of high-altitude nights that made ink and spiritual tools behave with precision. Cold air reduced ambient chi turbulence, which made formation inscription work cleaner at the edges than warm air working. He had always preferred cold night operations for exactly this reason. It was a preference he had never mentioned to anyone, because it was the kind of operational detail that had no tactical value, but that accumulated over 60 years into a private knowledge of conditions that suited his best work. It was careful work, precise work, the product of his full capability applied with the deliberateness of a practitioner doing something for the 18th time and understanding every stage of every step. The array filled the gate path space in a three-dimensional pattern that standard instruments would read as a single plane formation, but that operated across all spatial axes simultaneously. Its energy propagated outward in a cutting wave rather than a pressure wave, not bearing against the formation's outer layer but penetrating through it, using the sacrificial energy's different resonance register to slide between the formation's layers rather than oppose them. For the first time since the Army's arrival at Qingwei Peak, something happened to the outer formation that the mountain's design did not immediately neutralize. A crack appeared in Layer 1's outer boundary. Small, a hairline fracture in the resonance structure, not in the physical stone. Not a break, not a breach, but real, present. A flaw in a formation that had not shown a flaw in 3 centuries of continuous operation. He felt it open under his working, and he pressed his advantage with the controlled urgency of a practitioner who understood that specific moments had specific windows, and the array poured through the crack's edge, widening it by fractions, and for a period of time that he would afterward estimate as between 3 and 4 seconds. Qingwei Peak's outer layer had a flaw. In the cave at the mountain's summit, Wei Changshan opened one eye. Chapter 36 Layer 5's purification ring operated on a principle that Qian Sha would have understood immediately if he had known it existed. The ring was 200 years old, built at a formation convergence point in the mountain's mid-layer structure, designed for a single purpose. When it detected spiritual energy with the sacrificial chi signature, the specific resonance marker of energy that had been permanently given from a living cultivation base, it did not oppose that energy or reflect it. It identified, isolated, and processed. The sacrificial component was recognized, separated from the formation structure it was embedded in, stripped of directional context, and returned to its point of origin. What remained after the processing pass was ordinary spiritual chi, detached from the inscribed structure that had given it purpose and function. The recognition to completion cycle was 4 seconds from first identification. The ring did not need to oppose the blood array's geometric complexity. It only needed to locate the sacrificial chi thread running through it, which was the array's unique power source, and remove that thread from the design. Qian Sha's blood formation collapsed inward. Each inscription in the gate path went dark in sequence, each one losing the energy that held its character defined in the formation field, each one fading back to stone. The three-dimensional pattern dissolved in the same order it had been constructed, the reversal of its own building. The crack in Layer 1's outer boundary closed. Not sealed, not patched, simply closed, the resonance structure returning to its previous state as if the fracture had been a dream. No mark remained. The stone was as it had been. The purification ring's operation had been clean, mathematically clean, in the way that Wei had designed things to be clean when cleanliness was the requirement. The 4-second cycle. The sacrificial component isolated and returned. The ordinary chi component, stripped of its formation structure, dispersed harmlessly into the mountain's ambient field where the Layer 1 absorption system accepted it as routine energy intake and distributed it to the maintenance channels. His cultivation base took the cost. Sacrifice was permanent by the art's principle. The permanent portion was not returned. The ring had processed what was processable and returned what was returnable, And what was not returnable was the nature of sacrifice itself, the thing given permanently that permitted the blood formation to touch registers of power that standard technique could not reach. That portion was gone. He had spent it and received nothing for the spending, because the formation had dismantled the structure built on the sacrifice before the structure could accomplish its purpose. 18 operations in his career, 17 before tonight. The total capacity was finite, not a hard limit, but a cumulative narrowing, each sacrifice reducing by some small amount the depth from which the next one could be drawn. He would make fewer operations from this point. That was the arithmetic of the art. He stood at the gate path in the cold of the third watch and felt the cost settle into his meridians in the specific, familiar way it always settled. A small, permanent change in the landscape of what he was. He had made this kind of peace with cost 18 times. He stood with it for a moment. He was uninjured. His body had received the returning chi with the ease of energy recognizing its origin. He was simply smaller than he had been 3 minutes ago, in a way that was not visible and was not recoverable. He had made a real crack. He had touched something that no one else in the coalition had touched, a genuine, measurable fracture in a 3-century-old formation. The crack had existed. He had produced it with his best work, and the formation had closed it in 4 seconds with a counter that was 200 years old, built specifically for blood formation energy, operating with the precision of something designed for a purpose rather than adapted to one. 200 years ago, someone had asked, what if someone uses blood formation against this mountain? And had built an answer. Not because it was likely, because a system designed to last 3 centuries and handle every category of adversarial approach needed to account for every category, including the rare ones, including the one that had never been publicly documented, including the technique that Qian Sha had developed in private over 60 years and that he had believed was unknown to any formation master working in the standard tradition. The counter had not been built for him specifically. It had been built for the category he represented. The practitioner on this mountain had identified that category as a possibility 200 years ago and had built the answer and had maintained it for 2 centuries without needing to use it, and it had worked perfectly the first time it was called on. He retreated with the unhurried quality of a man who had decided at some point in his career that being seen hurrying was not something he would allow. He walked back to the Bleeding Moon camp. He sat in his tent for a long time. He felt, sitting in that tent in the pre-dawn dark of the third watch, something he would not have named respect, and that was closer to it than anything else in his experience. He had done his best work tonight. His best work against a 200-year-old counter that had been waiting for his category. The ratio was instructive in a way that he did not enjoy and that he found, nonetheless, honest. In the morning, he told Wu Tianpei and Yun Xiao that the Bleeding Moon cult's assessment was complete and the cult's operational contribution to the coalition was concluded. He offered no explanation. Wu Tianpei asked. He said, "My assessment is complete." That was sufficient and also all that he was going to say. He dismantled the Bleeding Moon camp with the efficiency of practitioners who had done this before, and he departed with his 12 cultivators by mid-morning, and he did not look back at the mountain. On the mountain, Wei made his log entry with the careful hand he always used for log entries, the notation system that had served for 240 years. Layer 5 purification ring performed within projected parameters after 200 years of operation without real-world test. Blood formation contact neutralized in 4-second processing cycle. Effective on first contact. Practitioner sustained permanent cost. Confirmed post-operation. Mountain sustained no lasting damage. Confirmed. Notes for Layer 5. Consider upgrading to Layer 5A design for broader spectral coverage. Assessment. Current design performed adequately for presented scenario. Upgrade unnecessary unless specifically called for by future threat assessment. He considered this note for a moment. Then he added, beneath it, working as designed. He drew a line through the Layer 5 entry. He turned to Layer 14's outer ring design. There were 3 junction problems remaining, and the outer ring's geometry was not going to finalize itself while he spent time on entries that were already complete. He worked on it with the settled, patient focus of someone who had confirmed one design was correct and was now confirming another. The mountain continued its ambient pulse in the night air. The tea plant held its new leaves in the dark cave entrance. The formation networks ran their circuits in the stone and soil and air of Qingwei Peak, doing exactly what they had been designed to do, as they had been doing for 3 centuries, as they would continue doing. Layer 15 was going to be necessary. He was not going to rush it. He had understood this for some time, not as a response to the coalition, not as a reaction to the night assault or the blood formation attempt, but as the natural next requirement of a design that had been evolving through 3 centuries of incremental construction. The mountain had 15 natural energy convergence points in its geological structure. He had inscribed 14 of them, each becoming a formation layer that served a distinct function, each connected to the others through the routing network he had built across decades. Layer 15 was the summit convergence point, the highest, the most energetically central, the one that sat at the apex of the mountain's structural geometry like the capstone of an arch. He had not inscribed it yet because Layer 15 was not a layer like the others. The others were components, each with specific functions and specific relationships to the mountain's overall structure. Layer 15 was the anchor, the single inscription that would connect every other layer through one convergence point and give the mountain's formation system the property that all the other layers had been leading toward but could not produce individually. The property he thought of as completeness. He had been inscribing toward completeness for 3 centuries. The question of when to inscribe the final layer was not a question of readiness. Technically, he had been ready for Layer 15 for 40 years. It was a question of need. A formation system did not need completeness until it faced something that required it. For 300 years, the layers had been sufficient. The coalition below him was the first thing that had made him think seriously about what completeness would change. He would not rush it. The convergence spiral's outer ring needed to be finished first, one thing at a time, in the correct order, with adequate attention to each step. That was how 3-century projects were completed. Chapter 37 Emperor Zhao Weiming's war council was held in the largest tent the imperial army could erect, which was large enough to accommodate 30 high-ranking military and cultivation figures, for formation specialists, 2 intelligence directors, and 1 very old scholar who had not wanted to come and who sat in the back row with the specific posture of a man attending a meeting he expects to produce consequences he will be required to document. Elder Mao Wenzu was 110 years old. He had been writing about Qingwei Peak for 50 of those years, and he had been writing about it with an intensity that people who had read his work described as obsessive and that he himself described as adequate given the subject scale. He had published 4 volumes on the mountain, its history, its formation architecture, its resident, and the intersection of all 3. The first volume had taken 7 years to write and covered the mountain's known history from its earliest administrative records through the first documented attempt to survey its outer formation. The second had covered the period of Wei Changshan's arrival, which Mao Wenzu had reconstructed from regional records, sect histories, and interviews with practitioners old enough to remember the early decades. The third and fourth covered his own visit and the decades of subsequent analysis. He was working on a 5th, which he had been working on for 11 years, and which kept requiring new chapters because the subject kept doing things that required documentation. He had not returned to the mountain in 50 years, not because he had not wanted to, but because he understood himself well enough to know that returning would either confirm what he had written or refute it, and he was not certain which outcome he could manage. The writing had been a way of staying close to something he had chosen to leave, and he had been living with that choice since the afternoon. He was 37 years old and had walked away from the cave and had known, on the path down, that he had made the kind of decision you could not revise. The Silent Sky Pavilion had found him in a mountain library 2 weeks ago and had explained what the Emperor needed. He had said no. They had explained that this was the kind of no that was not operational. He had come. He sat in the back row and listened to Peng Howren deliver the formation assessment summary in the flat, accurate voice of a military officer delivering a briefing he has delivered 17 times and which produces the same silence in every new audience. Each item in the summary landed in the tent like a stone in still water. 9 confirmed layers. Failed counterformation attempt, with the formation's own reversal inscription appearing on the boundary stone to inform Prince Zhao Liang's forces that they were scuffing the boundary markings. The 3 Peaks Alliance's operations. Wu Tianpei's foundation stone output absorbed and returned as mountain maintenance energy, a result that had left the elder sitting on a rock for half a morning. Yun Xiao's analytical work accurately performed and misdirected by a decoy mushroom storage node positioned exactly where her methodology predicted the control node would be, the note inside politely clarifying the distinction. The night assault routed to the convergence spiral's holding chamber without incident. All parties returned intact at dawn. Qian Sha's blood formation approach neutralized by a Layer 5 counter designed 200 years in preparation, which Qian Sha had departed without explaining. The Bleeding Moon cult had left. The Iron Pagoda School was considering it. Mao Wenzu wrote quickly in his notebook throughout, not looking up. He had been taking notes about this mountain for 50 years and had not stopped taking them. Then the Silent Sky Pavilion director stood and presented the intelligence profile. Wei Changshan had not left the mountain in 300 years. His sole known external contact was Luo Yanmei, Soul Transformation Realm, who had lived on the mountain for 30 years and descended monthly. One visitor had survived a meeting with Wei Changshan 50 years ago, Mao Wenzu, who had subsequently published 4 volumes that were the most detailed external documentation of the mountain in existence. The director looked at Mao Wenzu. Elder Mao, you've written about this man for 50 years. What does he want? Mao Wenzu looked up from his notebook with the slightly distracted quality of someone returning from one concentration to another. He looked at the director, then at the assembled commanders, then back at the director. He looked like someone who had been asked this question many times and who found that the question still had the same answer it had always had, and that the answer was still not what the questioner was hoping for. He wants to be left alone, Mao Wenzu said. He wanted that 50 years ago. I assume he still wants it. Nothing in your reports contradicts this assumption. Everything you have described is consistent with someone who has spent 3 centuries constructing a life organized around the central principle of not being bothered, and who has become very accomplished at maintaining that organization. He won't negotiate. He wasn't negotiating when I was there. He showed me one formation layer out of what was apparently already dozens. He poured me tea and explained the layer's function and said it was the most accessible example of what he was working on. Then he asked if I'd like to stay longer, and I said I had to go, and he said all right. He paused for a moment. He had said this sentence many times in 50 years of conversations about the mountain, and each time he said it the pause arrived at the same point and lasted the same length and meant the same thing. I've been regretting that answer for 50 years. He was not keeping me there. He was offering to keep me. He does not trap people he has not invited. The distinction is important, and everyone at this table is failing to make it. We need a personal vulnerability, the director said. Something he values enough that we can use it as leverage in the negotiation. The tea plant, Mao Wenzu said, without hesitation. The director blinked. I beg your pardon. He has a spirit tea plant at the cave entrance. He speaks to it. He has been growing it for longer than I've been alive, possibly for longer than my family has existed. When I was there, he spoke to it the way you speak to someone with whom you have an established and valued relationship. Not explaining things, not performing for an audience, simply telling it things, reporting to it, treating it as a participant in the conversation. I watched him pause in the middle of explaining a formation layer to tell the plant that the morning was particularly clear. Mao Wenzu looked at his notebook without opening it. I do not recommend using the tea plant as leverage. Threatening the tea plant of a Formation Grandmaster who has comfortably contained 500 soldiers for months, who designed a blood formation counter 2 centuries in advance of the first blood formation practitioner to attempt his mountain, who reads official imperial communications through a formation system embedded in the treasury vault, and who has been building and inhabiting this mountain for 3 centuries without anyone being able to stop him. That is precisely the kind of action that produces consequences no one in this room has the formation knowledge to model. The room was quiet with the specific quality of a room where 30 people have simultaneously decided not to be the first to speak. The emperor, who had been at the head position throughout, listening with the contained attention of a man who had won 8 kingdoms by not losing patience before the useful information arrived, spoke for the first time. Then we go in together. Combined assault, the alliance, the pavilion, the brotherhood, the entire army, every void return elder we have assembled, the formation cannon arrays. Everything simultaneously, from every approach vector. If we exhaust his responses at once, we find the layer he cannot cover. He said this with the confidence of a man who had applied this principle successfully to 8 different strategic problems. The principle was sound, applied to standard problems. Peng Haoren, who was a military officer and whose professional function required him to execute the emperor's operational decisions while also documenting his own assessments accurately, said yes. He then began mentally composing his assessment of the likely outcome of this decision, which he would submit alongside the operational briefing, and which he expected to be acknowledged, and proceeded past. He looked at his formation map. 9 confirmed layers. Mao Wenzu's account from 50 years ago had mentioned at least 30 layers active at that time, and the mountain had had 50 years since then to continue building. Mao Wenzu, in the back row, had stopped writing. He was looking at the tense fabric wall. He was thinking about the tea that had been warm in his meridians for 50 years of memory, and about the clear morning, and about the plant that was still there, still producing tea, still being spoken to by someone who had been building something extraordinary for 3 centuries, and who would continue building it after every person in this tent was gone. He thought, this will end with the mountain unchanged, and with everyone here somewhat smaller than when they arrived. He opened his notebook and returned to his notes, because the observation was worth recording. Chapter 38. The Silent Sky Pavilion's intelligence director, Shan Rui, had built her career on the principle that every person and every system had a vulnerability that sufficient information could find. She was 44 years old, 12 years in the Eastern Network Directorship, and she had run 43 successful intelligence operations against targets that had initially seemed resistant to conventional analysis. Her methodology was thorough, cross-referenced, and designed to produce actionable conclusions rather than comprehensive reports. She had strong opinions about the difference between these two things and had spent her career training her staff to understand the difference. She had been working on Qingwei Peak for 8 months. In those 8 months, she had produced a 47-page dossier that was the most comprehensive intelligence profile of Wei Changshan ever assembled. She was professionally satisfied with the work. It drew on administrative records going back 300 years that mentioned the mountain, interviews with 11 practitioners who had attempted to survey the mountain's outer formation at various points in its history and who were still alive and willing to discuss the experience. Formation scholars published analyses of what could be deduced from the available external data, and the Imperial Courier Formation's records of Wei Changshan's rare administrative correspondence, which she had obtained through channels that she had not documented in the dossier, because documenting those channels would have created complications. The council briefing had been the first time she had presented her core findings to an audience that included someone who had actually been inside the mountain. Mao Wenzhou had corrected 2 of her conclusions during the briefing itself, which had been professionally uncomfortable in the specific way that accurate corrections from subject matter experts were always uncomfortable. One correction was minor. She had stated that Wei Changshan's estimated cultivation level was void return, based on the known age and accomplishment. Mao Wenzhou had said, from the back row, that he would not characterize Wei Changshan's cultivation level in terms of the standard realm progression at all, and that doing so was likely to produce incorrect predictions about his behavior and capabilities. Because practitioners who had spent 3 centuries in complete formation domain cultivation tended to develop in directions that the standard realm framework had not been designed to characterize. She had revised her notes to say, cultivation level unknown, standard realm characterization unreliable. The second correction was more significant. She had characterized Wei's relationship with Luo Yanmei as that of master and disciple with a formalized protective obligation, a relationship type she had a well-developed analytical framework for, based on 12 previous intelligence operations involving master-disciple relationships and the ways they created predictable patterns of behavior. Mao Wenzhou had said, without elaborating, that the relationship was more like that of someone who had found an abandoned child and had given that child a home and had arrived, over 30 years of shared life on the mountain, at something that had no good name in the standard relationship taxonomy. She had revised her notes. The revision changed several of her predictions about Luo Yanmei's behavior under operational conditions. She had not been happy about the revision, because the predictions she was revising had been the basis for the capture operation's primary design. She had noted the tea plant in her dossier under personal attachments, potential leverage. She acknowledged, in the margin of her own copy, that Mao Wenzhou's warning about the inadvisability of that approach was correct, and that she had known it was correct before he said it, and had included the entry anyway because the dossier was required to be comprehensive and she had been comprehensive. She would not be using the tea plant as leverage. The more operationally viable finding was Luo Yanmei's descent pattern. Monthly, approximately, sometimes 3 weeks, sometimes 5, but regular enough to track and regular enough to plan around. She descended by a path that varied in its lower section, but converged on a trading town 7 kilometers from the mountain's base. She purchased specific items, tea, inscription-grade spirit stones, ink, occasional formation texts, and stayed 2 to 4 hours and returned. Shan Rui had been tracking this pattern for 8 months with the kind of thorough documentation that produced, eventually, a prediction window. Market day. The second-to-last market day before the Imperial Army's logistical planning required a supply decision. She deployed 10 agents. She was confident in the operations design. She cross-referenced it against 3 previous successful operations targeting soul transformation practitioners and found it sound in principle. She briefed the Emperor's representative the night before. She also deployed Elder Mao Wenzhou to the mountain's boundary, which served a second purpose she had discussed with the Emperor but not with Mao Wenzhou until after arrival. She wanted to see if the formation's detection system responded to Mao Wenzhou's presence at the gate. He had been inside 50 years ago, and if Wei Changshan had designed a recognition formation into the mountain's outer layers, which her analysis strongly suggested he had, then a practitioner who had been inside and been returned would have a resonance profile in that recognition system. Presenting that profile at the gate might produce a response she could learn from. Mao Wenzhou, informed of the second purpose after they had arrived, had looked at the mountain for a long moment and then at his notebook. He already knows what you're planning, Mao Wenzhou said. He has formation network monitoring. He can observe the camp's activities. We've accounted for this. Not monitoring, Mao Wenzu said. Knowing. There's a difference I have not found adequate language to convey in 4 volumes. But standing here, I can feel it again in the way I felt it 50 years ago. This mountain does not observe from a distance. It attends. There is no part of the approach that is outside the formation's attention. He looked at the boundary stone ahead of him. He knows about Luo Yanmei. Shan Rui made a note. She filed it under subject matter expert input, weighted appropriately. She proceeded with the operation. It was good intelligence work, and she was going to execute it, and the results would be what they were, and she would document them accurately. What she did not file, but what she thought about on the walk back to the command post, was the specific quality of Mao Wenzu's observation. Not monitoring. Knowing. She had run 43 operations in 12 years. She had a well-developed sense of the difference between a target who was watching you and a target who understood you. And that difference was the difference between surveillance and intelligence. And in her field, intelligence was always harder to counter than surveillance. Surveillance told you what was happening. Intelligence told you why, and what would happen next, and what the person watching you was going to do about it. A formation that provided intelligence rather than surveillance was a categorically different operational challenge than anything in her standard methodology. She had not designed the operation for a target with intelligence. She had designed it for a target with surveillance. They were not the same. She filed this observation in a section of her private notes labeled Methodology Revision, and did not add it to the official operational file, because the official operational file was already going to produce enough revision when the results came in. The deeper problem, which she did not write down because writing it down would require her to explain it to herself more completely than she was ready to, was this. She had designed the entire pavilion's engagement with Qingwei Peak as an intelligence problem with an operational solution. Find the information, design the intervention, execute. That was how she had operated for 12 years, and it had worked. The information she had gathered on Wei Changshan was excellent. Comprehensive, cross-referenced, accurate within its access constraints. The interventions she had designed had been executed well. The results had been systematically wrong because the problem was not an intelligence problem with an operational solution. The problem was a relational problem. The mountain was not hiding something from the pavilion that the pavilion could find. The mountain was in relationship with the people who approached it, and that relationship produced outcomes based not on the pavilion's information quality, but on what the pavilion was asking for and how it was asking. The pavilion had been asking for submission, through intelligence gathering, through captures, through force. The mountain's answer to every form of that request had been the same. No, but here is adequate hospitality until you are ready to leave or ask differently. She had a methodology for intelligence problems. She did not have a methodology for relational problems at this scale. She was going to need to develop one, and it was going to require starting from entirely different premises. She would write this up after the operations results were filed. It would be the most honest assessment she had produced in 12 years. She walked back to the command post and began preparing to receive the post-operation report she already knew would contain nothing useful except a confirmed 7-kilometer coverage radius. Chapter 39. Elder Mao Wenzu stood at Qingwei Peak's base and felt the formation's ambient field running through the air around him and thought, "This is the thing I could not write." He had written 4 volumes. He had spent more of his adult life writing about this mountain than writing about anything else. He had organized his memories of his visit with the precision of a scholar who understood that memory was unreliable and who had therefore written his observations down on the same day he made them, 50 years ago. In the notebook he had carried up the mountain and carried back down and kept in a specific drawer since. He had the notebook still. He had read it 6 times in 50 years, each reading adding interpretive layers to the original observations, each layer becoming material for the next volume. The 4th volume's final chapter was about why he hadn't stayed. He had written it 17 times and published the 18th version, and the 18th version was the most honest thing he had ever published about himself. It described the 37-year-old who had stood at the cave entrance and been asked if he'd like to stay and had said he had to go, and it described what had happened in his body in the moment of saying it. The specific quality of a person choosing to leave something they have understood is extraordinary. Choosing it because the alternative is too large to contemplate. Choosing it with full awareness that they are choosing. He had written about this with the precision of someone who had spent 50 years understanding the choice and who still did not have an account of it that he was fully satisfied with. Standing here now, with the formation's ambient presence in the air around him and the quality he had not felt since the day he left, he understood something about those 17 drafts. They had all been trying to explain why he had left. They had not been asking whether he had understood what he was leaving. He had not understood. He had felt it, the scale of it, the depth of it, the specific quality of a space that had been built by someone who knew what building was for and had spent 3 centuries doing it. He had felt it and been frightened by the feeling, which was the truthful version of what he had never fully written. The 4th volume said he had left because he had 4 published volumes in his head and a 5th and a 6th, and he was going to write them. That was true. It was also a reason he had constructed afterward for a decision made in a moment of fear, and he was old enough now to be honest about that, even if only in his notebook. The mountain looked the same. Of course it did. Mountains did not change meaningfully in 50 years, and the formation field's ambient presence in the air had the same quality it had had when he was 37, the same deep, pervasive sense of a space that had been intentional for so long that the intention was no longer distinguishable from the nature of the place. Not hostile, not welcoming in the way that welcome required a host to acknowledge an arrival. Simply present. Attended. The feel of being in a room whose walls had been built by someone who understood what walls were for and had built them to last longer than anyone looking at them expected things to last. Shunned came to stand beside him after some minutes had passed. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "That I should have stayed when he offered," Mao Wenzu said. "I could have learned. I chose to write about it instead." He looked at his current working notebook, the 5th volume's early chapters in his own hand. "There are things about this mountain that 4 volumes of analysis have not been able to convey. I understand now that those things can only be understood by being here. The writing was a substitute for the thing, and I knew that when I was writing it. And I did it anyway because the thing was too large and the writing was smaller and I could hold the writing." "What would you recommend?" Shunned asked, returning to operational questions with the professional discipline of someone who was using this conversation for intelligence work. "You cannot break this mountain," Mao Wenzu said. He said it without drama, without qualification, with the flatness of a fact that had been true for 50 years and showed no signs of becoming less true. "I told your director this when your agents found me. I said it at the council. I say it here, standing in the formation's ambient field with 50 years of study behind me. You cannot break this mountain. The formations are not a defense over a mountain. They are the mountain. The mountain is the formations. These are the same thing, and you cannot break the thing without destroying everything you came here to obtain, and you came here because there is something in this mountain that the Empire needs. You cannot get it by breaking it. You can only ask for it. He's declined our communications. You have been sending administrative demands in the form of imperial edicts. The edicts are not requests. They are instructions to cease and desist and submit to the imperial court's authority. This man has been building something for 3 centuries on a mountain that was not in the Empire's effective administrative sphere when he started, and he has been building it in the way of someone who does not concern himself with authorities that cannot actually compel him, because they cannot compel him, and he knows this." Mao Wenzu looked at the mountain's gate path. "Ask as a student who wants to understand, not as a sovereign who wants to acquire. The answer to those 2 requests is different." She made a note. She filed it appropriately. She went back to monitoring the perimeter. Mao Wenzu stood at the mountain's base and looked up at the peak, which was visible in the morning clarity above the mist line. He thought about the tea, the warmth in the meridians that had never quite left, the mineral quality that he had tested 43 varieties trying to find again. He thought about the plant at the cave entrance that was still producing that tea now, still being tended, still being spoken to every morning by someone who had never found a reason to stop doing the things that were worth doing. He opened his notebook. He wrote, "The mountain has been building towards something for 300 years. The coalition outside it is trying to stop a process they do not understand. The process does not need to be stopped. It needs to be witnessed." He sat with the sentence. He had been writing sentences about this mountain for 50 years, and he had never written that one before, and he understood, sitting with it now, that it was the sentence the 5th volume had been trying to reach. The formation's ambient quality was something he had been trying to describe since the day he left. He had used 37 different phrasings across 4 volumes. He had used technical language, experiential language, comparative language, metaphorical language. He had interviewed 16 other practitioners who had been in contact with the mountain's outer boundary and had asked them to describe what they felt. He had cross-referenced those descriptions with each other and with his own memories. He had produced, across 4 volumes, a comprehensive and technically accurate documentation of Qingwei Peak's formation architecture as understood from the outside. What he had not produced was the sentence he had just written. The mountain was building towards something. He felt this in the ambient field now in a way he had not felt 50 years ago, not because the feeling was new, but because he had the understanding now to receive it correctly. 50 years ago, he had felt the scale and the depth and the intention and had not known what they were building toward. Now he could feel the directionality. The formation layers were not static defensive installations. They were a sequence. Each one led toward the next, and the sequence was heading somewhere, and the somewhere was not complete. He closed his notebook. He looked at the gate path. He thought, I hope I am still alive when it is complete. I hope someone is watching. Chapter 40 The Nine Knives Brotherhood was not the pavilion's most expensive procurement for this operation, but it was the most precisely targeted. 3 intermediaries, 2 months of negotiation, a contract inscribed in bound oath script by a specialist legal formation master who had taken 2 weeks to render it in terms both parties found binding, and whose fee was a separate line item in Sean Rui's budget that she had also not specified numerically. The Brotherhood had not failed a contract in 70 years. First Knife, the leader, had 30 years of formation analysis approach work behind him. His school of assassination treated target environments the way formation masters treated inscription sites, studying the geometry, designing the approach around the space rather than in opposition to it. He had spent 3 weeks preparing before accepting the contract. He read every public document on Qingwei Peak's architecture. He read Peng Hauren's classified assessment through a contact in the Imperial Formation Corps. He read all 4 of Mao Wenzu's volumes, which were thorough, well-organized, and, this was the part he had spent the most time with, contained several passages where the scholar's prose shifted from analytical to something else, something that was trying to describe a quality of experience rather than a set of facts. He had noted those passages specifically. In his experience, the things that formation scholars could not reduce to technical language were usually the things that most needed to be understood before attempting to move through a formation domain. He accepted the contract because his analysis identified a viable approach: voidwalk formation, 9 simultaneous between spaces transits from 9 perimeter positions, each practitioner targeting a different interior location. Standard formation defenses operated in conventional spatial geometry. Voidwalk transit passed through the space between spatial planes, which standard formation detection and routing systems could not access. He had reviewed every documented case of between spaces transit in formation defense literature and found no recorded counter. His formation specialist solved the geometric interference problem, the way that multiple adjacent voidwalk transits collapsed each other's spatial coherence, with a boundary layer separation technique that required 3 months of theoretical work to derive, and that First Knife had found genuinely elegant when he saw the derivation. The technique worked. The mathematics were clean. He did not know that Wei Changshan had addressed this specific problem 40 years ago, during the Layer 14 renovation, when he had been working through the theoretical space of sophisticated adversarial approaches and had concluded that between spaces transit was eventually going to be attempted and that a routing system for it was therefore necessary. He did not know because Wei Changshan had not published the between spaces component, not for reasons of secrecy. Wei did not publish things as a general matter, not because he was hiding them, but because he was not writing for an audience. He was building for a mountain, and the mountain did not require publications. The component existed in the formation substrate, doing what it had been designed to do, quietly and completely, as it had been doing for 4 decades. 9 simultaneous voidwalk transits, from 9 bearing positions, each targeting a different interior location. First Knife had designed the approach with the care of 3 decades of formation analysis work, and it was a good approach, technically. The spatial geometry of a distributed 9-point simultaneous voidwalk was genuinely difficult. The between spaces interference was a real problem, and the boundary layer separation technique his specialist had derived was a real solution. The entry itself was clean: 9 simultaneous transits, each coherent, each maintaining its targeted bearing, arriving in the between spaces layer in a distributed pattern that should have spread through the mountain's interior from 9 different angles simultaneously. They arrived in the same room, the holding antechamber of the convergence spiral. White stone, adequate light, exactly the right height for comfortable occupation, exactly the right width for movement without crowding. Ambient spiritual energy at a level appropriate for their cultivation needs. The air clean and cool. Everything about the space expressing the specific quality of intentional care. Not luxury, nothing elaborate, simply adequacy so thorough and consistent that it communicated thought. 9 of them, standing in a space designed for one group, looking at each other in the specific silence of professionals absorbing the gap between expected outcome and actual outcome. No one spoke first. First Knife ran his hand along the nearest wall and read the formation geometry inscribed there with 30 years of analysis behind him, and found it unlike any architecture in the standard corpus. Not because it was incomprehensible, but because it belonged to a design logic whose development was not in any text he had read, as if someone had built an entirely separate formation theory tradition in private over a very long time, and this was what that tradition produced when it was done. He anticipated this, First Knife said. One of the others said. He anticipated 9 simultaneous between spaces transits. He anticipated that someone would eventually try between spaces transit. He built a routing system for it. First Knife looked at the space, the walls, the ceiling, the single entrance. The space had been built for exactly this use, to receive practitioners who had arrived through non-standard routes, contain them comfortably, and return them when they were ready to leave. It was a hospitality construction, not a combat construction. There were no weapons here, no suppression formations, no threat. We've been received. Not captured. Received. He kept reading the formation geometry while the others looked at each other and ran their own assessments. His read was thorough and careful and produced a picture of the holding space's design logic that he found, even under the circumstances, professionally impressive. The space was designed to scale. It could hold varying numbers of people comfortably. Its ambient energy generation calibrated to sustain practitioners across a range of cultivation levels. Its spatial dimensions adjusted for different group sizes through a flexible formation architecture that he had not seen described anywhere. It was not a prison. It was a waiting room. A very good waiting room, built to a standard of care that exceeded what most combat practitioners would bother with for opponents. The contrast between the design's quality and the design's purpose, holding people who had come to kill the designer, was something that he was going to be thinking about for a while. The Brotherhood has never failed a contract, one of his practitioners said, with the quiet frustration of someone stating a fact that had just encountered an exception. The Brotherhood has never contracted against a formation domain, First Knife said. There's a difference. We contracted against a person in a formation. The correct analysis was, we contracted against a formation that contains a person. The person is not the target environment. The person is the thing being protected by the target environment. We got the scope wrong at the analysis stage. He kept his voice level. It was an accurate statement of what had happened, delivered as a professional observation. He had been wrong. It was worth understanding precisely how. He kept reading the wall formation geometry while the others processed what he had said. 30 years of formation analysis work, and he could still find things in this room he hadn't seen yet. The routing logic that had brought them here, the between spaces component he had not known existed, was readable in the infrastructure of this room's walls if you knew what to look for. He could trace the broad outlines of its geometry, not the technical detail that would require weeks of analysis with proper instruments, but the design logic. The logic said, receive transit vectors that arrive through non-standard pathways, route them to this holding point, provide adequate conditions for the transit subjects, release when ready. Clean, complete, no unnecessary elements. He was looking at the work of someone who had built their between spaces routing component with the specific expectation that someday someone very good would try to use voidwalk transit against the mountain, and who had built the counter to be as clean as they expected the attempt to be. His attempt had been the attempt the room was built for. He had done his best work and arrived in a room designed to receive exactly that work. He stayed with this for a long moment. There was something important in it that he was going to be thinking about for a while. The stone golem appeared at the entrance. Chapter 41. Shiguang stood at the clearing's entrance, and the 9 assassins looked at him. He was large, 2 meters, and somewhat more, the broad proportions of a golem designed by someone who had not been conservative with scale and had the formation energy to sustain the design. 2 centuries of mountain weather had worked on his surface, giving him the smooth, worn finish of old river stone, the gray of deep mountain rock that had been in its place long enough to become what it was rather than what it had been when it was placed. His face was a formation master's estimate of a face adequate to the purposes of face served. Expressions readable as expressions, but the expressions of stone, which was its own category of expression with different qualities than flesh. His eyes were polished quartz, pale and clear. He looked at the 9 assassins with the quality of something that had been looking at guests in this clearing for 200 years and had arrived, through repetition, at a relationship with the task that could not quite be called familiarity because it was too steady for that, too settled, more like the quality of water running through a channel that had been cut for it, moving in its proper direction without effort, without resistance, without the slight uncertainty of something still, finding its way. The 9 of them read him back with the professional speed of people who had spent careers assessing targets. The assessment returned unusual data. He was not a combat opponent in the standard sense. The inscription patterns on his surface were visible enough for a formation specialist to partially read, and what they read as defensive formations were not designed for offense or response, but for absorption and continuity. He was not designed to harm. He was designed to endure and to be present and to indicate the correct direction. You are in the middle clearing, he said. This is not where guests typically arrive. Guests usually use the gate path. We're not guests, said First Knife. You are here, Shiguang said. That makes you guests. The outer gate is this way. He indicated the entrance and the direction beyond it with a gesture that was neither invitation nor instruction, simply the pointing of something explaining the geography. I will walk you to it. We're here to reach Wei Chongshan. Take us to him. He is in his cave. The cave is not accessible from here. Make it accessible. No. The first to move was the Brotherhood's fastest, soul transformation realm, with a technique that closed distance before an opponent had time to register intent as a sensory input, much less formulate a response. He was at Shi Guang's flank before anyone watching could have identified the moment of departure. Shi Guang was in the right position. The technique did not take the practitioner past him. The second moved from the opposite direction simultaneously. The third came from above. All 9 moved within the space of 2 seconds, each from a different angle, each using a different technique specifically chosen to target a different potential vulnerability in a formation-animated golem construct. This was First Knife's design, conceived in the 3 weeks of preparation before arriving at the mountain, worked out from Mao Wenzu's description of Shi Guang and the general principles of golem construction. Target the joints, target the inscription interfaces, target the chi circulation nodes that maintained animation, target the spatial presence mechanism if there was one. All 9, simultaneously, all different targets, all at the same moment. Shi Guang was in every required position. This was the spatial presence component. Wei had added it to Shi Guang's inscription frame during the 40-year maintenance cycle, a modification that distributed Shi Guang's physical solidity across up to 3 simultaneous positions within a 2-meter radius. It was formation energy expensive, and the first 3 renovation cycles had not produced the energy surplus to run it. The Layer 14 renovation had. Wei had made a list of 3 upgrades he wanted to implement when the capacity became available. This had been first. The clearing filled with the sounds of professional cultivation combat conducted against a target that received every technique with the equanimity of formation-reinforced stone. High-grade strikes against Shi Guang's surface, absorbed. Combination attacks designed against golem-specific vulnerabilities, absorbed. The controlled breathing of 9 practitioners maintaining maximum output through sustained effort. Shi Guang's specific quality of unhurried non-response, not absorbing attacks dramatically, not taking visible damage, not reacting with reciprocal force. Simply present in every position that mattered, in the patient way of something that had been doing this for 200 years. He did not fight back. The inscription logic on his frame had not been designed for fighting back. It had been designed for presence, durability, and patient escort, and all 3 were fully operational. After 20 minutes, the Brotherhood stopped. They were breathing with the effort of practitioners who had expended significant output for no measurable result. The clearing's ambient spiritual energy had been refilling the portion they spent throughout the exchange, a passive function of the space's design that Wei had built in because people who stayed in the holding space for extended periods needed to be able to sustain themselves. The space had been designed for longer occupancy than 20 minutes. Shi Guang had not moved from the entrance. He looked exactly as he had looked before. First Knife looked at the clearing's walls. He had been reading the inscription geometry throughout the exchange, the part of his attention that always kept analyzing regardless of what the rest of him was doing. He read it now with the patient care of someone who has stopped being in a hurry and is ready to understand something. The holding space was a hospitality construction. The inscription logic said, contain comfortably, maintain the occupant's well-being, release when ready. It was not a combat architecture. It was not a prison architecture. It was a hosting architecture, built to the same standards that the mountain applied to everything else it built. Adequate, complete, designed to last, designed for the actual needs of whoever would use it. He looked at Shi Guang. He thought about the 70-year record. He thought about First Knife, who was very good at reading formation environments, and who had just read this one and understood it clearly for the first time. How many people have you walked out? He said. Shi Guang considered. Many. They are always well when they leave. First Knife looked at his 8 colleagues. He looked at the walls. He made the decision that his profession called knowing when to revise. We'll leave, he said. Shi Guang began walking them to the outer gate, at the same unhurried pace he had used for 200 years of this task. First Knife walked behind him and spent the walk reading everything he could read. The path from the holding clearing to the outer gate passed through a section of the mountain's inner formation structure that was visible at the formation sense level to anyone paying attention, and he was paying attention. The inscriptions on the walls were in the same design tradition as the holding clearings, not the standard corpus, something else, something that had developed independently over a very long time and had arrived at solutions that the corpus had not, working from different starting points toward some of the same problems. The routing logic he could see in the wall inscriptions was elegant in the specific way of things that had been solved correctly rather than adequately. No wasted structure, No redundancy without purpose. Every component present because it was needed and absent if it was not. He walked through the inner mountain and read everything the path showed him, because it was good formation work, and he had spent 30 years studying formation work, and he was not going to stop being himself because the contract had not gone as planned. Whatever happened next, he was going to understand what he had been in. This was built for us, he said to Shiguang, gesturing at the path's formation inscriptions. Not for our specific group, but for groups like us. You've walked many groups out of here. Yes, Shiguang said. He built a hospitality system for people who came to harm him. He built good things, Shiguang said, with the tone of something offering a complete explanation. First Knife was quiet for the rest of the walk. At the outer gate, Shiguang stopped and indicated the direction of the camp, and First Knife looked back at the gate once, and at the mountain above it, and then turned and walked toward the camp to file his report. Chapter 42. Wei told Luo Yanmei about the Nine Knives Brotherhood the way he told her about most things that happened on the mountain, as an observation shared because it was interesting, delivered with the conversational ease of someone who had been sharing observations with the same person for 3 decades and had long since stopped calibrating for impact. The Brotherhood tried to void walk-in, he said. He was in his chair, both hands on the armrests, the morning tea at the correct temperature beside him. 9 simultaneous transits from 9 perimeter positions. Their formation specialists solved the between spaces interference problem with a boundary layer separation technique that I have read about theoretically, but had not seen applied at operational scale with that level of precision. The mathematical derivation requires a non-trivial geometric insight about how adjacent spatial planes interact under simultaneous distortion. He did solid work. And the spiral caught them anyway, Luo Yanmei said. The between spaces routing component has been in the convergent spirals architecture for 40 years. It was waiting for exactly this category of transit attempt. The approach was technically accomplished. The architecture it encountered was designed to receive it. He looked at the formation network's current status overlay, which showed Shiguang's position moving through the inner passages toward the outer gate. 9 additional signatures in attendance. Their leader has been reading the holding clearing's inscription geometry throughout the exchange with Shiguang. He's a genuine formation specialist, 30 years of analysis work. His reading of the clearing's logic is accurate. He'll understand what the clearing is and what it isn't before they reach the gate. He'll tell the pavilion. He'll tell whoever engages the Brotherhood for a contract at a formation domain again, probably. The Brotherhood adapts its contract scope definitions based on operational outcomes. This outcome will produce a revision to their assessment protocols for complex formation environments. He sounded genuinely interested in this secondary effect. Shiguang is almost at the gate. They haven't tried to go around him in the last 10 minutes. They've given up. They've understood what the clearing is. Giving up and understanding are different processes. One is a failure of will. The other is a success of observation. He paused, watching the network overlay. The cannon teams below have been charging for 20 minutes. The 3 Void Return Elders are building output. Luo Yanmei was sitting on the step at the cave entrance with her morning tea, watching the slope below. The mountain's morning mist was still on the lower sections, moving slowly upward as the day's warmth built. From the camp below, the ambient sound of preparation was audible in the specific quality that military sounds had when a large body of people were moving from rest to action simultaneously. Not loud, just present, a change in the texture of the air's sound that anyone who had been listening to the camp for months could identify. Layer 10, she said. I activated it when they started charging. He looked at the node-level indicators on the formation network's intake display. 81% of capacity currently. The barrage will provide useful input data. I've been working with projected efficiency values for the redistribution lattice in the Layer 14 routing calculations. Actual data from a sustained high-load barrage will give me real performance curves. You're using the barrage for design work. The barrage is happening regardless. Whether it produces useful data or only produces exhaustion for the people conducting it is a matter of whether I'm paying attention. He picked up his tea. The tea plant's irrigation channel has been inactive since last season. The barrage's intake energy will give me enough surplus to run it if you'd like the plant to have a proper irrigation cycle. She looked at the tea plant, whose leaves had been slightly dry at the margins for 2 weeks. Not unhealthy, just not at full hydration. Run the irrigation, she said. I'll need to recalibrate the flow rate first. About 8 minutes while the barrage charges. He picked up his brush. It should be ready before they start firing. Luo Yanmei watched the slope below and listened to the sound of 3,000 people preparing something large and sustained, and thought about how the mountain had been listening to that sound, in various forms, for 3 centuries, and how the forms had changed and the listening had not. They're going to be exhausted afterward, she said. Yes. The Void Return Elders will need 3 weeks of recovery time if they maintain full output for the full duration. The Formation Cannons will need cooling and reinscription before a second use. He made the flow rate notation in his formation log. I don't expect a second barrage. After this one, Peng Hauren's energy intake report will be explicit enough that even the Emperor will be able to see that further barrages are counterproductive. And then, Wei said, we find out what the Emperor decides to do when a military campaign has exhausted all its available approaches. She thought about this. She had been thinking about the Emperor periodically since Luo Yanmei had delivered the dialogue offer, and Qian Sha had said we'll consider it. The Emperor was, by all available evidence, a capable man who had governed a large empire effectively for 20 years. He had received accurate assessments for 11 months and had proceeded past them, which was not necessarily the choice of a man who didn't understand them. It might be the choice of a man who understood them and believed that further application of force would eventually find the answer anyway. If that was his reasoning, the barrage would test it. After the barrage, with no layer degraded and the mountain stored energy higher than it had been before, the reasoning would run into the limits of what force could produce. What a capable man did when force ran out was the question she had been thinking about for weeks. The less capable options were continue applying force that wasn't working, retreat while claiming some form of victory, or send another wave of specialists and hope the next approach was the one that worked. The more capable option was the one Peng Hauren had been recommending for months. Stop. Recalibrate. Try a completely different approach. He'll come himself, she said. Eventually. Wei looked at the slope with the mild expression of someone noting that an observation was probably accurate. Probably. The pattern suggests it. When a capable practitioner has exhausted indirect approaches to something they cannot break, the next step is direct engagement. He set down his brush, which will be interesting. Below, the first formation cannon fired. The sound was characteristic of formation cannon operation at full charge, a deep resonant discharge that was more felt than heard at the point of origin, carried through the air and the ground simultaneously, arriving in the body before it arrived in the ears. Wei registered it through the formation network's impact layer, the outer boundaries detection system noting the strike's energy vector, the layer 10 intake mechanism orienting toward the incoming load, the first transfer beginning. The efficiency reading came in at 78%. He noted it. He had been listening to the sound of the mountain being tested for 3 centuries. Not always with formation cannons. Those were a recent development, within the last 150 years. Before cannons, it had been sustained spiritual pressure from large groups of practitioners, or siege formations, or on one occasion a practitioner who had somehow carried a mountain-grade inscription kit to the outer boundary and had attempted to inscribe a counterformation directly into the boundary stone. An approach Wei had found genuinely creative even though it had not worked, and had resulted in the practitioner in question being quietly redirected to the holding space with the appropriate hospitality. The mountain had heard many sounds from many things attempting it. The sound of this barrage was the largest in scope and the most organized in execution. It was also, by the energy intake readings, the most productive for the mountain's stored energy levels. The second cannon fired, then the third, then the whole array, in coordinated sequence that their operators had drilled for weeks, the overlapping impacts producing the harmonic that would fill the valley for the next 6 hours. Wei settled into his chair, picked up his brush, and began updating his energy routing projections for Layer 14 with the first set of actual performance data. Chapter 43. The barrage lasted 6 hours. 3 Void Return Elders sustained output levels that their cultivation bases could not have maintained without the formation cannon arrays concentrating and amplifying their spiritual pressure. Wu Tianpei's school had trained him for endurance at high output, and he maintained his peak level through the first 3 hours without visible sign of strain. The Drifting Cloud Elder, whose specialty was precision rather than endurance, ran her output at slightly lower levels, but maintained it through 4 hours before her reserves began to show the edge effects of deep depletion. The 2 Emperor's Escort Void Return cultivators ran their output at maximum and were down within 2 hours, replaced by formation cannon channeling from practitioners lower in the cultivation hierarchy. The Army's 12 formation cannons ran for the full 6 hours, their inscription networks glowing with the specific orange-white heat of formation systems under sustained maximum load, their operators cycling through shifts to prevent human fatigue from degrading the formation's precision. The sound filled the valley. It filled the camp. It was present in every bone of every person who was standing anywhere within 2 kilometers, a sustained harmonic that the formation cannon arrays produced as a byproduct of their simultaneous operation, a deep and constant resonance that was not quite painful, but that the body registered as something too large to ignore. Birds left the lower slopes within 15 minutes and did not return until 3 days later, when the ambient sonic signature had returned to the mountain's usual quality. The mountain's outer stone shook. Dust rose from the cliff faces. Trees shed leaves. 3 of the unscribed aesthetic stones along the outer path, stones Wei had placed 200 years ago for no reason except that they had good proportion and pleasant coloration, and he had thought the path would be nicer to walk with them in it, developed hairline fractures. Not splits. Hairlines. The stones were not broken, but they were marked, in the way that things were marked when they had been part of something larger for a long time and had registered the larger thing's experience. The cave did not shake. Layer 3's inner anchor point had been built in Wei's 2nd century specifically to decouple the cave from the mountain's outer layer movements. He had been working on formation geometry that required his full concentration and had realized, after a particularly disruptive external weather event, that a cave that responded to every surface-level impact was not a usable workspace. The anchor distributed seismic input across the mountain's crystalline substrate and returned it as diffuse heat over several weeks. It had been running without interruption for 160 years. His tea was undisturbed. His brush moved across the formation diagram he was working on without a tremor. He was using the time to work on the flow rate recalibration for the tea plant's irrigation channel and to document the redistribution lattice's actual performance curve. The intake data was better than his projections. The lattice was running at 78% conversion efficiency under sustained high-load conditions, compared to the 74% he had projected. The 4% difference compounded through several stages of the Layer 14 routing calculations, improving his confidence in the design's energy distribution behavior under stress conditions. He noted this in his working log and updated 3 of the Layer 14 design specifications accordingly. The crystal nodes filled steadily through the afternoon. He watched the level indicators on the formation network's display with the specific quality of professional attention he brought to any observation that had design implications. Not urgent, not anxious, careful, recording, ready to note anything that deviated from expectation. Nothing deviated. The lattice performed within the improved projection. The nodes accepted the intake. The distribution network routed it correctly. The surplus accumulated in the reserve chambers that he had expanded 12 years ago, specifically in anticipation of a sustained barrage scenario. He used some of the energy surplus to run the tea plant's irrigation cycle. The flow rate recalibration had required 8 minutes and had gone cleanly. The irrigation channel ran its full cycle, the formation heated water moving through the conduit system from the nearest crystal node to the root interface at the plant's base. The plant's root system, which had grown into the mountain's formation lines over decades, absorbed the water and the ambient formation chi that came with it. The leaves at the margins changed their quality, not dramatically, but the way a plant changed when it had been given what it needed, a slight brightening, a tension in the stem that had been slightly slack. At hour 6, the elders stopped. Wu Tianpei sat down on a large stone with the specific quality of a very large man whose cultivation base has been genuinely depleted and who is not accustomed to this experience. The drifting cloud elder went directly to her tent. 2 of the Emperor's escort cultivators were on the ground, helped by their colleagues to positions where they could begin recovery meditation. The formation cannon's operators began the cooling cycle. The mountain looked exactly as it had before the barrage started, except for the 3 cracked aesthetic path stones. Wu Tianpei sat on the large stone for a long time after he stopped. He had been in 14 formation break operations in his career, and in all 14 he had either broken the formation or been stopped by something that showed the resistance, damage to his output, injury, formation counterattacks that required tactical response. This was different from all 14. The formation had not resisted. It had received 6 hours of maximum output, and the mountain had taken it, and the mountain was unchanged, and he had spent 6 hours feeding something designed to be fed and was now sitting on a rock, depleted to the practical floor of safe operation, looking at a formation that was in measurably better condition than when he had started. He thought about the foundation stone from months ago, the 23 minutes. He had told himself then that it was an unusual case, a resonance cascade behavior, a formation specifically built for energy intake at that point. He had noted it and moved on to the coalition approach and the night assault and waited for a combined operation to find the answer. The combined operation had produced the barrage. The barrage had produced more energy intake, no structural response, 6 hours of maximum output from 4 void return practitioners and 12 formation cannons, and 1 mountain that looked exactly as it had this morning. He stood up. He walked back to the Iron Pagoda camp. He did not speak to anyone. He sat in his tent and thought about what he had just experienced, and he thought about it for a long time. and at the end of the thinking he had arrived at the same place that Peng Hauran had been for months. The framework he had was the wrong framework. The problem was not one that the Iron Pagoda School's best methods could answer. The problem was something else, and he did not know what else it was, and not knowing was the specific kind of discomfort that he had been avoiding by continuing to apply methods he trusted. Peng Hauran walked the perimeter, his instruments running the post-barrage formation survey with the efficiency of someone who already knows what the survey will find and who is doing it anyway, because the record requires it. His instruments returned the same signature they had been returning for 11 months. Layer 1, intact. Layer 2, intact. The formation's ambient energy level was elevated above pre-barrage baseline. He ran the measurement 3 times. He wrote in his notes, redistribution lattice confirmed. Barrage output converted to mountain storage at effective rate. Formation structure shows 0 measurable degradation after 6 hours at maximum recorded output. Current approach is producing the opposite of its intended effect. He closed his notebook. He looked at the mountain for a moment. Not the first time, but the first time he had looked at it without his instruments running, without the analytical frame held up between himself and the thing he was observing. He was, professionally, a person who analyzed. The analysis was correct. Layer 1 intact. Redistribution lattice operational. Formation signature stable. He had confirmed all of these things 3 times. What he had not confirmed was what it meant. Not the technical meaning, which was in the reports. The other meaning. Why a practitioner had spent 3 centuries building a domain that received force as nourishment. Why the holding space had been built to hospitality standards. Why the mushroom storage had been placed in the control node decoy position and maintained for 43 years so that the right analyst would find it. Not strategic reasons. Not defensive reasons. Something else. Something that his training did not have a category for. He thought about this for longer than he usually allowed himself to think about things that did not have actionable implications. Then he went to write his assessment. The assessment said what the assessment always said. Layer 1 intact. No structural degradation after the barrage. Energy levels elevated. He wrote it accurately and completely. At the end, he added one line that he had not added to previous assessments. The formation appears to be designed to a standard exceeding what is required for defensive purposes. The excess represents something outside the scope of my current assessment framework. He sealed it and went to file it. Chapter 44. The barrage's aftermath had a specific quality that was different from the aftermath of the Prince's initial assault, the 3 Peaks Alliance's various failures, and the 9 Knives Brotherhood's departure. Those had been individual events with individual aftermaths. A specific practitioner or group had tried something, found it unproductive, and adjusted. The barrage's aftermath was collective. Everyone in the camp had participated in or supported the operation. Everyone had experienced the 6 hours of maximum effort. Everyone had seen the mountain's surface, unchanged, in the silence after the cannons stopped. The adjustment that followed was not one person's adjustment. It moved through the entire camp like the sound of the barrage had moved, in the bones of everyone who was there. Peng Hauran submitted his post-barrage assessment to the Prince's command and to the Emperor's representative by mid-evening. He received, before dawn, instructions to prepare for a second barrage in 2 days. He wrote a 1-line reply. A second barrage will fail by the same mechanism as the first and will further deplete our spiritual reserves while increasing the mountain's stored energy. The current approach is counterproductive by its nature, not by its execution. He received a 1-line response. Noted. Prepare the second barrage for day after tomorrow. He set down the response on his field desk and sat with it for a while. He thought about what noted meant in the context of a communication exchange where he had been filing accurate assessments for 11 months and the assessments had been received, acknowledged, and proceeded past. He had a developed sense of when he was being heard and when he was being documented, and this exchange was the second kind, and had been the second kind for months, and was going to continue being the second kind until the institution ran out of options to try. He thought about what a second barrage would look like. More of the same output, slightly reduced because the Void Return Elders' cultivation bases had not yet recovered from the first, against a mountain whose formation energy levels were now higher than they had been before the army arrived. He wrote this up carefully. The calculation showing that Barrage 2 would produce better intake for the mountain than Barrage 1, because the lattice's conversion efficiency improved as the crystal node's baseline energy level rose. He submitted this calculation alongside the barrage preparation briefing, clearly labeled as expected outcome of the second barrage, clearly attributed to the lattice's design logic as understood from the first barrage data. He expected this calculation to be received, acknowledged, and proceeded past. He spent the rest of the evening writing in his private journal, which was now, in terms of word count, longer than all of his official assessments combined. He wrote about what he had observed over 11 months and what it had taught him about the relationship between accurate analysis and institutional decision-making, which was a relationship he had been thinking about for his entire career and which this assignment had clarified significantly. He wrote about Wei Chongshan, who had been building a formation domain for 3 centuries with the patient attention of someone whose relationship to time was categorically different from everyone outside the mountain's relationship to time. He wrote about Mao Wenzu's observation that the mountain was more patient than the emperor, and about what it meant to be less patient than the thing you were trying to stop. Inside the mountain, Wei completed layer 14. He had been inscribing the outer ring through the afternoon, working at the layer 14 anchor node 3 meters inside the cave entrance, his brush moving through the formation geometry with the settled ease of someone for whom the technical action of inscription had become as natural as thought. The outer ring's design was the most complex surface inscription he had done in 15 years, requiring him to hold 2 complete coherent formation structures simultaneously in his attention. The visible outer face and the actual inner structure, each accurate and complete, the outer designed to satisfy rigorous analysis, while leading that analysis toward a conclusion that did not reveal the inner structure. When he finished and ran the integration check, it returned clear. He crossed the layer 14 entry from in progress to complete. He sat for a moment with the completed notation in front of him. 14 layers across 3 centuries, each one taking as long as it took, done to the standard required and no less, placed in the sequence the design called for without shortcut or adjustment for circumstances. The formation catalog's progress column now showed every layer from 1 through 14 with the same compact notation, complete. It was a satisfying column, in the way that any correctly executed series of careful decisions over time produce satisfaction. Not dramatic satisfaction, but the quiet kind that came from the record matching the intention. He set down his brush and considered the completed outer ring's architecture with the detached attention of someone reviewing finished work against its original design specifications. Layer 14 had taken 6 weeks. The convergence spiral had been the technical center of the work, anchoring all the formation's preceding layers into a coherent single body, the capstone logic that allowed each of the first 13 layers to continue operating independently while being in conversation with each other. He had known when he began, 3 centuries ago, that the convergence spiral would be the work of his later years. He had not known exactly what form it would take until he was inside it. The outer ring's deceptive surface was, in his estimation, the finest work he had done. Not because deception was a value, it was a tool, but because the technical challenge of building a surface that was both completely accurate as a formation and completely misleading as a guide to the underlying architecture was genuinely difficult. Every layer he had built had the same quality. It could withstand the closest analysis a qualified formation specialist could bring, and it would reveal, under that analysis, exactly what he designed it to reveal and nothing else. Not because the design was simple, because the design of the outer face was as complete a formation as the inner structure, and the two were in conversation in a way that a practitioner analyzing one would find fully satisfying and would not suspect was partial. He had built this quality into every layer. He had been building it since the 2nd year, when he understood that the mountain's eventual role in the world would bring formation specialists to study it. He had never known who they would be. He had not needed to know. He had built for the category, the best analysts the world could send, arriving with the best instruments available in their time, bringing the most rigorous formation science of their era to a mountain that had been designed specifically for their arrival. Yuan Xiao's work, in his assessment, was the best he had seen. She had found 2 things in her 7 days of analysis that he had not expected her to find. Not structural weaknesses, but design choices whose existence he had assumed would remain invisible under current-era analytical tools. She had found them because she brought an approach to her analysis that combined the drifting cloud school's traditional intuitive methodology with a systematic instrument-based survey technique, and the combination had identified signatures that neither method alone would have caught. He had read her preliminary notes through the Courier Formations monitoring function and found himself, for the first time in a long while, genuinely interested in what a practitioner was doing with his work. He returned to his chair and looked at the space below the layer 14 entry where layer 15 would eventually be. Below the mountain, a soldier from the original 500 walked out of the gate path in the late afternoon, the mountain returning him at the appropriate interval, healthy, slightly disoriented, carrying the specific memory of good tea that all of them carried. The guards reached him quickly. He told them he thought he had been having tea. He was correct, in the way that memory of something good was always correct. Chapter 45. Elder Mao Wenzu had positioned his tent at the perimeter nearest the gate path, which gave him sight lines to the mountain's face and to the gate area where the returned soldiers emerged. He was there, writing in his notebook in the late afternoon, when the 10th returned soldier came through. He watched the soldier's face. He had been watching all of them. 10 now, returned at the intervals the mountain apparently determined were appropriate. Each one healthy. Each one slightly disoriented in the same way. Each one trying to describe an experience that their vocabulary was not fully equipped for. His notebook had a full page of observations about the consistency of their reports, the way the same specific details appeared across different people, the quality of the light in the white corridors, the sense of being adequately provided for, the tea, appearing across 6 separate accounts with enough specificity that it was clearly the same tea and not a category of tea. He had been given tea in that cave 50 years ago. He sat with the 10th returning soldier's report and thought about what it meant that the same tea had been being given, continuously, to people who arrived in that mountain with intentions ranging from scholarly curiosity to assassination, for all the years between his visit and now, for all the years before his visit, and probably for most of the years Wei Changshan had been there. The tea plant produced what it produced in a formation-dense soil that it had been growing in for centuries. The tea was what the mountain provided to guests, not because guests had asked for it, because someone had decided that guests should have it, and had maintained that decision through 300 years of changing political contexts and varying categories of visitors. He was writing about this, trying to find the language for it that 4 volumes had not found, when he stopped and looked at the returned soldier's face more carefully. The soldier was not just slightly disoriented in the way of someone coming out of an unusual experience. He was carrying something else, the specific quality of someone who has been adequately cared for a long period of time by someone who did not know them and who cared for them anyway. The quality of having been in a place that was safe in the way a home was safe, not because danger was absent, but because the space itself was designed around the idea of the occupant's well-being. It was in the way he held himself. It was in the way he looked at the camp when he arrived, the slight surprise of someone returning to a context that had a different emotional register than the one they had been in. Mao Wenzu put down his pen. He thought about 520 soldiers in the mountain's formation corridors, being tended to by a formation built to host them comfortably, being given tea by a plant in a cave at the summit, being maintained and cared for by a system designed 200 years ago for exactly this purpose, not because any of them deserved it, not because they had earned it, but because the person who built the formation had decided that the people inside it deserved adequate conditions regardless of their intentions. He thought about what it would take to design a formation that operated on that principle, not the technical work. He had thought about the technical work for 50 years and had a substantial body of analysis to show for it. What it would take as a person to build a system designed to care for your enemies, to spend years on the design, to maintain it for centuries on the chance that it would eventually be needed, to build hospitality into a defense without being asked to, without an audience, because it was the correct thing to build. He wrote, "The formation that holds these soldiers is not a containment design. It is a hospitality design built into a containment structure. The distinction is not academic. It changes everything about what kind of person built it and why." He closed his notebook. He looked at the mountain for a long time. He thought, "I have been writing about this person for 50 years, and I am only now beginning to understand who he is." The 5th volume was going to have to be substantially different from the first 4. The first 4 volumes had been organized around the question of what Wei Changshan had built. Formation system, architectural description, historical analysis, strategic implications. That was a legitimate scholarly project, and he stood behind it. But standing here, watching a returned soldier walk through the camp with the specific quality of someone who had been cared for by something that had no particular reason to care for them, he understood that the first 4 volumes had been answering the wrong question. The question was not what Wei Changshan had built. The question was who built something like this, and for what, and what it said about a person that their answer to 3 centuries of isolation and 3 centuries of periodic hostility from the surrounding world was to build better hospitality systems rather than better weapons. He had the answer to that question now, or the beginning of one. He had been given tea 50 years ago, and 500 soldiers had been given tea for months, and the tea was from the same plant, maintained the same way, by the same person who had been maintaining it for longer than most of the things around him had existed. The consistency was the answer. The consistency across 3 centuries of changing contexts was the answer. Someone who built hospitality into their defense system and maintained it and improved it and used it on enemies without requiring that they earn it first, that was not a strategic choice. That was a value held privately, without audience, for 300 years. He opened his notebook again. He wrote, "The 5th volume is about who he is, not what he built. These are related but not the same." He held his brush above the page for a moment, considering. Then he added, "The first 4 volumes assumed I understood the subject. I was describing the mountain from the outside. The 5th volume requires a different starting position, not the scholar analyzing the formation, but the person who drank the tea 50 years ago and has been trying to account for the experience ever since. That is a different project. It may require a different kind of honesty." He set the brush down. He looked at the returned soldier, who had been given a cup of water by a camp attendant and who was sitting on a supply crate in the afternoon light with the specific quality of someone who is in 2 places at once. Here, in this camp, with the army and the smell of cooked fires and the familiar texture of military life, and also still, faintly, wherever he had been. The 2 states were not in conflict. He was here, fully present and functional. He was also still carrying something from there. Mao Wenzu had studied formation architecture for 50 years. He understood, in the technical sense, how a formation could maintain a hospitality field across 3 centuries without degradation. He understood the inscriptions required, the energy sourcing design, the ambient cultivation techniques. He had written about all of these things, carefully, with appropriate rigor. He had been correct in his descriptions. What he had not described, because he had not known how to describe it, was the feeling of being inside something that had been built to care for you. The tea had not tasted like anything remarkable. It was good tea. The tea of a practitioner who grew things carefully and valued quality as a matter of habit. The remarkable quality was not the tea. It was that someone had decided and maintained the decision that whoever came to this mountain should be received with care. Not with judgment, not with assessment of whether they deserved care. With care, as a starting position, extended without condition to anyone who arrived. He had been unable to describe this in 4 volumes. He was not certain he would be able to describe it in a 5th, but the 5th would try. He looked at the mountain and felt, as he had felt for 50 years when he looked at it, the ambient formation field in the air, deep and settled and patient, like something that had arrived at its own nature and had been there long enough to stop noticing it. The soldier on the supply crate was telling someone about the tea. He was using his hands to describe it, gesturing at the cup size, trying to convey something that his hands were not quite communicating. Mao Wenzu watched him try. The 5th volume was going to need new vocabulary. That was the specific problem. The mountain had a quality for which no existing scholarly language had been designed, because the language had been built by people who studied formations from the outside, and the mountain's most important quality was not an outside quality. He picked up his brush. He began to write. Chapter 46. The Silent Sky Pavilion moved on the next market day. Luo Yanmei walked the approach road with her purchase list, spirit stones for the layer 14 inscriptions that Wei wanted to begin testing, a grade of tea he had been low on for 3 weeks, ink, a formation text she had found referenced in Yun Xiao's preliminary monograph notes, and thought Wei would want to read. She walked at her usual pace, with the ease of someone whose body had memorized the path stones and routes and drainage channels over hundreds of repetitions, leaving the mind free for the kind of observation that familiar paths permitted. The tree canopy on the lower sections was thinner than before the barrage leaf shed. The spirit moss on the eastern drainage stones had grown thick in the weeks since. The early morning air carried the particular mineral quality that high-altitude paths had when the overnight temperature had been cold enough to produce frost on the higher stones. She was at the 3rd kilometer marker when she felt the shielding net activate in the air around her, the formation's specific signature of containment-type energy deploying around a point, the chi disturbance pattern of 10 practitioners simultaneously activating coordinated spiritual suppression. She had felt this kind of activation before, in training scenarios 30 years ago, and she recognized it in the 2 seconds between feeling it and the transit. She was in the upper garden. 3 seconds of discontinuity, or what would have been 3 seconds if she had experienced them. The mountain's transit formation had identified the containment-type activation in her approach corridor and had done what the routing logic had been designed to do when that condition was met. Moved her along the path it had built for this scenario, through the between spaces routing that Wei had built into the layer 12 exterior coverage 40 years ago, and delivered her to the upper garden with her basket and purchases intact. She stood in the upper garden in the morning light and let the transit settle. She had been transited by the mountain's formation system many times over 30 years. Short transits, mostly, from one terrace to another, from a path that was blocked to one that was open, from a position that the formation's monitoring had identified as risky to one that was not. The mountain moved her the way a careful host moved guests away from something they shouldn't encounter, quietly and without ceremony, before the encounter could happen. She had become accustomed to it in the way she had become accustomed to the formation's ambient presence. As something that was part of living here, the mountain's relationship with its resident expressed as practical care rather than stated intention. This transit had been different in scale. Longer. The between spaces passage had been more extensive than any she had experienced before. The path from the 3rd-kilometer marker to the upper garden, 7 kilometers of ordinary distance, resolved through the formation's geometry into 3 seconds of no place. In that no place she had felt, with a clarity she had not had on the shorter transits, the full quality of the mountain's attention, not monitoring her, not tracking her, but holding her, knowing her. The between spaces passage had been calibrated to her. The transit path was not generic, it was specific, built around the shape of her chi signature, adjusted for her cultivation level, designed to deliver her here specifically and not just somewhere safe in general. She set her purchases on the shelf. She poured her water. She sat on the step. 10 agents at the mountain's base, facing uphill, with no memory of 6 hours and their equipment intact. Shunned filing a report that said, 7-kilometer coverage radius confirmed. The mountain's answer to the best-designed interdiction operation the pavilion had available was moved. She was not startled. The mountain had been moving her between locations within the formation's coverage for 30 years when circumstances warranted it, and she had learned to receive transits the way she received everything else the mountain did, as something that had been built correctly for its purpose. But this one had been different from the short movement transits she was used to. Longer. The between spaces passage had been more extensive, and in the length of it, she had felt something she had felt before only in smaller moments, but never at this scale. The formation recognizing her specifically, not accepting her as a resident through passive identification, recognizing her the way you recognized someone whose resonance signature you had been maintaining in an active identification system for years. She set her purchases on the storage shelf inside the cave entrance. She poured herself water from the spring formation. She sat on the step. "You moved me," she said. "Yes," Wei said from inside. She sat with this for a long moment. 10 agents at the mountain's base, facing uphill, with no memory of 6 hours, and their equipment intact, and nothing to show for the operation. Shunned was, at this moment, receiving a field report that would tell her nothing except that the mountain's external coverage radius extended at least 7 kilometers. The operation had produced 0 tactical outcome and 1 piece of intelligence about the formation's range. That was the mountain's answer to the pavilion's best-designed field operation. Not violence, not counterforce, not even a warning. Simply moved. Luo Yinmei sat in the upper garden with her basket of purchases and tried to account for what she was feeling, which was not precisely surprise. She had known, living on the mountain for 30 years, that Wei monitored the approach road, and that the formation had external coverage she had never mapped fully. She had known that he would not let someone take her off the mountain if taking her off the mountain was preventable. She had known all of this in the abstract way you knew things about the place you lived and the person you lived near. Knowing it in the abstract was different from the transit. The between spaces passage had lasted approximately 3 seconds of objective time and had covered 7 kilometers of mountain approach road. In those 3 seconds, she had felt the formation's full attention, not as something that had turned toward her in response to a threat, but as something that had been holding her in its awareness continuously, always, as a matter of course, the way you held something in awareness when it mattered to you. The recognition in it had been specific. She was not just the resident to the formation's routing logic. She was Luo Yinmei, with her particular chi signature, her particular cultivation pattern, her 30 years of presence on this mountain, leaving a record in the formation's embedded memory that had allowed the transit to be calibrated to her specifically. Not generic safe transit, but transit built for her exact body, her exact resonance, adjusted so the passage would be smooth and the disorientation afterward minimal. Someone had built that specificity into the routing node at the 2nd-kilometer marker. Someone had decided, at some point in the work of building Layer 12's exterior coverage, that this particular design choice was worth making. She thought about when, exactly. She thought about the fact that the node had been placed 2 years ago, which was after she had been on the mountain for 28 years, but before the army arrived. In the period when Wei was working on the exterior coverage revision and the army's arrival was still potential rather than actual. He had been thinking, 2 years ago, about the specific scenario that had just occurred. He had been placing infrastructure for it while the possibility was still future. While she had been going to the market town every 3 weeks for supplies, walking the approach road without knowing that the path itself was being modified to care for her, he had been modifying it. She poured herself more water from the spring formation. She thought about 30 years of the mountain caring for her in ways she had not always known about, and had sometimes known about only afterward. In the way that living with a very careful person sometimes meant finding evidence of their care only in retrospect. The path rerouted 6 months ago that had led her away from a section of loose stones she hadn't noticed, the supply request fulfilled before she had made it. The formation ambient warmth in the cave that was calibrated to her cultivation requirements and not to a general standard. The mountain had been caring for her specifically as a person with a specific name and specific needs for 30 years. This was not new information, but 3 seconds in the between spaces passage had made it newly present. The abstract made concrete, the known made felt. She finished her water. She picked up her basket and went inside to tell Wei what she had brought. Chapter 47. Wei looked up from his Layer 14 review notes when Luo Yinmei came inside and set down her cup and looked at him. "You moved me," she said. "Yes." He set down the notes. "You knew they were going to try. I knew the pavilion's analysis had identified your descent pattern as a potential operation window. I read their dossier 2 months ago through the courier formation. The classification of your descent pattern under personal attachments, potential leverage, was accurate as an intelligence assessment." He looked at the notes he had set down. The transit formation's ambient node at the 2nd kilometer marker was updated 2 years ago to include containment-type formation activation as a transit trigger. When the shielding net activated, the routing logic ran the transit automatically. She looked at the storage shelf where she had put her purchases. The node at the 2nd kilometer marker. "You placed it specifically. The 2nd kilometer marker is the optimal placement for covering the approach road's geometry. The trigger update was part of the Layer 14 exterior coverage revision." He paused. He was not sure, precisely, how to account for the fact that when he had updated the routing logic's trigger conditions, the primary scenario he had been designing for was this specific one. Luo Yinmei, the approach road, a hostile interdiction attempt. He had run the scenario analysis 3 times, from 3 different angles, and the conclusion had been the same each time. The 2nd kilometer marker, with a containment-type activation trigger and a transit path to the upper garden, was the correct design. He had built it because it was the correct design. The fact that it was designed for her specifically was a consequence of her being the person most likely to be on the approach road when something like this happened, which was a fact, not a sentiment. "The identification function in the routing logic names my chi's signature as the primary identified party," she said. "You descend the road more regularly than any other party whose transit safety I am responsible for." She looked at him. "Which makes you the primary identified party," he said. "Yes." She sat down on the step. She thought about the 3 seconds of between spaces passage and the specific quality of recognition she had felt in it. Not the mountain's passive knowledge of her as a resident, which she had been living with for 30 years, but the active quality of something that had been built around the specific shape of her presence, the way a room built for one person fit differently than a room built for anyone. She had been in the mountain's formation field long enough to know the difference. "The agents are fine," she said. "They're at the base, facing uphill, with their equipment and no memory of the past 6 hours." He picked up his tea. "The pavilion will update their external coverage radius assessment. 7 kilometers of confirmed coverage. Shan Rui will file an accurate report and revise her operational parameters. She's professional. She's thorough. The operation failed, but it produced real intelligence data. She won't waste it." He set down the cup. "The coalition is in its final phase. Wu Tianpei's sect council has sent a brief reply to his last message. 1 more reduction and he'll have his withdrawal authorization. The Brotherhood is leaving tomorrow morning." A pause. "Yun Xiao is staying. She told Peng Howren her monograph will be the most significant contribution to the formation analysis corpus in a generation." She might be right. She's right. The outer formation surface design is worth documenting thoroughly. She's doing good work. He looked at the formation network's current overlay, which showed the camp below in its ordinary activity, the mountain's layers running their standard cycles. The Emperor came out of his tent at sunset and stood looking at the mountain for approximately 15 minutes. He has not done that before. The previous months, he has operated from inside his command structure. Standing and looking is different. What does it mean? It means he has decided to look at the mountain properly rather than at the reports about it. He paused. "I am interested in what he sees." She poured the evening tea, his cup first and then her own, and they sat with the mountain's ambient field around them in the evening light. The formation's presence in the evening had a different quality than its morning quality, not different in the technical sense of operational state, which was consistent, but different in the way that light changed the perception of a room you knew well. Mornings on the mountain had the quality of something beginning its daily engagement with whatever the day brought. Evenings had the quality of something that had received the day's events, processed them, returned to baseline, and was holding the results quietly in the way of a formation that had been doing its work for 3 centuries and found each day's additions simply part of the ongoing record. She thought about what the Emperor had seen, standing outside his tent for 15 minutes. Not the formation's technical architecture, He was an emperor, not a formation specialist. He would have seen the mountain. The physical mountain, the thing that had been here before the empire, and that would be here after it, with its ambient formation field running through the air and the quality she had been living with for 30 years, the quality that Mao Wenzu had been writing about for 50 years, and that she suspected the emperor had just encountered for the first time without the mediation of reports and assessments and strategic briefings. That encounter would produce a different kind of decision than the ones that came from reports. He'll come himself, she said. Yes, Wei said. That seems likely. He looked at the tea plant with the mild, settled expression he used when he found something interesting. I will need to decide what to say to him. You could describe the formation, she said. I could, he said. He paused, considering this. Or I could offer him tea and let him ask the questions he actually wants answered. He looked at the mountain's evening slope, the light going from gold to copper on the stone. The people who come here as sovereigns get the mountain's answers. The people who come as students get mine. She looked at the tea plant, which was producing leaves with its usual consistency. What's the difference? A sovereign needs to understand what decision to make. The mountain can tell him that. It has been telling him for 11 months, through the operations, and he has been receiving the information correctly, but processing it through the wrong frame. Coming here himself is a change of frame. The mountain will answer his actual question, which is, what do you want from me? He considered the question's phrasing. A student needs to understand something new. That requires a different kind of conversation, slower, with more space for the questions they don't know how to ask yet. And what does the emperor want from you? That, Wei said, is the question I am interested to find out. He has been trying to take the mountain. He has tried 11 approaches in 11 months, each one escalating. He stood outside tonight and looked at the mountain directly rather than at reports about it. That is someone who has run out of frameworks and is trying to see the thing itself. He looked at the layer 14 notation in his records. He is a reasonably intelligent man. When he stands here and looks properly, he will ask himself, what is this place for? And that is an interesting question because the honest answer to it changes depending on how far inside your own assumptions you are willing to go. Luo Yinmei thought about the question. She had lived on the mountain for 30 years, and she was not certain she could answer it fully. What is it for? Currently, Wei said, it is for itself. It exists because someone is building it, and the building is the point. He paused. That is the answer that will take the emperor some time to arrive at. The mountain is not defending anything from him. It is not opposing him. It simply exists as a place where formation work of a certain kind is being done, and the question of whether the empire can stop it is a question about whether the empire can stop time. He picked up his brush and made a small notation in the layer 15 planning section. The emperor will understand that, he said, once he has had tea. Chapter 48. The coalition was fracturing. This was not a sudden development. It had been developing for weeks. The accumulating weight of approaches that had not worked and the specific exhaustion of confronting something that did not respond to any of the frameworks the coalition had available. But the barrage had accelerated it. The way a structure under sustained load will develop cracks gradually and then, at some threshold, develop them faster. The barrage had been the threshold. Wu Tianpei of the Iron Pagoda sect was waiting for his sect council's next reply. He had sent 3 messages in 2 weeks requesting operational guidance, and the council's replies had been getting shorter in the way that his school's formal communication culture used brevity to signal withdrawal of authorization. He had one more message in the current authorization window. He was going to use it carefully. He had been at this mountain for months and had nothing to show for it that his sect council would read as success. And the only thing worse than being at the mountain with nothing to show was being at the mountain after your authorization had been withdrawn. He was doing his calculations. Yun Xiao of the Drifting Cloud School was still working. She had been working continuously since her arrival, with the specific quality of a practitioner who had given up on the assignment's original goal and had committed fully to a different one. The assignment had been, find the formation's weakness. The goal she was now pursuing was, document the formation's outer architecture as completely as possible. These were different projects with different success criteria, and by the criteria of the second project, she was succeeding. Her instruments had produced data that no previous survey of Qingwei Peak had produced, and the monograph she was writing would be, she was confident, the best documentation of a complex formation domain in the corpus's history. She had told this to Peng Howren with the matter-of-fact certainty of someone stating a technical conclusion rather than boasting. He had agreed with her. They had gone back to their respective work. The Nine Knives Brotherhood had sent their withdrawal notice 3 days ago. The leader's personal record note, the target environment and the target are the same thing. Adjust contract scope definitions accordingly for formation domain engagements, was being copied into the Brotherhood's operational doctrine section by the secretary who handled these updates. Mao Wenzu was writing his 5th volume. Peng Haoran sat in his tent with his 47 pages of final assessment and wrote the 4th line he had been unable to write in any previous draft. He has been patient with us. The appropriate response to patience is acknowledgement, not further demand. He sealed the document. He gave it to the fastest courier in the camp. He sat down and felt, for the first time in 11 months at this mountain, the specific exhaustion of someone who has completed everything in their capacity to do and is now waiting for the world to respond. The emperor read the report in the evening. He read it carefully, which was how he read things he had been told were important. He read it twice. He set it down on his field desk and sat with the particular quality of stillness that a man who had governed a large empire for 20 years had when he was making a decision that did not fit neatly into any of his existing decision frameworks. He had been emperor for 20 years. In those 20 years, he had resolved 8 major military campaigns, 3 succession crises, 2 natural disasters requiring empire-wide resource mobilization, and 1 generation-spanning territorial dispute with a neighboring domain that had required 14 separate negotiations before it was resolved. He had a well-developed sense of when a problem required more force, when it required different force, when it required a different kind of engagement entirely, and when it required something that he did not have a name for, but that he recognized when he felt the gap where the name should be. He stood up. He walked to his tent's entrance. He looked at the mountain. He stood looking at it for 15 minutes, which was longer than he had looked at it before on any single occasion in his months at this mountain. He had been governing a large empire for 20 years, and in those 20 years he had learned the specific discipline of not looking at things directly until he had the relevant information organized. Looking without preparation was how you let your emotional response run ahead of your analysis, and emotional responses that ran ahead of analysis produced strategic errors. He had maintained this discipline at this mountain for 11 months, receiving reports, receiving assessments, receiving Peng Haoran's careful 47 pages in 2 versions, and he had processed the information correctly and made decisions that the information supported. The problem was that the information was not complete. He had known this for some time. The information described the formation's effects and architecture and history and failed operations against it. It did not describe what it was like to be in the presence of the thing the formation was part of. Mao Wenzu's 4 volumes described the experience of being near the mountain, carefully, thoroughly, with genuine scholarly care, but a description was not the experience, and the scholar himself had said, standing at the base last week, that 4 volumes of description had not conveyed the thing itself. He looked at the formation's ambient presence in the night air, which was visible to a void return practitioner's sense as a deep, settled quality of intention, not hostile, not welcoming, simply present in the way that something which had been exactly what it was for 3 centuries was present. Not the formation of a defensive system, the formation of a place that someone had been building for 3 centuries with the specific intention of it being exactly what it was. He had been governing for 20 years, and he had built things, an empire, a court, administrative structures, military systems, and he understood the feeling of having built something correctly. He felt that quality in this mountain from the outside. He thought about 11 months of operations. He thought about 500 soldiers returned healthy. He thought about the mushroom note and the reversal inscription, and Shi Guang walking 9 assassins to the outer gate with the patient hospitality of something designed to care for people who had come with the intention of harm. He thought about Peng Haoran's final sentence. He has been patient with us. He thought, I have been sending the empire to talk to the mountain. The mountain has been talking back in the only language I've been willing to speak, which is the language of force and assessment and institutional authority. I have not asked what the mountain would say if I asked differently. He made a decision. In the morning, he would go himself. Not with the army, not with the formation specialists, not with the intelligence apparatus. With 2 guards who would come because removing them would create administrative complications, and himself, and the honest intention of a man who had been receiving accurate assessments for 11 months and had finally decided to stop receiving them from intermediaries and to go see for himself what his entire empire had been unable to stop. He did not announce this. He sat with it in the tent until the night was late, and then he slept, and in the morning the mountain was there, exactly as it had always been, and he walked toward it alone as the camp watched, and said nothing. Inside the cave, Wei became aware of the emperor's decision in the way he became aware of most things that happened below, as a shift in the formation's ambient monitoring field, a change in the weight distribution of presence at the camp's edge. He had been expecting this. He had been expecting it since the first time the emperor's dispatches had shifted register, from operational command to something more like the correspondence of a man who was beginning to wonder if he had been asking the wrong questions. He looked at the Layer 15 planning notes. The summit inscription would be the final layer, the one that tied everything into the coherent whole he had been building toward for 3 centuries. He had a design for it that he had been developing for 40 years. He had not yet begun the inscription work. He had been waiting, with the patience of someone who understood that some work required the right conditions rather than just the available time, for something he could not have precisely named but that he had known would come. He wrote in his log, "The emperor will arrive tomorrow. I will offer him tea." He put down his brush. Below, in the camp, the mountain returned another soldier at the day's appropriate interval, healthy, slightly disoriented, carrying the memory of good tea. The emperor watched from across the camp as the soldier was received. He stood for a long moment, watching. Then he went inside his tent to prepare for the morning. Chapter 49. Emperor Zhao Weiming was not a humble man. This was not a flaw, precisely. It was the condition of someone who had spent 41 years in a role that selected for confidence and punished doubt, who had absorbed 8 kingdoms through the combination of military superiority and political will, who had been told from childhood that his cultivation base was exceptional, his judgment reliable, and his presence commanding. He was not wrong about any of these things. He was a capable emperor, which was not a trivial achievement, and his confidence in his own capability was grounded in 53 years of evidence. He arrived at Qingwei Peak with 100 body integration cultivators, 3 Formation Grandmasters from distant powers, and the full imperial command structure, and he announced, to his generals, not to the mountain, that he was not here for battle. He said this clearly. He said it publicly. He meant it in the sense that an emperor meant things that were also strategies. He was not here for battle in the way that a man who has already won the previous 5 battles is not here for battle, which is to say, he was here for the resolution that victory had made available, which was his personal intervention, his direct presence, the weight of his person and position applied to a problem that his forces had not been able to solve. He had not yet fully absorbed, in the operational sense, the possibility that his person and position were not the primary variable in the resolution he intended. He understood it intellectually. Peng Hauren's reports had made the tactical picture clear, but understanding something intellectually and knowing it in the operational sense, the sense that changes what you do rather than what you think, were different things, and the emperor had not arrived at the second kind yet. He was confident that direct conversation, man to man, would produce the outcome he wanted. Peng Hauren noted this in his private journal that evening with a single sentence. The emperor believes his presence is the variable that has been missing. He may be right. He may be wrong. The mountain has been here for 300 years and has not indicated that any particular person's presence was what it was waiting for. The camp that the emperor had joined was, by this point in the campaign, a different kind of camp than the one the prince had commanded 18 months earlier. The prince's camp had been an assault camp, its formation, its logistics, its organizational structure all oriented around the problem of reducing a single point of resistance. The emperor's camp was something else. 3,000 soldiers who had been at the base of an unbreakable mountain for 3 years and had developed, in that time, a specific relationship to the mountain that camps in normal military situations did not develop. They had stopped measuring their success against daily progress. They had built better versions of their tents. The mountain had become, in a functional sense, the fixed point of their existence, not the target, but the context. Peng Hauren, who had noted this change at month 14, wrote in his assessment, "The camp has adapted to the mountain rather than the mountain adapting to the camp. This is a significant operational indicator that the engagement has entered a different phase." He had not elaborated. He had not needed to. The emperor, reading the report in his imperial court before making the decision to come himself, had read that line 3 times and understood what it meant. His army had become residents. The 3 Formation Grandmasters he had brought were different from one another in school and technique. One from the Eastern Sea tradition, one from the High Plateau School, one from the desert formation arts of the far south. He had chosen specifically for diversity, having read in Peng Hauren's report that the mountain's architect had designed counters for the standard corpus approaches that the previous formation masters had attempted. Fresh schools meant fresh methods. The Grandmasters walked to the mountain's boundary and extended their analysis equipment. They stood there for 2 hours, working in the particular silence of serious practitioners doing serious work. Peng Hauren, watching from beside the emperor, found himself reading their body language with the attention he had spent a year developing for reading formations. The micro-adjustments of their posture as they received information, the moments of stillness that indicated something significant arriving, the subtle exchanges of glances that said they were finding the same things their own work had found. At the end of the 2 hours, the Grandmasters returned. The Eastern Sea practitioner spoke first. "The architecture is not within our current analytical vocabulary. I can characterize the outer behavior, but the underlying design logic operates on principles I have not encountered. The High Plateau Practitioner. Similar assessment. The formation is not from any school I was trained in. It is not from any school I have read about. It is either from a tradition that no longer has practitioners or from an individual who developed their own tradition. The Desert Practitioner. The second. The inscription style is consistent throughout. One hand, one lifetime, accumulated over a very long time. No school produces this. This is one person. The emperor looked at the mountain. He looked at it for a long time. He had seen the reports. He had read Mao Wenzu's 4 volumes in their entirety over 3 weeks of evenings during the campaign's second year, because he was a man who believed that primary sources contained things that summaries did not. The 4 volumes had done what Mao Wenzu had always hoped they would do. They had described the mountain's formation architecture with clarity and rigor, and they had not described the mountain. The mountain was in front of him now, and it was not the same as the description, in the way that a room described accurately in language was not the same as standing in it. He was standing in it. The formation's ambient field was present to his void return cultivation sense as something at a depth he had not encountered before, not threatening, not welcoming, simply present at the depth of something that had been building itself for a very long time and had arrived at exactly what it intended to be. He had cultivated for 40 years. He had encountered strong formations. He had not encountered anything that felt this settled, this complete, this uninterested in what he thought about it. Wei, watching through the formation network, listened to the emperor's stated intent with the quiet attention he gave to all the information that reached him through the mountain's perceptual field. He heard the emperor say, to his generals, that he was here for a reckoning. That man-to-man dialogue between an emperor and a hermit was different from the military approach that had been tried and had not succeeded. He heard the confidence in the emperor's voice, the specific quality of a man who had not yet had the correct experience. He looked at the tea plant. He thinks this is a negotiation, he told the plant. The tea plant's leaves were still in the cave's interior air, undisturbed by any breeze, maintaining the steady, quiet posture of a 300-year-old spirit herb that had heard many things and said nothing about any of them. The leaves were in their morning position, slightly angled toward the cave entrance where the light came in, the orientation they had held every clear morning for as long as Wei could remember, which was a very long time. Wei considered the emperor with the same attention he had given to the prince and the various coalition practitioners and the Nine Knives Brotherhood. Not strategic attention, since the formation handled all of that, but the quieter attention of someone who found people, at a sufficient distance, genuinely interesting. The emperor was interesting. He was a capable man who had built something large and had, in the process of building it, developed the specific limitation of powerful people. The assumption that what had worked before would work again, that the scale of a problem was primarily a resource question. He had sent more resources. He had escalated 6 times. He was now here himself, which was the 7th escalation. The 7th escalation was, Wei thought, also the final one, because there was no 8th available to him. He had also stood outside his tent and looked at the mountain directly. That had been noted. A man who looked at problems directly rather than through his reports was capable of arriving at different conclusions than a man who operated exclusively through intermediaries. The emperor had been doing both, and the looking directly had been the shift, the thing that had changed the quality of what was happening at the camp's edge, visible through the formation's ambient monitoring as a different pattern of attention. Wei was curious what the emperor would say when he was ready to say it. Wei picked up his tea. Chapter 50. The imperial edict arrived at the mountain's gate on the 3rd morning after the emperor's arrival. It was delivered by an imperial herald, a young man, corps formation, his uniform the formal ceremonial variant used only for highest-level imperial communications. The edict itself sealed with the emperor's personal cultivation stamp in the ancient waxen spirit stone method that had not changed in 200 years because it had not needed to change. He carried it at the prescribed height, with the prescribed posture, and walked toward the mountain's gate with the prescribed deliberateness of a man performing a function whose importance required visible respect for its own form. His breathing was controlled. His cultivation base was deployed in the formal attendance configuration that the ceremonial protocol specified. He was doing his job correctly. He managed to reach the mountain gate before the misdirection web redirected him. This was something. The web, in its default routing configuration, activated for anyone who stepped past the boundary stone without a known chi signature. The herald's formal cultivation stamp, the imperial seal, which the herald activated automatically as a component of the formal delivery protocol, had a resonance signature that Wei had been monitoring through the courier stamp inscription for 3 years and therefore recognized. Recognizing it, the web had held the routing subroutine passive long enough for the herald to reach the gate. Wei had allowed this. He could have rerouted the herald at the boundary. He had chosen, upon recognizing the seal, to allow him to reach the gate, because the seal's presence indicated formal communication was intended rather than operational incursion, and formal communication was the category that had its own response protocol. He had been waiting for formal communication. The herald delivered the edict to the gate stone with the prescribed ceremony, bowed to the prescribed depth, and retreated in good order. His hands were steady throughout. He had not looked up at the mountain more than once. That once had been informative enough. The formation monitoring the approach recorded him. The monitoring was not hostile analysis, not the kind of formation scanning that practitioners use to read a person's cultivation base and potential threat level. It was the ambient attention of a domain that was simply aware of everyone in its coverage zone, the way a house was aware of its occupants in the sense that the house's structure responded to them and held them and knew they were there. The herald moved through this awareness without knowing it. He would return to the camp with the information that the gate was accessible, that the edict had been received, and that nothing had happened to him. The nothing happening was the message Wei had intended: formal communication, properly offered, received properly. He had been waiting because the edict was the emperor's acknowledgement that the negotiation phase had been reached. Every approach before the edict had been operational, an attempt to resolve the mountain question through force, analysis, or strategic pressure. The edict was different. The edict asked, not well. It asked in the language of imperial transaction, offering title and resources, framing residence as a problem to be compensated for, but it asked. Wei had a response prepared for the asking, and had been preparing it since the morning 3 years ago when he read the original Imperial Land Survey document and understood that the question would eventually take this form. The edict traveled from the gatestone to Wei's cave through the formation courier pathway he had built 40 years ago for exactly this function: parcel and document delivery, a practical accommodation for the reality that occasionally things needed to reach him from outside, and he did not intend to go outside to collect them. The pathway was a spatial transit formation. Objects placed at the gatestone's courier receiver were transferred to the cave's courier arrival shelf, the one Luo Yanmei had installed 30 years ago, after pointing out that formation-transferred parcels arriving on the floor was not an optimal outcome for spirit stone deliveries. She had been right about that. The shelf had served well. The edict arrived on the shelf with the faint click that transfer arrivals made when the object's weight encountered the shelf's stone surface. The sound was specific, not a knock, not a thud, but the particular contact of something that had been in motion in one place and was suddenly at rest in a different place. Wei read it. The emperor's language was elevated, formal, and comprehensive, the traditional edict style that employed 17 honorifics in the opening address and structured the request in the 3-stage form that imperial communication protocols specified. It called Wei the reclusive talent of Qingwei Peak, in a phrase that was meant as courtesy, and that Wei read as a statement that the emperor had formed a mental model of him as a category of practitioner. The reclusive talent, the eccentric hermit, the brilliant oddity, that fit the emperor's existing framework for understanding skilled individuals who had chosen to stay outside the imperial structure. The mental model was inaccurate. It described a person who had withdrawn from the world. Wei had not withdrawn from the world. He had never been in the world in the sense that the model required. He had been on this mountain for 300 years, which was not withdrawal. It was residence. He offered an official title, a court position, a formal role within the Imperial Formation Corps at the highest grade, with resources and recognition and the implied acknowledgement that a practitioner of this quality deserved institutional support. In exchange, peaceable cession of the mountain. Wei read the edict to the end. He read it again. He laughed. The sound surprised him slightly, not because he had forgotten he could laugh, but because laughter of this specific quality, the kind that arose from genuine, uncomplicated, specific response to specific content, had not arisen in the cave for some time. It was not a derisive sound. It was not unkind. It was the laughter of a man who has been studying something carefully and has, in the subject's own words, found a perfect example of exactly what he has been studying. The emperor had offered him an official title for the mountain he had been building for 3 centuries. He set the edict down. He looked at the tea plant. The tea plant's leaves did not move. I will reply, he said. Luo Yanmei, who was in the garden, heard this through the formation relay and came inside. A short one, he said. He spent 3 days on it. The 3 days were not entirely about the reply. They were also about something he had been thinking about since before the edict arrived, the specific shape of the relationship between the insult and the response. The insult had been a document that said the mountain was nothing. The response he sent would be the final statement in a 3-year conversation about what the mountain was, and what Wei was, and whether those two things could be comprehended by the framework that an imperial land survey operated from. He thought, during these 3 days, about what the emperor understood and did not understand. He understood, correctly, that the mountain could not be taken. He had understood this since reading Peng Hauren's 47 pages. He did not yet understand why the mountain had not simply ended the campaign, why 3,000 soldiers had been allowed to camp at the mountain's base for 3 years, why every approach had been deflected rather than answered with force, why the 500 retained guests had been housed in the Phantom Labyrinth's comfortable corridors rather than expelled or harmed. The reply was his chance to tell the emperor what the mountain was for, not through a long explanation. The mountain had been explaining itself for 3 years, through every layer's behavior, through every deflection and hospitality gesture and non-escalation, but through a single document that named the terms clearly enough that the emperor could not mistake what he was reading. He had been drafting it since the edict arrived. The question was not what to say, but how to say it, so that an emperor who had been receiving reports about this mountain for 3 years would read past the institutional frame he always brought to documents and arrive at the thing itself. Chapter 51. The 3 days were not 3 days of deliberation, exactly. The reply's content had been clear in his mind since he finished reading the edict. The 3 days were the time it took to find the correct form for the content, to write what needed to be said in words that said it with the precision that the situation required and with nothing that the situation did not require. He went through 14 drafts. This was not his habit. His formation log entries were written once, in final form, because the formation log recorded facts and facts did not require drafting. His rare external communications were similarly direct. Luo Yinmei's instructions for descents, the occasional message to a supplier who had sent the wrong grade of spirit stone, once a formal inquiry to a distant library about a text he wanted to consult. These had been written once and sent. This reply was different. It was a statement of position, a response to a position, and it carried within it 3 years of accumulated history and a principle he had not needed to articulate for 3 centuries, because the mountain had been articulating it continuously through its formations without the need for language. He showed each draft to Luo Yanmei and asked her to read it and tell him what it said, not what he had written, but what it said. This was a distinction she understood. She had learned it from him 30 years ago, when he had been teaching her inscription basics, and had made the same distinction about formation work. What the inscription said was not always the same as what it did, and the gap between those two was always meaningful. She came each time he called her, 3 times on the first day, twice on the second, 4 times on the third, and she read what he put in front of her with the careful attention of someone who had been asked to do a specific thing and understood that the specific thing mattered. She did not editorialize. She did not suggest alternatives, except when he asked her directly. She read and she reported. This was the correct way to help with this particular task, and she had understood it was the correct way without being told. On the evening of the second day, when he had set down the 6th draft and was sitting with his tea in the particular stillness of someone who was working through a problem they had not yet found the key to, she said, "What is the center of it?" He looked at the draft. He had been asking himself the same question. The insult was that the mountain was declared nothing, he said. The response should name what it actually is. But naming it is the difficulty. The mountain is exactly what it is, and what it is doesn't fit in the language the emperor understands, which is the language of territory and authority and claim. Every draft I write either says too much of what I wanted to say, which lands as philosophy, or too little, which lands as a simple refusal. She thought about this. What would you say to someone who asked you what the mountain was? I'd tell them to look at it. You can't send him the mountain. No. He picked up his brush. But I can send him a document that tells him the cost of not understanding it and lets him conclude the rest from what he's been seeing for 3 years. He made a mark on the page. The debt is the center. Everything else is context. She nodded and went back to the garden. She read each draft and told him what it said. The first draft was 3 sentences. She read it and said, "This says I refuse." It says it 3 times in different words. Too much refusal, not enough reason, he said. The 4th draft added the mountain's history, 3 centuries of residence, the formation's construction, the insult of the survey document. She read it and said, "This says, the mountain was here before your dynasty." Accurate, but not the point, he said. The 9th draft was longer, 7 sentences, carefully constructed, covering the insult, the 3 years, the terms. She read it twice and said, "This says, you have been standing in my home for 3 years. I have not asked you to leave. Now I am asking you to leave." Closer, he said. He looked at it for a long time. But not the insult. Not the debt. The center of it is missing. The 10th, 11th, and 12th drafts were progressively shorter. The 12th was 2 sentences. She read them and said, "This is only a threat." Too much threat. No instruction, he agreed. The 13th was 1 sentence. She read it and said nothing for a while. Then she said, "This is close. But the deadline is buried." He rewrote the sentence. The 14th, she read it twice. She set it on his armrest. "It says," she said, carefully, "that the insult exists, that it has not been addressed, that it carries a cost, and the cost has a deadline, and that the consequences of the deadline are real." He looked at the single sentence on the paper. "Yes," he said. He held the paper in his hands for a moment. One sentence. He had written, in his formation log, tens of thousands of words over 3 centuries. Dense, technical, precise language that recorded the work with the accuracy that the work required. He had written instructions to Luo Yanmei, communications to suppliers, the occasional formal inquiry. He had never written anything that needed to be true in this particular way, personal and institutional simultaneously, addressed to a specific person and to everyone who would eventually read what had happened here. One sentence. He was satisfied with it. He sealed it and sent it through the courier pathway in reverse. The pathway could be activated from the cave-in for outbound transmission, an engineering choice he had made 40 years ago because he had anticipated needing to send something and hadn't wanted to have a one-directional system. The edict's reply traveled from the cave to the Emperor's camp via the same spatial transit network that the edict had used to arrive. It landed on the Emperor's official correspondence desk in his tent, on top of the morning's other correspondence, with the specific quiet authority of something that had arrived from a place that did not need to announce itself. The Emperor read it. Then Prince Zhao Liang, who happened to be present, read it. Then Grand Artificer Peng Haoran, brought in for formation analysis of the inscription, read it. Then the 3 new Formation Grandmasters, asked to assess the document's inscription technique, read it. The reply read, "I decline. The mountain declines. The insult of 3 years ago remains unpaid. You have until the next full moon to begin withdrawal. After that, I will cease returning your people whole." Peng Haoran read it 3 times before he looked up. The sentence had a specific structure that Peng Haoran identified while reading. It contained no qualifications, no conditional language, no softening of any term. It was the kind of language that a person who had spent 3 days narrowing to its minimum used when they had removed everything that was not the sentence. Every word was load-bearing. Nothing was decoration. The insult named. The debt named. The deadline named. The consequence named. 4 facts stated with the clarity of someone who had thought carefully about each one and was now done thinking about them and was simply reporting. He said, before he had fully decided to say it, "He's been holding back." The tent was quiet in the particular way of a space where everyone present had heard something that required them to recalibrate. The Emperor's tent. The prince present. The 3 Formation Grandmasters who had spent 2 weeks analyzing the mountain's outer surface. All of them, for a moment, simply still. The sentence sat in the silence. 3 years of operations and 11 approaches and 500 soldiers and 1 coalition assembled from 4 separate powers, and the formation had been operating below its capacity the entire time. Absorbing, redirecting, returning, not fighting back, holding back. Then Peng Haoran said, the words landing in the silence before he had fully decided to say them. "He's been holding back." Chapter 52. The 3 Formation Grandmasters spent the rest of that day analyzing the reply's inscription. Not the text. The inscription the text was written in, which was itself a piece of formation work in the sense that all of Wei's written output tended to be. He did not write with standard ink. He wrote with inscription fluid that was itself a formation medium. The characters he put on paper were active marks, not passive ones, carrying in their physical structure the same kind of compound meaning that his mountain stones carried. The fluid had been on his supply shelf for 80 years, produced from a formula he had developed and never shared, and its behavior under analytical examination was consistent with a medium that had been designed for exactly this dual function, communication and formation simultaneously. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster identified the courier pathway embedded in the inscription, the formation transit structure that the reply had traveled through, which was still partially active in the document's resonance field as a signature of its transmission history. He traced it backward. He found the path leading from Wei's cave through the mountain's courier network, and then through a transit node outside the mountain. And then, he kept following, because the pathway continued, because it had always continued, because a long-range transit formation built 40 years ago as a test of extended spatial geometry had been running without interruption since, connecting the cave to the world through relay points that were, in retrospect, not randomly chosen. He found a relay in the capital, connected to a node in the palace, which was connected to another node in the general's personal quarters, which connected to a node in the treasury vault. He stood in the tent holding this information. He said, "The courier formation passes through the imperial palace." Silence. It passes through the general's quarters, he added. More silence, of a different quality. It passes through the Imperial Treasury Vault. He looked at the Formation Grandmasters beside him. It has been there for years. The Formation's inscription age is consistent with a structure built 2 to 3 decades ago. It has been operational for that entire time, continuously, without anyone in the palace's formation core detecting it. He embedded it in the existing formation substrate of the palace's foundation stones, running at an energy level below the detection threshold of standard administrative monitoring. Peng Howren set down his tea and looked at the paper the reply was written on and thought about the courier stamp he had used on all his official military reports. The stamp he had noted, in his field analysis, carried an unusual resonance signature that he had attributed to age and use wear. He was now understanding that resonance signature in a different and much more specific way. He had been sending his reports through a system that had been reading them for 200 years before the campaign against the mountain had started. The desert practitioner said, very quietly. If he had wanted to destroy this army at any point in the past 3 years, he could have done it from his chair. The sentence sat in the tent in the way that sentences sat when they said something that changed the size of the room. Why hasn't he? Formation Grandmaster Tao Jing said. He said it to the tent at large, not specifically to Peng Howren, not to the Emperor, not to anyone. He said it because it was the question the sentence produced, and he was in the habit of saying questions aloud. No one answered. The Emperor, who had been sitting at the head of the table through this exchange without speaking, looked at the document and then looked at Peng Howren, who was his most reliable source for accurate assessment of this situation. Why hasn't he? The Emperor said. Because he doesn't want to, Peng Howren said. He said this through Luo Yanmei in the first months. He's not in the business of killing people. The formations are not weapons. They are, in some sense, a home. He looked at the reply on the table. But the threat in this document is real. He is warning us that the terms of his behavior will change if we don't withdraw. He has been restraining himself. He is informing us that the restraint has a limit and a date. The tent was quiet in the way that tents were quiet when everyone in them was processing information they had not expected to receive. Tao Jing, the Desert Grandmaster, set down the reply and spoke. He was not speaking to the Emperor specifically. He was speaking the way practitioners spoke when they needed to articulate something in order to believe it. The pathway through the Treasury Vault. He has had access to our operational planning since before the Prince's first survey team arrived. He knew the survey was coming. He knew the survey document was going to declare his mountain unclaimed. He let it happen. He was prepared, the High Plateau Grandmaster said. He was finished preparing, Tao Jing corrected. There is a difference. He didn't prepare for our arrival. He built a system that was ready for any arrival. We were not a special case. He looked at the Formation Grandmasters beside him. 3 centuries of building. Every layer designed to perform correctly under the analysis techniques that existed at the time of the most likely future inquiry. The monitoring function to stay current. The hospitality structures in case the approach was personal rather than military. The transit formation in case someone tried to leverage a resident. He paused. He designed for everything. And then he waited. And when we arrived, the formation ran exactly as designed. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster, who had spent 12 days confidently analyzing what he now understood was a carefully crafted outer surface, said nothing. The Emperor looked at the document for a long time. He built the courier pathway through our treasury vault, he said. Decades ago. He has known everything that has passed through our official communications since then. Almost certainly. And he has done nothing with that access except receive information. Yes, Your Majesty. Until this letter, which he sent through it. Yes. He is showing us what he has, the Emperor said. I believe so, Peng Howren said. And what he has chosen not to do with it. He paused. He is not a threat that has been dormant. He is someone who built an extraordinary capability and has not used it, and is now showing us that the capability exists, because he wants us to understand what we have been standing next to. The Emperor sat for a long time with this. 20 years of ruling a large empire had given him a particular sense for when he was being given accurate information that changed the shape of a problem. He had received accurate information continuously from Peng Howren for 11 months. The information had been processed and incorporated and acted upon. He had not, until this moment, understood the full shape of what the information described. He had been in someone's formation for 3 years. Not approaching someone's formation. In it. The camp was in it. The approach road was in it. Every instrument, every measurement, every analysis report had been produced inside a system that had been designed to produce exactly that information and no other. He had been governing the campaign from inside the campaign subject. He could have ended this at any point, the Emperor said. Yes, Peng Howren said. He chose not to. He has been choosing not to, continuously, for 3 years. every non-escalation, every hospitality gesture, every returned soldier. These were choices. Peng Haoren looked at the reply. This document is also a choice. He is not threatening because he is strong enough to threaten. He is telling us the truth about what is available to him, because he wants us to understand the full situation before we make the next decision. The emperor looked at the full moon timeline in his camp calendar. 3 weeks. He did not, that evening, decide to withdraw, but he looked at the mountain differently than he had that morning. Chapter 53 Wei had not inscribed the courier pathway through the Imperial Treasury Vault as a strategic act. He explained this to Luo Yanmei the evening of the day the reply had been sent, while she was making the evening tea and while the Formation Network was delivering its summary of the Emperor's camp's activities. You keep saying the courier formation wasn't strategic, she said. It wasn't. I was testing a long-range transit formation concept 40 years ago. The question was whether a spatial transit pathway could maintain stability across a distance of several hundred kilometers without an anchor point at the midpoint. I tested it by routing a trial path through a series of existing formation structures, buildings with inscribed foundations. The palace has inscribed foundations. The Treasury Vault is the densest formation medium structure in the capital, which made it an excellent anchor point for the midpoint relay. He paused. The formation worked. I left it in place because removing an operational long-range transit formation is more work than leaving it, and I had no particular reason to remove it. And the monitoring capability it provided was incidental. I noticed the monitoring capability when I sent the first test parcel through and received back a formation echo that included ambient data from the relay point. I used the monitoring function when it was useful and ignored it when it wasn't. He drank his tea. The Imperial Court's official communications contain a great deal of administrative information I have no use for. The tax assessment documents for the eastern provinces, for example, are not relevant to anything I care about. The military operation reports were more relevant, but only because they were about this mountain. Luo Yanmei set down the teapot and looked at him. So the Emperor is right now discovering that you have had access to his communications for decades, she said. Yes. And that you used it only to monitor information about the mountain. Essentially, and that you could have used it for much more. Yes, and that you didn't. He looked at the tea plant, whose leaves were in the quiet position they held in the evening when the cave's air was still. The leaves had returned to their resting angle after the day's light had faded, the formation-infused root system adjusting the plant's orientation in the automatic way it had been doing for 3 centuries. I built the formations to protect the mountain, he said. Not to be a spy, not to collect advantage. The monitoring function was a byproduct I used for relevant information. I am a formation master, not an intelligence agent. He looked at his tea. Though I understand that from the Emperor's current vantage point, the distinction may be difficult to appreciate. Luo Yanmei thought about this. The distinction felt clear from where she was sitting. She had lived on the mountain for 30 years and had never known Wei to express interest in anything beyond the mountain's formation work and the tea. He read what came through the courier network, but reading was different from acting on it. He had received 3 years of military operations intelligence about his own mountain and had not used any of it to damage the campaign beyond what the formations naturally deflected. He had simply known what was coming. Knowing and acting were different things, and the specific quality of a person who had the knowledge and did not use it was not the same as the quality of a person who was simply unaware. He's thinking about what you could do, she said. Not what you have done. Yes, and what I could do is, by current estimate, significant. He was not saying this with pride. He was saying it the way he said accurate things, accurately. The courier network extends through 6 provinces. The relay points I used for the test pathway 40 years ago included nodes in 3 of the Empire's strategic communication hubs. If I had wanted to act on that access, I could have. I didn't want to. I never wanted to. He looked at the reply he had sent, which was gone from the cave now, sent and received, and presumably read multiple times by multiple people in an imperial tent 3 kilometers from where he was sitting. I wanted to be left alone. I built things that helped me be left alone. The courier pathway was useful for being left alone. The rest of it has always been unnecessary. She poured the evening tea. She handed him his cup. She sat on the step and looked at the mountain's upper slopes in the evening light. He'll pick up the inscription brush again, she said. That's what the threat in the reply means. Yes, Wei said. When did you last pick it up? The full brush. The work brush. 11 years ago, he said. The summit array recalibration after the lightning storm. She drank her tea. They sat in the evening quiet of the cave, the mountain's ambient formation field around them like a room they both knew completely, the tea plant between them and the evening, the formation log on its shelf, the inscription brush beside it. The inscription brush had been on the shelf for 11 years. It was still in the same place she had first noticed it when she arrived. Third shelf, right side, between the formation log's overflow volume and the spare inscription stone. She had watched it accumulate the fine layer of mountain dust that everything in the cave accumulated over time unless it was regularly handled, which the brush was not. The dust was not a problem. The formation fluid in the brush's reservoir was stable, maintained by the same ambient formation field that maintained everything on the mountain, impervious to the normal degradation that would have ruined an ordinary brush in years. But the dust was evidence. 11 years of not being picked up, while the formation below was completed layer by layer. The full moon is in 3 weeks, she said. Yes. Will he withdraw? Wei looked at the mountain through the formation network's sensory field. The Emperor's camp, 3,000 soldiers, 3 Formation Grandmasters, the coalition's remnants, all of it arranged at the base of the mountain he had been building for 3 centuries. I don't know, he said. He's more interesting than his son. She thought about this for a moment. The prince had been straightforward, escalating force applied to a fixed target, a clear decision tree executed with reasonable competence. The Emperor was different. He had stood outside his tent and looked at the mountain properly. He had come himself when the intermediaries failed. He had received Peng Howren's reports with the specific quality of attention that indicated he was hearing them rather than just filing them. He was a man who could update, which was a rarer quality than it appeared. What will you say to him, she said. If he comes up, I'll offer him tea, Wei said, and see what questions he asks. He set down his cup. He looked at the brush on the shelf. I've been thinking about layer 15, he said. She looked at him. The outer ring is complete. The convergence spiral is running. The only remaining piece is the summit inscription. He was looking at the brush with the expression he used when he was thinking about something that had been waiting a long time to be addressed. I have the design. I've had the design for years. It was waiting for the right conditions. What conditions? The same conditions the mountain has been waiting for, he said. He picked up his tea. It knows when it's time. She looked at the brush on the shelf and then at the formation log beside it, its columns and rows of notations in his small, precise hand spanning 3 centuries of work, and she thought. The brush has been waiting on the shelf for 11 years, and the design has been waiting in his mind for longer, and the mountain has been waiting since before either of them were here, and perhaps all of that waiting was the same waiting. The patience of a thing becoming ready, and the full moon was in. 3 weeks. Chapter 54. The Emperor did not withdraw. Wei had not been certain he would. He had not been certain he wouldn't. The Emperor was an intelligent man and an experienced ruler. And intelligent, experienced rulers operated on timelines and political calculations that Wei, who had not operated within any political structure for 3 centuries, could observe but not fully model. He had read enough of the imperial communications over the past months to understand that withdrawal carried political costs for the Emperor that were real and measurable, and that a man in the Emperor's position was required to weigh against the tactical costs of continued engagement. He understood the constraint without being subject to it. The full moon came on a clear night. The Emperor's camp was unchanged at dawn. From the Formation Network's sensory feed, Wei could read the camp's formation signatures, the cultivation base's collective pattern, the energy output of the formation cannon's charging cycles, the specific resonance of 3 Formation Grandmasters who had been analyzing the mountain continuously for 2 weeks, and who were now, he could tell from the analysis instrument's output signatures, preparing something. He looked at his inscription brush, which had been on the shelf beside his formation log for 11 years. It was a high-grade brush, spirit beast hair set in an inscription stone handle, calibrated for the kind of extended formation work that required both precision and sustained energy output. He had used it for the last major recalibration, had cleaned it after, had set it down on the shelf with the clear intention of picking it up again when there was something that required it. There was something that required it. He did not pick it up immediately. He sat in his chair for most of the morning, watching through the Formation Network as the Emperor held a council. The 3 Formation Grandmasters, Peng Howren, the generals, and Elder Mao Wenzu, who had apparently been invited to participate. He read the council's intent through the ambient monitoring. The Emperor had decided that the combined assault was the response. Every available resource. All vectors. The summit structure as primary target. He listened to this decision with the attention he gave to all relevant information. The decision made sense from the Emperor's position. He had received the reply, which had told him that withdrawal was required and the deadline had passed. He was an emperor, which meant the institutional response to a stated demand was to escalate rather than to comply. The combined assault was the escalation available to him. It was the most powerful thing the imperial formations could deploy against a single point. He was deploying it. This was reasonable behavior for a person who had been told that his previous approaches had failed and who had more approaches available. Wei understood the logic without sharing the assumptions the logic depended on. He looked at Layer 10's current energy reservoir, 93% of capacity. He checked the convergence spiral's routing subroutines, all active. He reviewed the outer layer status for each of the 14 complete layers. Everything was in working order. The barrage had filled the nodes. The coalition's previous assaults had tested every layer at operational load and found no failures. The mountain was, in the technical sense, ready. The Emperor's combined assault would be received by the formation the same way every previous assault had been received, appropriately, according to the formation's design, producing none of the outcomes the Emperor intended. Wei did not need to do anything differently. The mountain's 14 layers would run their cycles, the summit structure would perform its welcome function, and the Emperor would stand in the inscription with his army and his Formation Grandmasters and understand, at last, what he had been standing in. Wei was not in a hurry. The mountain was not in a hurry. The formation had been moving at the pace of 3 centuries for 3 centuries, and it would move at that pace today. He thought about what he had said to Luo Yanmei. The formations are not weapons, they are a home. And he thought about the insult 3 years ago, the imperial declaration that this mountain was unclaimed territory, the statement that he did not exist, that this place was not a place anyone had made, that 3 centuries of work was simply vacancy waiting for a sovereign to fill. The insult was not about the mountain being claimed. The insult was about the mountain being seen as unclaimed, as nothing, as absence, as a space that waited for meaning to arrive from outside. He had been building this place for 3 centuries. The mountain was not unclaimed. It was, in every stone and inscription and formation layer, the most claimed place he knew of. The declaration had said otherwise, and that was the thing that stood between them. The reply had named the insult. The deadline had passed. The Emperor had chosen assault over withdrawal. These were the conditions he had been waiting for, not the assault itself, which the formation would handle without his direct involvement, but the completion of the transaction, the insult named, the terms set, the terms declined, the final state arrived at. Everything below him had been the negotiation. The negotiation was concluded. What came next was the mountain's answer to the whole 3 years, not just to the assault. He picked up the inscription brush. Luo Yanmei, passing the cave entrance on her way to the garden, saw him holding it. She stopped. He looked up at her. She looked at the brush. "Bring me my inscription coat," he said. She brought it from the storage alcove, the long, dark coat that had been his standard working garment for inscription sessions, its fabric so thoroughly permeated with 3 centuries of inscription fluid residue that it had its own formation resonance. The fibers held decades of work in the specific, permanent way that inscription medium held marks. Every major piece of work he had done since the 2nd century was represented somewhere in the coat's layered saturation, a garment that was, in its own way, a record. The weight of it was familiar. She held it. He stood and put it on. She stared at him standing. She had seen him standing before, of course. 30 years on the same mountain with the same person produced familiarity with every physical posture. But she had not seen him stand in the inscription coat, holding the work brush, since before she arrived. The coat was its own information. It had been in the storage alcove for all 30 years she had been on this mountain, waiting in the way that things waited when they had been put in a specific place for a specific occasion, and the occasion had not yet arisen. The coat smelled of inscription fluid and stone and time. He wore it the way he wore the mountain's formation, as something that had been his for so long that the distinction between the wearing and the having ceased to matter. "I need to recalibrate the summit," he said. She found her voice. "The summit array?" "No, the summit itself. I need to inscribe something at the peak." He adjusted the coat's shoulders. "Layer 15. I've been approaching it for years. It needs to be inscribed at the summit node, at the convergence of the mountain's primary formation lines." He looked at the tea plant. "I'll be back before evening." The tea plant's leaves all turned toward him. He walked to the cave entrance. He stood for a moment in the light of the morning, the inscription coat settling on his shoulders with the weight of 3 centuries of accumulated work. Below the mountain, the Emperor's combined assault was moving into position. 3,000 soldiers, 3 Formation Grandmasters, the Void Return Elders, the cannons, the full weight of the Empire arranged against the mountain's summit. He felt it through the formation network's ambient perceptual field the way he felt weather, a change in the world's quality, present in the air, not yet arrived at the mountain's surface. He walked up. The morning was clear and still. Chapter 55. The Emperor activated his combined assault on the morning of the 14th day after the full moon deadline. He had given himself those extra 14 days to complete the Formation Grandmaster's analysis of the summit array, the structure they had identified on the peak's upper reaches as the mountain's most accessible high-altitude formation node. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster had spent 12 days on the analysis and had concluded with 80% confidence that the summit structure was the formation's primary command array, the node through which Wei maintained real-time control of the lower layers. This was an incorrect conclusion, but it was a reasonable one given the available data. The summit structure was prominent, complex, and clearly connected to the rest of the formation system. That it was the welcome array, a courtesy formation Wei had built as a comfortable rest stop for visitors who reached the peak, rather than the command array, was a conclusion that followed from a fundamental assumption error, that the formation master would place his most important formation at the most prominent accessible point. That assumption was wrong. Wei had placed his most important formations where they were most useful, which was not always where they were most visible. The assault was comprehensive. 6 body integration cultivators, 3 formation grandmasters, the 3 peaks alliance's remaining 2 void return elders, and the Imperial Army's full artillery formation focused simultaneously on the summit structure's outer interface. 3,000 soldiers maintained pressure on the lower formation layers through coordinated spiritual energy output, preventing what they assumed was energy redistribution between summit and base. Peng Hauren, stationed at the perimeter observation post he had occupied for a year and a half, watched the assault with instruments extended and took notes in the disciplined way he had been taking notes for the entire campaign. He had noted, in his private journal the night before, that he did not expect the assault to succeed. He had not written this in the official operation briefing, because the official operation briefing was a strategic document and his expectation was not actionable intelligence. He had written it in the private journal, which was for honest assessment, and his honest assessment was that the mountain had been doing what it was designed to do continuously for 3 years, and today was not a different category of day. He was noting the summit structure's pre-assault formation signature when the signature changed. Not the change of a formation under assault, not the activation signatures he had cataloged from the previous assaults, the energy redistribution patterns, the counterformation deployments. A different change. A smaller change, in the deeper formation substrate, moving from above. He adjusted his instruments and noted. New formation activity at summit level, independent of current assault, consistent with construction rather than defensive response. He wrote this and then stopped writing and watched. The summit formation, upon their combined assault, responded with the same pleasant, graceful quality it had been built to provide. It opened, not broke. Opened, the outer shell of the summit structure drawing aside in the smooth, deliberate manner of something designed for access, the interior of the formation becoming accessible without any sense of fracture or forced entry. The opening was clean. The welcome was genuine, in the specific sense that the welcome array was a genuine formation with genuine function, not a trap. A comfortable space that had been waiting for visitors for 300 years and was now receiving them. The 6 body integration cultivators and 3 formation grandmasters found themselves inside. They were standing in a formation pavilion with comfortable stone seating, a guest ledger on a shelf, and a view of clouds through a formation-mediated window. 3,000 soldiers below them, cannons silent, having watched the summit structure open as though invited. Peng Hauren's instruments, still running, registered the pavilion's formation signature and identified it, after 7 seconds of cross-referencing, as a type he had not encountered in his entire career of formation analysis. A hospitality maintenance formation operating at extended duration parameters, designed for comfort and continuity, absolutely not a command array. Below, in the camp, the Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and watched the summit opening through his tactical formation sense. He had expected the summit structure to resist. He had expected, in the outcome he privately assigned the highest probability, that the combined assault would fail the same way the barrage had failed, absorbed, redirected, the mountain standing unchanged. He had not assigned significant probability to the summit structure opening the way a door opened when someone arrived. He watched the 6 body integration cultivators and 3 grandmasters disappear into the structure's interior. He waited. They did not come back immediately. The interior of the formation was receiving them the way a room received its occupants, settling around them, present but not threatening. The pavilion's formation field extending hospitality to people who had arrived through an assault. The formation did not distinguish. Guests were guests. Peng Hauren, at the perimeter, made a notation in his log. Summit structure opened. Assault teams inside. Formation interior type. Hospitality maintenance. Not a control structure. Nature of actual summit formation unknown. He underlined the last sentence. He had been underlining things for 17 months, and this was the sentence he had been working toward without knowing it. The formation interior that the entire campaign had been aimed at was not the thing they had thought it was. He looked up at the mountain's true summit, visible above the clouds, and felt through his instruments the presence of something new being inscribed up there in the mountain's deepest formation substrate, new and patient, and moving at the pace of something that had been preparing for 3 centuries to be ready. He had no framework for what he was reading. He noted it carefully anyway. The mountain had been teaching him, for a year and a half, how to note things carefully even when you did not understand them. They looked around at what the welcome array had always been. A beautiful, serene pavilion space, comfortable stone seating, a view that extended south over cloud cover to the distant ranges, clear air and good light, and a quality of quietness that was the formation's signature characteristic. The view was genuine. The clouds below them were real clouds. The stone seating had the worn smoothness of old stone in a high-altitude space, shaped by nothing except the passage of time and the particular weathering of a mountain environment. Tao Jing, the desert grandmaster, found the guest ledger on the stone shelf beside the entrance. He opened it. He read the most recent entry before their arrival. Elder Mao Wenzu, he read aloud. 47 years ago. He looked at the entry's content. Pleasant conversation. Declined further ascent. The handwriting is Wei Changshan's. He looked at the entry before Mao Wenzu's. 312 years ago. A visitor. The name is old notation, difficult to read. Arrived at mid-morning. Sat for a morning. Left without asking to ascend further. Seemed well. He put the ledger down. He has been writing guest entries for 300 years. We are the third party to reach this space. He looked at his colleagues, who were looking at the view and the comfortable stone seating, and he said, the word arriving before he had chosen it, we're not at the summit. He had known this, on a level below reasoning, from the moment they entered. The pavilion was too peaceful. The entry had been too smooth. A command array, under the kind of assault they had just applied, would show strain even if it held. This showed nothing except the quiet patience of a space that had been here for 300 years and intended to remain exactly as it was. We're in the welcome array, said the high plateau grandmaster. She had reached this conclusion 2 seconds before him, recognizing the formation type from the ambient chi pattern, which was not the pattern of a command array, but the pattern of a maintenance formation whose purpose was comfort and continuity. He built a reception room. We just fought our way into the reception room. Below them, significantly below them, as it turned out, the actual summit was where it had always been. Chapter 56. The welcome array had been built for exactly this purpose. To be a comfortable, beautiful, genuine place that was entirely disconnected from the formation's operational structure, located at a position that an external analysis would correctly identify as a high-altitude junction point without the context to understand that junction points could serve architectural rather than control functions. Tao Jing, examining the pavilion's walls with his analysis instruments, found the junction geometry and traced it. The junction was real. The welcome array was genuinely connected to the mountain's formation network, drawing on it for its ambient maintenance energy and its spatial stability. But the connection was architectural, not operational. The pavilion was part of the mountain the way a window was part of a house. Genuinely integrated, genuinely connected, not the control structure. He sat down on the stone seating, because the seating was there and was comfortable, and he needed a moment to think. He had been in the formation analysis field for 40 years. He had analyzed hundreds of formations across 3 continents, from minor household wards to major sect defensive systems. He had made errors before. Every practitioner with 40 years in a field had made errors, and the errors were part of how the field advanced. He had not made an error of this kind before. He had spent 12 days, with his best instruments and his most rigorous methodology, analyzing an outer surface that had been designed specifically for him to analyze and to arrive at a specific incorrect conclusion. He had arrived at the conclusion. He had presented it to an emperor. The emperor had launched an assault based on it. He set this in front of himself and looked at it. The high plateau grandmaster sat beside him. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster, who had spent 12 days analyzing this structure as the primary command array, remained standing by the entrance with an expression that Tao Jing recognized as the specific quality of error that was most difficult to accept. Not a mistake from ignorance, but a mistake from confidence, from a well-reasoned conclusion that turned out to be wrong at the foundational level. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster spoke before he had decided to. He built this for me. He said it quietly, not dramatically. It was a statement of fact that he was arriving at, and speaking aloud as he arrived at it. The outer surface of this structure, the formation signature, the junction geometry, the connection to the mountain's network, all of it was designed to be analyzed by someone using the Eastern Sea School's analytical methodology and to produce the conclusion I produced. He didn't just design the wrong target. He designed the wrong target specifically to mislead the strongest external analyzer available. He looked at Tao Jing. How long ago did he build this? The ledger says 3 centuries. He built a misdirection structure for an analysis technique that didn't exist 3 centuries ago. No, Tao Jing said. He built a misdirection structure that would work on the best analyst available at the time of the eventual inquiry. You are that analyst. The technique you used is the best current technique. He built the structure to mislead the best current technique. The specific technique was secondary. The principle was primary. Whoever came would bring their strongest tools, and the outer surface should satisfy those tools completely. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster looked at the guest ledger on the shelf. The Formation Master is somewhere above us, Tao Jing said. We're underground, the High Plateau Grandmaster said. I've been orienting since we entered. The spatial transit brought us down, not up. We're approximately 400 meters below the summit and 200 meters underground. This pavilion exists in a pocket domain. It has an interior that doesn't correspond to the exterior volume. She looked at the view of clouds visible through the formation window. The view is real. The clouds are real, but they're being shown to us through a formation-mediated window, not a physical opening. We're seeing the south view from the summit's elevation from inside a pocket domain below the summit. The Eastern Sea Grandmaster looked up, as if he could see through the pocket domain's ceiling to where the actual summit was. He knew we would attack the summit structure, he said. He built the welcome array at the position where our analysis would identify the primary command node. He built it before we came. Long before, Tao Jing said. He looked at the guest ledger. 312 years ago, he was already using this as a reception space for visitors who found their way to the peak. 3 centuries ago, he anticipated that someone sufficiently capable would eventually locate the peak junction point and assault it, and he designed a comfortable place for them to land when they did. He set the ledger down carefully, handling it with the specific care he gave to objects that were old and had been maintained by someone who cared about them. He didn't design a trap. He designed a room. They sat in the welcome array and looked at the view. Genuine clouds, genuine sky, the formation's authentic window on the world above, and thought about a man who had been building since before their grandfathers were born and who was somewhere above them doing something they hadn't been told about and couldn't reach. The seating was genuinely comfortable. The stone had been shaped or selected for this quality, smooth, slightly warm from the formation's ambient energy, the right height and angle for extended sitting. Tao Jing noticed this with the specific part of his attention that was always, involuntarily, analyzing formations, and what he registered was that the seating's design was deliberate. Someone had thought about the experience of sitting here. Someone had decided that the visitors who arrived at this pavilion should be comfortable, and had acted on that decision in the specific way of someone who was building for actual people rather than hypothetical ones. He made this for us, Tao Jing said. He did not mean it as a compliment or a criticism. He was stating an observation. Not for us specifically, for whoever came. He thought about what kind of person would eventually make it here and what that person would need, and he built accordingly. He looked at the guest ledger, 3 entries across 3 centuries. Elder Mao Wenzu 47 years ago, a visitor 300 years before, and us. He looked at the comfortable stone seating. He was right about what we'd need. A place to sit and a place to think and a view that made it worth the arrival. The High Plateau Grandmaster looked at him. What does that tell you about him? That he has been extending consideration to people who haven't earned it for a very long time, Tao Jing said, and that he builds the consideration into the structure rather than offering it case by case, because he doesn't want to have to make the decision each time. He thought about this for a moment, and that he is either very generous or very patient, or both. They heard, faintly, through the pocket domain's formation substrate, the specific feeling of a formation inscription being completed somewhere far above, deep in the mountain's convergence node. 3 characters settling into stone with the finality of something that had been prepared for a very long time. Below the mountain, Peng Haoren watched the summit from the perimeter with the instruments he had been using for a year and a half, and he saw the mountain's formation signature change. Not defensively, not the activation pattern of a counter-formation responding to attack. Something else. Something that was moving from the summit downward with the patient, unhurried quality of a natural process, the way heat moved through stone, the way water found level. A new formation being inscribed into the mountain structure from the top down. He took measurements. He took more measurements. He wrote in his notes, new formation activity at summit level, not responsive to current assault. Independent construction. The Formation Master is adding to the mountain. He looked at the mountain, which was building itself further, quietly, in the middle of everything. Chapter 57 Wei walked to the peak. He had walked this path before, in the years when he still walked it regularly. In the 1st century of his residence on the mountain, when the habit of physical movement through the space he was building had been part of how he understood his own work. Then less often, as the formation network's sensory field became comprehensive enough that physical movement through the mountain was redundant as an information-gathering method. Then only when necessary. The lightning storm recalibration, 11 years ago. Before that, the Layer 8 original construction, 60 years ago. The mountain path knew him in the way that paths knew the people who had walked them longest, not with any mystical recognition, but with the simple physical fact of terrain shaped by presence. The stone worn smooth at specific points by one person's footfall pattern over 3 centuries. The roots he had stepped over so many times that the stepping over had become part of his body's memory rather than something he thought about. The morning mist clearing from the path at the pace of someone who had always walked it at this hour, at this speed, with this specific relationship between breath and stride that 3 centuries of walking the same path produced. He walked. The formation network activated in response to his movement through the mountain, not because he triggered it the way a stranger would trigger its routing functions, but because the formation was aware of him in the foundational sense of a system that was always watching what was happening on the mountain. And what was happening on the mountain right now was that he was walking to the summit for the first time in 11 years, which was an event the formation registered as significant not through any emotional faculty, but through the simple detection of an unusual change in the mountain's operational state. Each layer as he passed through its coverage zone acknowledged him. Not audibly, not visibly, but in the formation sense. The active formations at each layer depth shifted to their attendance pattern, which was the pattern of a formation that is functioning in the presence of its maker. Not more active, not less active. Present in a specific way, the way instruments became present when the musician who tuned them picked them up. Layer 1, at the mountain's boundary, adjusted its routing configuration to the maintenance mode he used when making physical inspection rounds. Layer 3, at the anchor point, deepened its seismic distribution to account for his footfall pattern. Layer 8, newly recalibrated, registered his passage through its coverage zone with the quiet efficiency of a piece of work that had been recently corrected and was performing correctly. The formation had been built to run without him present in the physical sense. That was the design. Everything below was automated, running on the inscription logic he had built into each layer, requiring no active oversight. He had not walked this mountain in 11 years, and the formation had performed correctly in all 11 years without his physical presence in its pathways. The formation did not need him to walk it. He walked it anyway. He walked it because the work was physical and had always been physical. 300 years of climbing and descending and crouching at inscription points and pressing his hands against stone to feel whether the energy flow was correct. The formation had his handprints in it. The specific pressure points he had used when testing node connections were worn into the stone in ways that were invisible but present in the formation's resonance. The slight densification of inscription medium at the points where his hands had rested most often. He was not separate from the mountain. He had been part of it since the 2nd year, when the first inscriptions had cured and he had placed his hand flat on a formation stone and felt the mountain's natural formation lines answer the artificial inscription with the specific quality of recognition that meant the 2 systems had become one. Luo Yinmei watched him go from the cave entrance. Shiguang, in the garden, stopped cleaning the path stones. He held his broom in both hands and watched Wei walk uphill with the specific attention of something that had been made to attend this mountain and was now watching the mountain's most foundational element in motion. His quartz eyes were still, the pale light of the morning in them. The tea plant's leaves turned. All of them, the new growth and the old growth and the leaves that had been on the plant since before Luo Yinmei had arrived, turning on their stems in the quiet, deliberate way of something that was following the path of something it had always been oriented toward. Wei reached the path's midpoint. He looked up. The summit was above the cloud layer. Clear sky above that. The mountain's peak visible from below as a pale point of stone catching the early morning light. The clouds moved around it in the patient circulation of high-altitude weather, indifferent to what was happening below them. The peak was exactly where it had always been. The inscription coat was familiar on his shoulders. The brush was in his hand. He had been preparing for this inscription for years. The theoretical work finished before the emperor arrived. The design held in his mind with the specific clarity of something that had been approached slowly and carefully and was now ready. He could feel, through the mountain's formation substrate, the emperor's combined assault working against the welcome array below. 3,000 soldiers' worth of spiritual pressure for void return cultivation bases. The Grandmaster's concentrated analysis, all of it applied to the comfortable pavilion that had been designed for this purpose. The formation received it the way it received everything, correctly, according to its design. The welcome array was welcoming them. They were inside. The mountain's business with them continued. He passed through the cloud layer. The clouds were cold and damp around him. The path momentarily gray-white and close. The mountain above invisible, and the mountain below invisible. Everything reduced to the stone under his feet, and the formation's presence in the rock, which was constant and did not change with the clouds. He had walked through this cloud layer hundreds of times over 3 centuries. The mountain's lower paths were clear when the upper paths were clouded. The cloud layer was its own territory. Not the mountain below, not the summit above, but the space between them, where weather and altitude produced a particular quality of stillness that had nothing to do with formations and everything to do with physics. He emerged above the clouds. The sky was clear and high and blue. The summit was directly above him. Close now, the path turning upward at its steepest section, the old stone worn smooth, and then rough again by centuries of frost. The air was cold and had the specific thin quality of high altitude that made each breath slightly more work than the last. He had not been at this elevation for 11 years. His body remembered it anyway. The adjustment was immediate, the meridians expanding to make better use of the available chi, the formation ambient energy in the inscription coat supplementing where the air was thin. He walked. Below him, vast and distant, the Emperor's army. The camp's formation signatures visible through the mountain's perceptual network as a constellation of cultivation bases, each one identifiable to him now as an individual rather than a collective. Peng Haoran's distinctive formation sense at the perimeter, Mao Wenzu's cultivation base at the eastern edge, the Emperor's void return presence at the camp center. 3 years of knowing these signatures had given them to him, as specifically as faces. He knew all of them. They had been his guests. That was the thing. Not enemies, not attackers, not threats. Guests who had arrived with the wrong intentions and been received correctly anyway. Because that was what the formation did. Because that was what he had decided 3 centuries ago that the formation should do. He had been right about that decision. He was glad to have been right. He walked. Chapter 58. The true summit was a space Wei had not modified significantly since the mountain's first century. Not because he had not thought about it. He had thought about everything on the mountain, over 3 centuries, and the summit had been in his thinking throughout. But the summit was where the mountain's primary formation lines converged, and formation lines that had been converging for 10,000 years did not benefit from additional inscription any more than a river benefited from having someone draw arrows on it to show where it flowed. The convergence was already the most powerful location on the mountain. The job of the Formation Master at such a location was not to add power, but to learn how to read what was already there. He had spent his first 50 years at the summit learning to read the convergence. He had spent the next century applying what he had learned to the formation layers below. He had spent the century after that building the comprehensive system that now extended through every stone and soil layer of the mountain from base to summit. Layer 15 was the only formation he had ever designed specifically for the summit node. It had taken him years to approach because the summit's convergence geometry required a design logic that used the natural formation lines rather than intersecting them. And working with natural formation lines at their convergence point was the kind of inscription work where a wrong character was not a mistake to be corrected but a disruption that would require years to settle out. He arrived at the summit. The air at the true summit was different from the air 20 meters below it. Not warmer or colder, not thinner or thicker, but different in the quality that formation masters called ambient saturation, the density of cultivated chi in the environment. The convergence node had been accumulating chi from the mountain's natural formation lines for 10,000 years. The air held it the way a good ceramic held heat, slowly, completely, with the patient density of something that had not been in a hurry to accumulate and did not expect to spend what it held. Standing here, his meridians felt the pressure of it, not uncomfortable, but substantial, like standing in a room full of something you could not name but recognized. He had stood here hundreds of times over 3 centuries. The recognition was still there, every time, the same. He stood at the true summit, above the pocket domain of the welcome array, above the cloud layer, in the clear air of the mountain's high peak, and looked down. He could see the Emperor's entire force, not as individuals at this distance, but as the formation signature of their gathered cultivation base, a specific, recognizable pattern in the ambient chi field, the way a gathering of rivers produced a recognizable pattern in a watershed. 3,000 soldiers. The 3 Formation Grandmasters, whose signatures were now inside the welcome array. He could feel them there, sitting on the comfortable stone seating, reading his guest ledger. The coalition's remaining practitioners. Peng Haoran, whose formation sense was trained precisely enough that Wei's formation movement was probably registering as something on his instruments right now. He looked at the peak stone beneath his feet. The primary convergence node was visible to his formation sense as a point of pure alignment. The natural lines of the mountain's formation running through this one spot, with the clean simplicity of geometry that had nothing to prove and nothing to obscure. He had been reading this point for 250 years. He knew it the way he knew his own formation log, by familiarity that had become something closer to understanding, the kind of understanding that was not knowledge about a thing, but knowledge from having spent time with it. He crouched. He pressed his palm flat against the peak stone, the inscription coat's sleeve falling back, his hand making contact with stone that had been sitting in the sun and wind and cloud cover of high altitude for 10,000 years. The natural formation lines moved under his hand with the slow, steady quality of something geological, not the sharp responsiveness of his crafted inscriptions, which he had tuned and adjusted over decades, but the older and heavier quality of the mountain's own nature, which was what it was regardless of what he did, which would be here after every inscription he had made had long since weathered away. He had been working with this for 300 years. He was not going to exceed it. He was going to complete it. He opened his inscription coat. He took out the brush. He inscribed 3 characters into the peak stone. The inscription was fast, faster than most of his recent work, because 3 centuries of working toward this specific inscription had produced a preparation so complete that the actual execution required only the precision to execute what had been prepared. 3 characters, deeply cut, perfectly formed, each one the summary of a century of formation work condensed into its essential principle. The brush moved with the efficiency of craft that had been fully internalized, the formation fluid's application precise, the depth of each stroke calibrated to the convergence node's specific geology in the way that master-level inscription work was always calibrated, not from a written specification, but from direct sensing, from the hand understanding the stone as directly as the mind understood the principle. The inscription was done. He stood back. The 3 characters sat in the peak stone, simple, definitive. Then they began to move. Not the characters themselves, the formation energy they had released, which was the energy of the primary convergence node receiving a correctly structured inscription for the first time in its existence and responding by doing what convergence nodes did when properly addressed, spreading outward from the peak, following the mountain's natural formation lines, moving with the patient, unhurried quality of something that had been waiting to be asked and was now, at last, answering. Character by character, layer by layer, descending through every formation ring he had built over 3 centuries, activating each one in sequence, not overriding them, but completing them. The final inscription in a system that had been designed, from the beginning, to accept exactly this addition and become, with it, the thing it had always been building toward. The mountain filled itself from the top down. He stood at the peak and watched the inscription wave move through his formation network the way you watched something you had spent your entire life building complete the final step of its completion. Not with drama. There was no visible display, no light or sound or chi storm. The completion was interior, felt through the formation sense rather than seen. The difference between 14 layers running in parallel and 15 layers unified, the system becoming what it had been becoming for 3 centuries. The gap closed. The design complete. He had thought, sometimes, over the 3 centuries, about what this moment would feel like. He had not spent much time on it. There had always been more pressing layer work. But occasionally, in the evenings when the formation log was closed and the tea was finished and the cave was quiet, he had wondered. He had expected something definitive, a sense of conclusion, the specific satisfaction of a thing done. What he felt was quieter than that. The mountain was the mountain. The formation was complete. It had been building toward this for 3 centuries, and now it was built. The building was the point. The completion was just where the building arrived. He picked up his brush. He cleaned it on the cloth he had brought for the purpose. He stood at the peak for a moment longer, looking down at the cloud layer below him, and below that the Emperor's army, and beyond that the rest of the world, and he thought, 3 centuries is long enough for a first pass. The work is done. Whatever comes next, the mountain will be here for it. Then he began to walk down. Chapter 59. The 3-character inscription reached Layer 1's outer boundary at the 2nd hour after dawn. What happened next happened simultaneously across the entire formation system's coverage zone, which was not the boundary that the Emperor's forces had been treating as the mountain's edge. The coverage zone extended, as Shunned had identified months ago, and as had been true since the formation's beginning, well beyond the visible mountain. It encompassed the camp. It encompassed the approach roads. It encompassed the perimeter positions. It encompassed every soldier, formation specialist, intelligence agent, and allied practitioner who had arrived at Qingwei Peak in the past 3 years. Every person outside the mountain found the world around them unchanged. This was the correct description of what they saw. Their camp was their camp. The mountain before them was the mountain before them. The sky above was the sky above. Nothing had moved. Nothing had disappeared. Nothing had been replaced. Every rock, every tent post, every supply crate, every cultivation stone the army had brought, every instrument the formation specialists had deployed, all of it was exactly where it had been, exactly the same as it had always been. Then the light shifted. Not dramatically. Not in the way of a formation activation that produces visible effect, the flash of spiritual force, the shimmer of a spatial transit. The light simply shifted by one quality, the quality of light in a place that was attended compared to light in a place that was merely present. The difference was subtle enough that most people, if asked afterward, would say the light had changed, would not be able to say how, but would be certain that something had changed in the quality of the light, in the way that the mountains, stone and soil and air were presenting themselves to the eye. Around the camp, the formation's completion moved through the covered zone like weather, present in the air, present in the ground, present in the specific ambient quality that 300 years of concentrated formation work produced in a landscape. The soldiers felt it in the way that people who had spent 3 years in a formation-saturated environment felt changes in the formation state. As something at the edge of perception, something below the threshold of the ordinary senses, but above the threshold of the body's deeper knowing. Every cultivation base in the camp registered the shift. Practitioners looked up from what they were doing. Soldiers who could not feel formation fields stood straighter without knowing why, a quality of presence in the air that the body read as something paying attention to them. Then someone looked down. Peng Howren was the one who looked down, because Peng Howren had spent the past year and a half looking at the mountain's formation signature, and he felt the inscription wave arrive through his formation sense, and he recognized it as something structural, not an attack, not a defense, something architectural, and his first instinct was to look at whatever surface he was standing on. He was standing on an inscription, not a small one, not the inscription of a single formation node. The ground beneath his feet was covered in formation characters, dense and layered, the kind of inscription density that a practitioner put into a piece of stone they intended to be the foundation of something permanent. The characters ran in every direction, ahead and behind, and to both sides, as far as he could see, covering every surface he could identify. He looked up. The mountain's face, the stone they had been standing at the base of for a year, measuring, analyzing, firing cannons at, was inscription. Not inscribed. Inscription. The stone was the characters, and the characters were the stone, in the deep integrated way that the phantom labyrinth's white corridors were stone and formation simultaneously. In the way that this mountain had always been stone and formation simultaneously, but had not been showing him the full depth of that simultaneity until now. The terrain around him was inscription. The camp they had set up 3 years ago was inside the inscription. The camp they had set up 1 year ago was inside the inscription. Every soldier's footprint on the mountain's approach road was inside the inscription. Every measurement Yun Xiao had taken, every analysis instrument Peng Howren had extended, every formation cannon the army had fired, all of it was inside the mountain's formation. All of it, from the first step of the first survey team, had been happening inside the formation field that was now showing itself for the first time in its complete extent. Grand Artificer Peng Howren stood on the inscription and looked at the mountain and understood, finally, with the specific quality of clarity that arrived when you found the foundational assumption that had been wrong all along, what Xin Liang had been trying to tell him months ago. They had never been outside. They had been inside the mountain from the first step. Everything they had seen was what the mountain had shown them. Every measurement they had taken was a measurement the mountain had permitted. Every layer they had identified was a layer the mountain had made accessible. The formation's exterior was not an exterior at all. It was an interior designed to look like an exterior so that people standing inside it would spend their time trying to find the outside. He stood with this for a long moment. 17 months of analysis. 12 of the most capable formation analysts he had worked with in his career. Elder Mao Wenzu's 50 years of scholarship. 3 Formation Grandmasters from 3 different continental traditions. 407 formation instrument deployments. A barrage that had powered the mountain's energy reserves. A combined assault that had sent the Grandmasters into a comfortable reception room. All of it correct. All of it rigorous. All of it operating on the assumption that he was outside the formation looking in, and the assumption had been wrong from the first day, because the formation's outer boundary was not the stone visible from the camp. The formation's outer boundary was wherever it extended to, which was here, which had always been here, which was why his instruments had always registered the same signature no matter where he stood. Not because the formation's range was limited, but because his range had always been inside it. He thought about what this meant for his 17 months of field work. Everything he had recorded was accurate. The formation signatures he had documented, the layer behaviors he had characterized, the architectural analysis he had built. All of it was a true and accurate description of what he had been shown. He had been shown the portion of the formation that was designed to be analyzed. He had analyzed it correctly. The 17 months were not wasted. They were a record of exactly what the formation's exterior layer was designed to communicate to exactly the best analyst available, which was a valuable document even if it was not a complete one. He would write this up. He would note, clearly, in the final report, that all previous analysis had been conducted inside the formation's coverage zone. He would note what that meant for the data. He would note what Xin Liang had observed and when. He would note that it had taken him longer than it should have to take Shunned Liang's observation seriously. He would note, for whoever read the report in the future, and people would read it, he was certain of that the correct response to this information was not frustration or embarrassment, but the recognition that the formation had been correct and the analysis had been correct, and the two things were simply about different problems, and only one of them had mattered. He looked up at the Emperor, who was standing 20 meters away, looking down at his own feet, looking at the inscription under his feet, and then looking up at the mountain that was showing them what it had always been. He was always ahead of us, Peng Howren said, to nobody in particular. Chapter 60. Wei Chongshan's voice came through the formation. Not through a speaker, not through a communication array, not through any mechanism that operated outside the mountain's own architecture. The voice came through the formation, the way sound came through a space that was built for it, the way speech carried in a hall designed for speech, present in every part of the coverage zone simultaneously, unhurried and clear. It was the first time his voice had been heard by more than one person at a time. It did not sound like a proclamation. It sounded like someone who had decided that enough time had passed, and it was time to say the thing that needed saying. He said, "You declared this mountain unclaimed. I have allowed you to camp on land that is, itself, part of my formation for 3 years. Every observation you made was one I permitted. Every weakness you found was one I placed for you to find. You were never outside the mountain. You were inside it from the first step." The 3,000 soldiers stood in the inscription. The Formation Grandmasters stood in the inscription. Peng Howren stood in the inscription. The Emperor stood in the inscription, looking at the characters beneath his feet, looking at the mountain above him, looking at the inscription on the mountain's face that was the same inscription he was standing on, all of it one thing, all of it always one thing. Elder Mao Wenzu, standing at the edge of the perimeter position he had occupied since his unwilling arrival, looked at the inscription under his feet and reached into his robe and took out his notebook and opened it to a blank page and began writing. He did not stop to look up. Some things were better documented than witnessed, for people who had spent 50 years documenting. Wei continued, "The insult is now answered. You have been on my mountain, in my home. You have been fed, housed, and observed by my formation for 3 years. Every soldier who entered the mountain was cared for by formations I built for exactly that purpose. Every assessment you conducted was processed through monitoring formations I built 3 centuries ago in anticipation of exactly this kind of inquiry. Every attack you attempted was absorbed by counters I inscribed before you arrived, because the patterns of approach were predictable and I had time." Silence. 3,000 people standing in a formation. The mountain above them, the inscription below them, the sky above. The debt is paid. In hospitality I did not offer and service I did not request. You were my guest for 3 years and you did not know it, because the invitation was the mountain's declaration in 3,000 years of stone, which you ignored in favor of an imperial land survey document. The mountain was here before the document. It will be here after. Another pause. The kind of pause that a speaker uses not for effect, but because the next thing needs to arrive after the previous thing has been fully received. The formation carried the pause the way it carried the voice, completely, into every part of the coverage zone, so that the silence was as present as the speech had been. "You will leave now. All of you, including your 500. A gesture, felt rather than seen. A formation-level event translated into physical reality as cleanly as a key turning in a lock. The formation's transit mechanism, which had been holding the Phantom Labyrinth's retained guests in comfortable stasis for over a year, completed its final routing sequence. 520 soldiers appeared at the mountain's gate simultaneously. Not in the labyrinth's white corridors anymore. Outside the gate, in the morning air, in the world. Each one healthy. Each one in the exact cultivation condition they had entered with, or somewhat better. Each one carrying no memory of their detention that would cause them harm, and a vague impression of care that would stay with them, in different forms, for the rest of their lives. The soldiers who remembered the tea would remember it most clearly. It had been good tea. The Emperor stood among his troops. He looked at the 500. He looked at the mountain. He looked at the inscription under his feet, which was beginning to recede, not disappear, but return to the beneath-the-surface state it had always occupied, the visible inscription fading back into the stone as the demonstration concluded. The characters becoming again the mountain's stone. The mountain becoming again, to ordinary perception, a mountain. He stood for a long time without speaking. He had absorbed 8 kingdoms. He had commanded armies. He had received formal submission from 5 previous emperors of smaller powers. He had stood in court while practitioners of great skill acknowledged his authority. None of those experiences had prepared him for standing in the middle of a 3-century formation and being told, clearly and without hostility, exactly what had happened to him. He had been in someone's home. He had tried to claim someone's home. He had been accommodated in someone's home while he tried to claim it, cared for by the home's systems, observed by the home's formations, and given 3 years and multiple warnings to leave. He had not left. And now he was standing in the home's main room, being shown all of it at once, and the person who had built the home was telling him the accounting was done. He looked up at the peak, the true summit, visible now in the morning's clear air, stone and sky, and he bowed. A low bow, the full depth of a genuinely offered gesture, the bow of a man who has been shown something true by someone who had not needed to show it and had chosen to. Wei Chongshan, watching from the peak, saw the bow. He nodded once, the small, complete nod that acknowledged what had been given without adding anything unnecessary to it. Then he turned and walked back down to his cave. The path was familiar beneath his feet, 20 minutes down, the morning light on the stone and trees exactly as it had been every morning for 3 centuries. He walked it with the ease of someone going home. He hung his inscription code on the hook beside the cave door. He looked at the brush, still in his hand. He cleaned it, set it on the shelf. He sat in his chair. He poured tea. The tea was from the purchase Luo Yanmei had brought back on the last market day. The good grade. The one with the mineral warmth that settled in the meridians. The pot was warm on the warming stone. The cup was right. He drank. The tea plant's leaves settled. Whatever they had been doing since he left. The hours of turning, the attending posture they held when he moved through the mountain. They settled into the quiet default angle of a plant at rest in a space it had occupied for 3 centuries. Luo Yanmei appeared at the cave entrance. She looked at him in his chair. She looked at the inscription code on its hook. She looked at the brush on the shelf. She looked at him. "Is it over?" she said. He thought about this with the seriousness the question deserved. Not over in the sense of concluded. The Emperor's force would take days to fully withdraw, and there would be administrative consequences that reverberated in the world below the mountain for years, and the Three Peaks Alliance would have to account for what they had spent and not gained, and Peng Haoren would write a report that would be read by formation practitioners for generations, and Yun Xiao's documented analysis would enter the formation scholarship corpus and be cited for centuries. And Mao Wenzu would finish his 5th volume, and it would be the best thing he had written. Not over in any of those senses. Over in the sense that the mountain's business with the insult was done. The debt had been named, the terms had been set, the terms had been met. The account was closed. For them, yes, he said. She sat on the step. The morning was full around them. The mountain's ambient formation field in its ordinary state. The mountain's birds doing what the mountain's birds did. The spirit herbs in the garden receiving the morning light. Shi Guang had returned to cleaning the path stones, his broom making its steady rhythmic sound on the old flagging. He set down his cup. He looked at his formation log, which was where it always was, at his right hand. "I should recalibrate layer 14, he said. She looked at him. "The outer ring is new," he said. "New formations need checking after their first major activation event." She looked at the garden, and the morning light, and the tea plant's settled leaves. "After tea," she said. "After tea," he agreed. He picked up his cup. He drank. Outside the mountain, in the slow, ordered withdrawal of 3,000 soldiers and their coalition allies and their intelligence agents, and their 3 formation grandmasters, and 110-year-old scholar who was writing faster than he had written in decades, the world continued its business. Kingdoms would be reorganized. Reports would be written and filed and argued over and eventually ignored and eventually found again by someone who needed them. The mountain's name would become, over the coming years, a reference point in the formation arts corpus, a place that practitioners spoke of the way they spoke of the oldest inscribed sites, as a standard of achievement that had not been surpassed. The mountain would be here when they found them. It would be here afterward, too, and afterward that, as it had been here before all of it began. Stone and inscription and ancient trees and the formation lines running through the mountain's core and the tea plant at the cave entrance and the man in the chair, unhurried, reading through his own notes. Making a mark here, a correction there, drinking tea in the quiet of a morning that was exactly the same as every other morning had been and would be again tomorrow. Layer 14's outer ring held. He noted this in the log. He turned to the next item. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.